Winston Cup teams have a need for brickyard speed because it's Busch Pole qualifying day. The practice is over. Drivers now must climb into their cars and all alone on the 2.5-mile oval make one lap. The speed they achieve could determine whether they make the field for the 4th Brickyard 400. With Daytona 6 months away, this is the most important race on the schedule now, for one thing because of a purse exceeding $4 million. The goal today is to ascend the scoring pylon and be among the top 25. The ultimate goal is to cross this yard of bricks on Saturday and duplicate the feat of Jarrett, Earnhardt, and Gordon as winners of the PPG Cup at Indianapolis.
When you have 51 cars attempting to qualify for a 43-car starting field, there is no margin for error. You must push to the edge of the envelope and then quite possibly a little bit beyond. Yesterday, the need for speed bit a couple of serious contenders. With 10 minutes remaining in the final practice, Lake Speed, Delta Fawcett Ford, slipped in water coming into turn 4 and slammed the outside wall. Just before that incident, Mike Skinner Chevrolet hit oil in turn 3 from Bill Elliott's blown engine. The resulting contact wiped out his Chevrolet Monte Carlo. And just before noon today, rookie Ron Barfield, New Holland Ford, pancaked the wall in turn 4. Today, Lake Speed has been forced to go to a backup car, which originally was 1 second slower than yesterday. But after a little massaging, it's only 0.05 of a second slower, which means this car is still faster than the track record. Ron Barfield, only sheet metal damage on the right side of his New Holland Ford. He'll qualify with the same tires that bounced off the wall. But behind me, Mike Skinner, not quite so lucky. His backup car is a super speedway car from California that has big fenders. Aerodynamically not suited to qualify that well here at Indianapolis. New fenders will come in the morning. But more problems for Skinner. They found aluminum in the Oberg filter just moments ago, and now they're going to rapidly change an engine. So back here in the garage, the thrash for qualifying day continues.
The need for speed today is there. You need one lap to be very, very fast. 2.5 hours of practice this morning, not to make your car good, to make your car perfect. Why did some guys have problems here in the first 2 days? Because the slow need to go faster, and the fast need to be the fastest. There was a feeling that maybe after two or three events here, that this would be just another race at just another track, but that's clearly not the case. Why? The prestige, the purse maybe. Today is very important because of the pole and a spot in the Busch Clash. The track record here is clearly in jeopardy, and among guys that would like to knock it down are Johnny Benson and David Green. There are two teams changing engines in the garage. The pressure for the pole is about to begin.
And so in just a moment, the cars will begin to move out onto the racetrack one at a time. Some will be trying to duplicate the feat turned in by Rick Mast 3 years ago and by Jeff Gordon the last 2 years. Others will just simply be trying to get to the top 25.
Qualifying year is so doggone important because passing is at a premium at this racetrack. Flat racetrack, only 9 degrees in the corner. And when you follow that car, you lose the air. The downforce on the front of your car becomes awfully hard to pass. So you want to start up front as far as you can, because if you don't, if you're mired back past the top 25, they'll want to change 2 tires on some of the pit stops, fuel only. You'll be skating all day long for 400 miles.
How about the qualifying order? Well, Jeff Green drew the first position. However, notice the little yellow arrow there beside the name of Mike Wallace. You will see that yellow arrow on 2 other drivers also. The Cummins 200 NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race is scheduled for IRP tonight in Indianapolis Raceway Park. And so 3 drivers, including Rich Bickle there, will be given the opportunity to be first out here today at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway so that they can qualify and race at Indianapolis Raceway Park in the Cummins 200 NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series event. ESPN, the world leader in motorsports coverage, welcomes you live to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and Busch Pole qualifying for Saturday's Brickyard 400. It's a beautiful day, and drivers are going to be shooting for the pole position. Now, there are several that already have 2 poles this year. Mike Skinner, Mark Martin, Dale Jarrett, and Joe Nemechek. The others listed there have 1 pole position. All are eligible for the Busch Clash, which will be held at Daytona International Speedway in February.
And also the driver that wins the most pole positions picks up a $50,000 bonus from the Busch people.
So with beautiful blue skies overhead, we are getting set to begin qualifying. And Rich Bickle, one of those who will be driving in the truck race tonight that Benny Parsons and Dave Despain and Marty Reed will be covering on ESPN2. He's qualifying here this afternoon. Here's Jerry Punch.
Well, Rich Bickle this morning was here to practice from 9:30 until 11 o'clock, and then he had to hustle over to Indianapolis Raceway Park for the Craftsman Truck Series, where he practiced from 11:30 to 12:30. By the way, he's the fastest truck in practice. He came back here for qualifying, which we're getting ready to have in a moment here at 1:30. By 2 o'clock, he's supposed to be in a police car, headed back to IRP for practice from 2 to 2:30. He qualifies at 4:30 and will race tonight, which you will see on ESPN at 8:30 p.m. So a busy day for Bickle.
And that race tonight will be on ESPN2.
Rich Bickle did not qualify for last year's race. He started 36th and finished 37th 2 years ago. And in the first race, he started 19th and finished 29th.
And this morning's practice was the 4th fastest car, so we might see just what kind of speed we're going to have to come up with to qualify for the Brickyard 400.
He ran 177.452, and they're shooting for the record of 176.419 set by Jeff Gordon last year. There have been a total of 18 drivers exceed the speed achieved by Gordon last year in qualifying. So it should be a record-breaking day here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in terms of the NASCAR Winston Cup cars.
And that is Darrell Waltrip's car. The 26 car belongs to Darrell Waltrip, the KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken, the sponsor here this weekend. Let's see, Rich Bickle, 51.111 seconds, average speed 176.087 miles per hour.
So he's considerably slower than his practice time, but he has qualified now, and Bobby Hamilton will be the next to go onto the racetrack as Rich Bickle comes in.
Bickle lost about 0.4 of a second from this morning's practice speed. This morning had run 177.5. And there we see Jeff Green, Cartoon Network car. He was the 6th fastest car in practice this morning.
And again, he's being allowed to qualify in, or out of order, I should say, because he has to get out to race. Oh, I'm sorry.
Come on, man. Pay attention.
The Cartoon Network car. This is the driver that was supposed to be the first out.
Exactly. Now you're cooking.
Now I'm going.
And there we see the speeds of Jeff Green versus our pole sitter of Rich Bickle.
Hey, John, I see ya.
The yellow arrows are pointing to are the speeds achieved by the pole sitter. At one qualifier, he is the pole sitter at the moment. And then coming up on the screen are the speeds achieved by the car on the racetrack. Jeff Green, of course, has never raced here at Indianapolis.
I just got home from the doctors. Nothing important, just certifications to stay in my status. But I will be on the camera in just a minute, just finishing up a little bit of lunchy duties and hippie things.
Team manager, right? Racing manager for Diamond Ridge is gone now. Wes Ward has taken over that position. Remember, he was Jeff Green's crew chief on the NASCAR Busch Series car. He is now team manager for Diamond Ridge.
Well, Jeff is going to be very disappointed after a 177.043 this morning. He runs a 173.779. What in the world would account for that much loss of speed?
Well, it's hotter, it is warmer, but this is qualifying. Practice and qualifying is two entire different things.
The pressure is on, and Bobby Hamilton is the next to feel that pressure as he takes the STP Pontiac onto the racetrack. And Bill Weber is with Jeff Burton.
And he's standing here next to his Exide Ford. You were quick in the top 10 here, but speed seemed to be down a little bit among the guys going early, Jeff.
Well, I don't know if it's the racetrack as far as going early or if it's just that we haven't run on the track for a little while when it's hot. I suspect that everybody's gotten a little bit loose right now, and just nobody's been running on the racetrack, and makes a little bit slower.
You come in here on a pretty good roll.
Yeah, we do. Qualifying is real important here. As you can see, everybody wants to be down here. It's pretty important where you start, and we put a lot of pressure on ourselves to make a good qualifying lap. We put more effort into this qualifying than we have all year long. So hope we'll have a good result from it.
Good luck. Thanks. That's Jeff Burton, his Exide Ford, 7th fastest in the morning practice session. To Jerry Punch with Rich Bickle.
Rich, the first car out, 176.087, 51.111, about 4/10 slower than what you run about an hour and a half ago.
Well, I think it's a disadvantage going out first, but the track was slick. I pushed and I got a little bit loose off of 2, and I was hanging on. But I'll tell you what, to come here and to run as good as we have for the first time this season, I got to thank Darrell Waltrip and the whole team for giving me this opportunity. The Kentucky Fried Chicken people, they come on board, and we were 4th quickest in practice this morning. But I'll tell you, if we make the top 25, I'll be tickled to death, because this is very hard to do.
All right, go hustle out the IRP and get one tonight.
Yeah, we just went over there and practiced. We ran fast in practice, so now we go back over there and practice again and qualify tonight.
All right, Rich Bickle, thus far the quickest car in qualifying.
Bobby Hamilton is also slower than the morning practice, 177.781 in practice. In qualifying, 176.053. So currently he is in 2nd position, as Bickle has the pole at the moment. Next to go out on
This is continuing watching what I was watching yesterday. We were watching practice on a Wednesday.
Started in 4th position and finished 16th.
They didn't have anything for Thursday, so I'm thinking, I remember flying into Indy at night. I got, because when I stepped out of the limo, it's kind of like foggy, rainy-ish, and I'm wondering if it was raining on Thursday, and I come in Thursday night, which would mean I might be there now. But I have a hard time remembering, okay, 1 or 2 nights at the hotel, I can't remember. I remember not wanting to leave, but I did ride home in the transporter truck in the number 7.
I thought going into this deal, so now we're going to go again probably.
I do remember that, because I remember going through the tunnel in Ohio.
Well, Sterling Marlin was one of the top 15.
I'll be right with Joe.
He sits in the Kodak Film Chevy ready to roll out. How about your chances here, Sterling? The speed's down here among the guys running.
Hotter than what we run this morning. Usually everybody's going to slow down, so maybe everybody's in the same boat, but I told them I'd take a 50-90 for to run in practice and not even go out here, but we'll see what we got. Maybe we wind up in the top 5. We got a little bit left. We hope so, and hope it works.
That's Sterling Marlin. He's 3 cars away from going out.
Ed Schrader takes the checkered flag and completes his 1-lap qualifying effort. Here at the Brickyard, he becomes our 4th qualifier, and he becomes the temporary pole sitter. The lap of 176.170, but still we do not have a new track record as Jeff Gordon holds on to it. A lot of qualifying to go, however. Back with more of it in a moment. ESPN's coverage of Busch Pole qualifying here on Speed World for the Brickyard 400 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Being brought to you by Miller Lite. Reminds you that anything can happen at Miller time. By the more than 1,625 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. And by Pennzoil, formulated for today's stop and go driving. Stop, go, Pennzoil. Jeff Burton has just become our 5th qualifier, and he has the slowest speed so far at a 170.
That's Jeff Purvis.
Oh, okay.
Come on,
172.735.
I don't know what I'm going to do with you.
Now on the racetrack.
Let me see. Don't say anything. Wait till we see it. It's Jeff Burton, I'll bet. There we go.
How about that? You're absolutely right. Jeff Burton. His best start at a Brickyard, 18th 2 years ago. His best finish was 11th last year. And here's Dr. Punch again.
Bobby Hamilton's STP Pontiac. Bobby, 51.121 seconds, a little bit slower, but everyone is slowing down.
It seems to be. It's not a big surprise. You know, the track stayed, everybody stayed off it for an hour or so, and it starts slowing down. 2 or 3 o'clock, I ought to start slowing down a lot, but you know, that's good enough time to get us in the top 25, I think, and get the thing ready to race. That's the main thing.
All right, Bobby Hamilton comfortably in the top 25 with the STP colors.
And Jeff Burton is about to complete his run, coming off of corner number 4.
This morning running 50.83, 177 miles per hour. If he can duplicate that, he will be on the pole. Let's see, what did he do?
And with a new track record.
51.467. Average speed 174.869. He'll also be disappointed.
He sure did. Here's Bill Weber.
Standing alongside Mike Wallace, his Pontiac.
This is one of Jack Roush's cars at 99.
Mike, a new ride for you, a new
Now
week.
this
You're
is
one of the guys
Mike
looking for a little more
Wallace.
speed.
He's in a different ride now.
I
My
don't care
dad
if
started
Pontiac
the season with Mike Wallace.
Or I'm not up to speed.
They
I'm not
ran
sure which
2
one it is,
races
but,
and
we're gonna work
a
on hard,
91
hopefully get a good
Spam car, but I
qualifying lap here. I'd like
think
to thank
that's
Richard
the
Jackson and
car
his whole family for giving me the
that
opportunity
Greg
to run here at
Sachs
the
will be
Brickyard,
in, because
we'll
Mike
run here and
Wallace
we'll
is
go
out
around
of that
up here,
ride and
right
gone
here,
to
run
another
IRP
ride.
tonight.
There was
Mike
some
Wallace ready to qualify. Jerry.
shenanigans on
Kenny
that
Schrader thus far on
team.
the pole, 51.087.
Now Mike Wallace, I
Kenny,
think,
good luck to you.
has Kenny
Yeah,
Wallace's
those
old
Chevrolet
crew
running
chief,
good,
Gil
but,
Martin,
I'm thinking 12th, Jerry.
and
I mean, we were
my
8th in
dad
practice, 12th
is
to 15th,
probably
though.
giving
We slowed
Newt
up a
Moore
little bit
a
too much, I
hand
think. Didn't get a lap we were
on the
comfortable with.
The car a little loose in
81.
qualifying.
I don't know if they make the show. I know I'm scoring the 7
Didn't get it together.
All right, Kenny
for
Schrader's car, Jesse
Jeff
James
Borden
trying to steal a pole here, but his prediction is
at
he'll
this
end up
track
12th
for
to
this
15th.
race.
Sterling Marlin
But this
on the
is
racetrack, about
qualifying,
to enter
so.
the backstretch on his qualifying attempt. Sterling started in 3rd position in the 2nd row here 2 years ago. His best finish was also that year when he finished 7th. Down that long 5/8 of a mile straightaway into turn number 3. And you can see on the scoring pylon the 6 qualifiers that we have had so far, led by Kenny Schrader.
Sterling Marlin looks like he's had a pretty good lap so
I think
far.
I can
He's
put
getting
on
down
camera.
right on the white line. He might have missed that corner just a little bit as he came off turn 4 down for the checkered flag. Kodak Film Chevrolet.
Ran 176.620 in the practice this morning. Let's see what he does for his official qualifying effort.
51.143, 175.977, and you'll see that sticks him in the 4th spot.
He moves between Bobby Hamilton and Jeff Burton. So at the moment, Sterling Marlin, 4th fastest of the 7 qualifiers that we have had. Next to go out is Mark Martin, who started from the front row last year here at Indianapolis. Started in 2nd position and ended up 4th. And
Turn my head
punches
too
with
quick.
his teammate Jeff Burton, who's already qualified.
I leave it off one ear so that I can hear everything in the house, which I might have to shut.
It's a real shame. We've been real good all
My
day.
son's on the phone.
We just didn't guess right for the weather. We had a conversation about it. Just didn't make the right changes.
What happened to the car? Did the car just get really, really loose?
Yeah, we were just. I just had to hang on. I tried to run hard. And, probably would have been better to try to run easy, but I ran like I've been trying to run all day and like I had run all day and just couldn't do it.
All right, Jeff Burton turns in a 51.467 right now, which puts him in 5th overall.
And Rick Mast is buckling into the Remington Ford. Won the first pole here at the Brickyard 400. How about for the 4th Brickyard 400, Rick? Can you get yourself
Camera's
a pole
up high. I
It's
have
going
to
slow
tap
enough,
it
looks like.
down.
Maybe we will. You know, we did a lot of work with the race setup here. We didn't concentrate much on qualifying. This morning we did a little bit. Ran pretty good. We felt like we're pretty good. Never did a full bonsai run. I don't really know what we've got. We feel like we know what we've got for
That's
Saturday.
a little
but not right
better.
now. But the track's, it's gotten a little hotter. This track changes tremendously with the weather. You know, we figured that out the first year. It's a little
Oh
bit slower.
boy, I'm
so,
exhausted.
but they're
That's
good.
why I
They're good.
didn't open the
And during
camera,
wait
because
before he
I'm
comes
like,
in, Mark Martin takes the checkered flag.
I've been
Mark Martin
overtraining.
was 17th fastest this morning in practice at 176.4.
Not on purpose.
How'd he do,
Let's
BP?
watch racing.
51.453,
Let's watch some
average speed
Indy.
174.917.
Tell you what, to be at that track was just incredible. It was
So we'll take a break
absolutely
here and be back with
number
more
one
first
track I've ever been
qualifying at the
to.
Indianapolis Motor
I've
Speedway
only
for
been
the
there
Brickyard
once,
400.
too.
Ken Schrader's
I've been
on
to
the provisional pole.
50-something tracks.
Mike Wallace is on the racetrack, just completing his run off of corner number 4. Mike's best speed so far in the practice, 173.100. Crosses the line, and in just a moment, we'll see what his qualifying effort turned out to be.
See, this is a car that was had been driven by Jerry Nadeau for the last 5 races. Mike Wallace, 52.246, average speed 172.262, and that, as you can see, is 9th.
He is the slowest of the 9 qualifiers that we have had so far. Up next, scheduled to be Rick Mast, who 3 years ago here at the Brickyard was the pole sitter and led them to the green. In fact, led the first lap of competitive stock car racing here in Indianapolis.
He was sticking out funny. I had it tied up for the doctor.
Practice this morning, you ran a 51.
And it was half wet, so now it's dried off.
2.243, the 19th fastest
But
of the session.
you know my hair is always mussed up in every picture you'll probably ever see.
What he did this morning.
Jerry is standing by with Sterling Marlin.
Sterling 51.143. Unlike others, you didn't slow down that much.
Well, must have hit a pretty good lap, but we had a little bit left this morning. The guys really hadn't tuned on the motor that hard, and they beat on it a little bit. And some of the car got through the corners pretty good. We tightened it up a little bit, anticipating the track was going to be a little slick, and it drove pretty good, just a little bit loose. But I thought we might have run a 90 looking at the RPMs and stuff going down the track, but we give it all we had.
All right, Sterling Marlin's Kodak Chevrolet currently 4th overall.
Now, when you hear drivers say that for instance, he said he was going to run a 90, that is related to the time. In other words, 50.90.
Exactly. The competitors, the drivers, the mechanics, they all talk in seconds. He said we ran an 80. That's a 50.80. The fans and the media translate everything over to miles per hour, and that's how we translate. Everything we show you is miles per hour. In other words, the fastest speed 176.170, and that speed was by Kenny Schrader. Here comes Rick Mast, checkered flag, completes his qualifying run, and don't you know he's breathing a sigh of relief. Made it back.
I think the reason that the fans and the media, he falls into 5th position, 175.709, is because we can, relate to speed going down the highway. We know that we go 75 or 70 or 65 or 55 miles an hour down the highway. These guys going 175.
Bill Weber?
Standing here with Bobby Labonte, and so you're not going to bust off a 50-20? Is that what you're saying? Everything's slowed down?
I think the track slowed down enough. I was really preparing myself for it, but I think now I think I'll hold back a little bit on that. I tell you what, we haven't got down, but the 51.01 or 03 or something like that is the best we run. So it'd be nice if we can do that again, but that's even going to be hard to do, I think, right now.
Okay, good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Bobby Labonte drives car number 18. They were 18th on the practice sheet this morning, Jerry.
Well, Mark Martin's Valvoline Ford, Mark, a 2-time pole sitter this year, 51.453, very close to what your teammate Jeff Burton ran.
Yeah, we're both going to be in the back, but, we hadn't had it since we've been here. We've been racing really good everywhere we go, haven't been qualifying well, so we'll just have to take that and get ready to try to win this thing.
As you watch Lake Speed pull on the racetrack, I got to ask you, with the kind of year you're having, doesn't make any difference where you start. The way you've been driving that car and the way this car's been running, it seems like things always work for the better.
Well, the car's been working really good this year, and that's all we can do. We can just, we can't qualify better than that, because that's all the faster it'll go.
All right, but race day, watch out for this guy. Mark Martin will be a factor not only on Saturday, but for that Winston Cup title as well.
Here's Lake Speed, and when we went off the air yesterday with our coverage, Lake was the fastest, but a lot happened after we went off the air. He had a crash and then brought out the backup car. And as Jerry told you earlier in the show, this backup car is just a little bit slower than the car he was fastest in yesterday. He's about to complete his run this morning in this car. Lake Speed ran a 176.529, a 50.983.
Which would be fast enough if he could duplicate that speed. No, 51.614.
That was my team the prior year. I have a pretty cool story about why it is red. It started out, well, it's Ace Hardware, of course, when he goes to that area. But the biggest thing about his red car, it was going to be the Nebraska Huskers. If you look up Lake Speed Nebraska Huskers, it was like a great sponsorship from a college alumni that Mark Melling got. But between NASCAR and the alumni that didn't like racing, it all fell apart. So a lot of merch was made, but it was a race team that never happened. It was painted one time, and that merch is probably worth quite a bit because it's very rare.
I kind of knew better than what we did. We had the car a little bit loose, you know what I mean, for qualifying. Hot as it got, it was a little bit too loose, so we'll see.
All right, right, that's the man who won the first pole. You're watching the man who won the second and third poles at the Brickyard 400.
Jeff Gordon's starting positions, third the first year and the pole position the last 2 years. There's his wife, Brooke, looking on as Jeff goes down the backstretch on his qualifying run.
Boy, they struggled yesterday. This 24, the DuPont car was, I think, 33rd in yesterday's practice runs. Boy, goes up right against the outside retaining wall. Jeff is using all the racetrack just like he did last year when he won the pole. Here he comes for 4, down for the checkered flag.
And hometown favorite Jeff Gordon, who grew up in Pittsburgh, Indiana, just west of Indianapolis, has qualified for his 4th Brickyard 400. And the time and speed report shows us that, well, a little disappointing, I would say.
51.412, average speed 175.056. Jeff Gordon currently 6th.
The pole sitter continues to be Ken Schrader. Back with more qualifying in a moment. Back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where Brickyard
I was looking up the merch. They even had the black paint scheme there. That I'd never seen.
478, average speed 174.832. Rick Wilson currently 9th.
Bill Weber is standing by with Darrell Waltrip.
And Darrell talking over the last-minute pre-qualifying instructions with crew chief Jeff Hammond. I don't know how fast this car is, but this chrome is very bright. How fast can you hustle it around here?
They had the red on black.
We made a couple little changes, anticipating it's going to be a little hotter, a little slicker. Jeff and I were just talking about that, and he's telling me that it's going to be okay, and I'm saying, are you sure? So we're working on each other mentally right now. We've been working mechanically all morning. Now we're working mentally, but I think we'll be okay. We'll be fair.
I think these guys that go later might have a little bit of an advantage, BP, after seeing how the cars have slowed up. They're changing air pressure and making some other adjustments down here along pit road.
You know, Jeff Gordon yesterday, Bill, was talking about when the sun starts setting and we get the shade of the front grandstand on the front straight, how the cars do get faster. Here's Ed Barrier out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Where I had mentioned the Nebraska Huskers. This was the merch, some of the merch that was made. And what's crazy about all of this is I had a sweatshirt that was red. I see they made a white car, but I remember seeing the car all painted up in red with white numbers, I want to say. I never saw the black, but it definitely had this logo on the hood.
I don't know. The decals must have got lost. Maybe they're on that Federal Express.
It's very similar, I'm not sure. But anyway, that, I don't know what kind of merch ended up going out, but I remember the red car for sure. See all related items.
Have currently qualified, and he becomes our 14th.
And he's 11th, 51.760 average speed, 173.879 for Barry. And there you see the complete rundown. All the cars that
That's weird. So maybe we had prototypes
got a glimpse of the speeds they've run. And Kenny Slater.
We had the clothing.
Bobby Labonte is next up in the Interstate Batteries Pontiac. His best start here was 5th, and that was in the first
Interesting,
year,
though. We never had any of this, but I knew some merch was being made.
Was a 9th 2 years ago.
Cool.
You know, 51 seconds around this racetrack. That's a long time to hold your breath, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
But I do remember a red car coming out with the logos, but I don't know if this photos of it anywhere.
Surprised we haven't seen the record broken yet, because 18 cars had been above the record in the practice, but so far Jeff Gordon hangs on to his one-lap track record as the
My son is on the telephone, so I'm sorry if you hear a little bit of background noise about cars. He's discussing motor issue. Anyway, nothing big in there. But yeah, that was strange. That was why it was red the first time, though.
Called rumble strips, some pieces of plastic there that to get there the cars have to run over them, and they're small mini speed bumps. I don't believe many cars are going to be down there.
I think they said those things are 1.5 inches high, but they look like mountains.
And Labonte goes in turn 3. Comes off turn 4.
But we were at this track. I was, like I said, scoring for the 7 car. I would have arrived the night before if the... I traveled with the race day cruise, whatever that would be, on that timeline. And there was a road crew that would go up early for the early practices and such.
51.416.
Hello, Pops. How are you? How you doing? Continuing that Indianapolis stuff I was watching yesterday. Now this is the practice on a Friday, and they're going to race on a Saturday, which I was not realizing until I checked dates. I don't know. Well, I hadn't had any ads for a while, but I watch a lot of this guy's content.
Steve Grissom in the Kodiak Chevrolet has just completed his qualifying
Michael
run.
McIntyre.
And Benny,
good one. He is 6th. There you see it.
His
175,
website.
415, speed 51.307 seconds. So Steve Grissom, good run.
and the NFL preseason. Yes, it's time for football once again. It all kicks off tonight here on ESPN as the New England Patriots take on the Green Bay Packers in a rematch of Super Bowl 31. It all begins at 8 o'clock Eastern Time tonight here on ESPN. So Ken Schrader, the provisional pole sitter right now, and Rich Bickle, believe it or not, is the second.
I was seeing
fastest
something
qualifier
white
that
on
we
my
have
shirt. I
had
forgot
in
I had the
first
New Smyrna
16.
Speedway.
On the racetrack right now
New
is
Smyrna.
Darrell Waltrip. We talked to him
Right
just a
there.
few minutes ago. And Bill Weber is with Jeff Gordon.
And Jeff Gordon is back here behind
New
his garage
Smyrna
explaining
shirt.
to the crush of media people back
he's
here
got
exactly
this-
what happened on that lap. And basically, it's obvious that it wasn't the lap he was hoping for. And we'll just dive in here in a second.
Oh,
and,
my hair's
get
in the
his
way.
thoughts.
Never mind.
He's explaining it to all his hometown fans right now.
Says
And
I survived
so what
9
do you tell
nights
all
at
these
New
people,
Smyrna.
Jeff?
No, I didn't
Trying not
the
to go
year this
hoarse.
shirt
I
was
don't know, I've
bought.
been
My
talking a
sister
lot this
went,
week.
but
Yeah, it just wasn't
yeah.
wasn't quite what we were looking for.
I'd done it
Our
before.
worst case scenario during qualifying was whether or not it got tied off. I got tied off. So it looks like a lot of guys, tracks caught a lot of guys off guard. And it caught us off guard. We're gonna pay the price for it. I mean, that's what happens here. The guy who guesses the best for qualifying. We picked up
okay,
over a
that's
second in the
Waltrip.
last practice. We're starting
I forgot
to
this
get
was
where we
his
need to be, and,
silver
we'll
year,
find out what happens after
50,
go to work on the race
50th
soon.
And go rest your voice.
birthday or
Hopefully go
any
rest my voice.
silver
That's
year.
Jeff Gordon, obviously
Anyway. I think he
disappointed,
was
but, still taking some time to
retiring,
explain everything
maybe?
down here. It's a little crowded down here, guys.
Darrell Waltrip's car is on the outside pole right now with Rich Bickle driving. Let's see, can the boss beat his?
Hey, he did it.
50.886, 176.866. We'll never hear the end of it. DW is on the pole. So
not too bad for an old man.
Track record. Darrell Waltrip snatches the pole away from Ken Schrader.
Might be when he
We'll be
does
back
his
in a
little
moment.
happy dance. I can't remember when that was. No, that was winning maybe Martinsville.
Darrell Waltrip has just taken the pole position away from Ken Schrader and broken the track record. Listen to the crowd here at Indy.
Okay, I remembered that. See. I
We
remember
haven't
that.
seen that since he won the Daytona 500, Doc.
She was very nice, and they had like great relationship for racing.
Oh, they can't wait to get to him. They've all got to Darrell Waltrip.
Everybody trying to get to DW down here as you watch him celebrate. Let's get over here and get a comment from DW if we can, as they tears in Stevie's eyes and DW talking here, big smiles. Darrell, DW, congratulations. What a run. A big hug from Jeff Hammond. Stevie's crying here behind you. Jeff said, I believed in you. I believed. I knew you could do it. DW, congratulations.
I giggle when I see all these people like Jeff Hammond because the girls, they pit talk, you know. And I just chuckle at hearing the
You
stories.
said you made some changes after the Rich Bickle run. You knew you wanted to change
They're
the car.
stories
obviously
now,
that's
but
been a huge help.
You know, that's just another good
It's
indication
like,
why you need two
never
cars.
mind.
Rich came in, said DW, the track was this way, made a couple of minor changes, really helped. So he's good, and we are too.
All right, DW, ready for Saturday?
Oh, I'm so pumped. This is going to be a great weekend. I can't wait. I'm just really excited.
All right, Darrell Waltrip thus far on the provisional pole. He's so high he can go duck hunting with a rake right now, right, Benny?
I'm telling you, look at that DW on the top of the pylon at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Jeff
This
Bodine
should go
qualified
right
just a moment
into
ago. He
the
is currently in
race.
16th spot. Jeff's time 172.944. There you see him in 16th. Jeff Bodine, the QVC Ford. And no, there has not been an announcement from Jeff Bodine concerning his new owners. He's talking about next week.
They had a news conference scheduled and it was canceled, so it'll be next week. Well, Tim Steele has clocked in, but it's a 19th fastest speed at 171.484, a 52.483. He's the slowest of the 19 so far. Darrell was quoted as saying, these guys that I drive with all can tell you that this place is not special, but Darrell Waltrip says this is not just another race. This is Indy. Dale Jarrett is ready to qualify, and Dale, of course, is the defending champion of this event. While we wait, Bill Weber is with Lake Speed.
And I would have to assume you're disappointed with the events of the last 24 hours.
Well, there's no question about it. You know, when you had a car running as good as we were yesterday in practice, and really had never even made a full-blown qualifying attempt at that time yet either, to lose that car was really devastating to us. But you know, we got a backup car, and the guys are working hard trying to get it up to speed. It's not quite there yet, but you know, we'll keep working at it. This is a good race team, and we'll be able to come back and just try to put up a good lap tomorrow.
All right, that's Lake Speed hoping for a good lap in second round tomorrow.
Dale Jarrett on the racetrack, and he has not had all that great a starting position.
I can see over sideways. I've had the mic off because my son's on the telephone.
Darrell Waltrip was 166. Dale Jarrett is 167. The same speed off turn 2. Let's see what's going to happen going in turn 3.
Mike Greenberg, thank you at ESPN News. We are live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as Bush Pole qualifying for the Brickyard 400 is underway. The defending champion of the race is about to qualify, and the speeds may indicate a new pole position. Darrell Waltrip is currently on the pole. He just qualified a few minutes ago. Let's see if Jarrett can knock him off and become the pole sitter.
Dale Jarrett is first, 50.706. Average speed 177.494 miles per hour.
And Darrell Waltrip was right. He said just a few minutes ago that it wouldn't hold up his speed, and he's right, it didn't. But Darrell will
might be a Dale and Dale front row.
Starting position undoubtedly for race day, and the pole position now goes to Dale Jarrett. Back with more from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in a moment.
Just really weird when you do
Greg Sachs has just
score a race,
15th
you're just looking at your own car.
174.317.
That's the team my dad started out with in the beginning of the year, but they had zero power. They were like 7 miles per hour off of the Daytona time, and, you know, just had no power. So they didn't make that race. In the second race, it was a mess. It'll be in the book. But it was a mess. And he quit. And he ended up helping the 43 Lance BGN team for a little bit. And then he is with Kenny Wallace now, I think, helping Newt more. I can't remember when Newt called him in, but I remember meeting Kenny and Newt at Charlotte, which was the race prior. So I'm thinking my dad's, at least if he wasn't on the payroll, he might have been chit-chatting with Newt, either at the track or on the phone. But I'm not sure. I know they had just lost their crew chief, Bill Martin, and he went to Mike Wallace's team. And that was a lot of more personal stuff going on behind the scenes, which I know about, but most people don't write that in the book.
Neat to be a part of it and be here in Indianapolis. All right,
but anyway, Gil left. Newt Moore ended up being the crew chief, and he hired my dad at one point to do the chassis work.
Good lap for Michael Waltrip. We can see that 22 cars have now qualified. There's the rundown.
Michael Waltrip started 7th a couple of years ago. His best finish in a Brickyard 400 was 8th in the inaugural year. Kenny Wallace now goes on to the racetrack trying to qualify for his 3rd Brickyard 400.
Kenny Wallace has been struggling.
Yes.
I guess that's an understatement.
173.193 has been his fastest lap. That was this morning in practice at 51.965.
There we see the complete rundown. There's the 22 cars that have qualified. The 61 car is Tim Steele. At 12 is Jeff Purvis.
I'm not sure they make the field. I know a lot of people went home.
Recognize most of the other numbers on there.
Dale Jarrett, 50.706 seconds, 177.484 miles an hour. What a lap.
It was a good lap. A good race car that I've got. We've been really pleased with it since the first lap on the racetrack last week when we were here testing. Probably not as good as I could have gotten. I know the track is slowed down, and we expected that, but I got a little conservative on my line getting into turn 1, and that hurt me a little bit. And I got on the strips there a little bit, but yeah, it didn't hurt my exit any. I just probably left a little bit on the table right there. Probably just enough for Ernie and maybe another one or two to beat me.
Did you make some major changes in the car this morning, knowing it was getting warmer through the middle of the afternoon?
You know, really, we didn't change anything. My car, when I ran yesterday afternoon, ran a really fast time. I knew that was in the cool. The sun had gone down, and a couple of the turns were pretty much shaded. This morning, it just kept getting a little hotter and a little hotter, and our car was a little
yesterday.
tight, loosening up. And,
oh, that's good. He made the field.
Air pressure right there, and that's the only thing that we've done with the car. So I'm excited about this car for the race. Whether we get the pole or not, I'm excited about the race. I think it's something we can race with and try to win 2 in a row.
There's a guy named Ned sitting
but they were saying if you were P30 or back, you were in a hot position because of it would go on points, I guess. So it looks like they're safe.
Tomorrow night, but say hello to everyone back home and hope my dad gets to feeling better. He's been a little under the weather, and hopefully he's back here real soon.
All right, a year ago, Dale Jarrett won from 24th starting spot. He won't start nearly that far back here this year.
Kenny Wallace's time, you saw it 51.761, 173.876, currently 18th.
Now the defending NASCAR Winston Cup Series champion Terry Labonte moves on to the track for his qualifying run. He started 21st 3 years ago, 15th 2 years ago, and was 9th last year.
And we talked to Dale Jarrett just a moment ago. Jerry Punch did. I forgot when Dale was on the racetrack, I forgot to tell you, one of his crew members is not here today, Brad Parrott.
Oh, yeah?
He and his wife had a baby boy last night in Charlotte.
Congratulations.
Miles Blake. So congratulations, Brad.
That is really neat. All right, Terry Labonte, we'll watch him as he heads for turn number 3.
The speed with the gold era is the speed that Dale Jarrett ran. And we can see that Labonte is a little bit off the pace. He's about 3 miles per hour going in turn 1, 4 up in the middle of the corner, a couple coming off turn 2, a couple going into turn 3. He's a little bit faster up in turn 3 and a little bit faster in the chute, and I'm sorry, a little bit slower in the short chute between 3 and 4 and slower off turn 4. And we can see the pole was 50.706. Terry Labonte's time 51.536, 174.635 miles per hour, currently 15th.
So there's where he fits in with everybody else. Terry Labonte 15th as Dale Jarrett is on the provisional pole, but you're about to go out soon. Ernie Irvin, who was the fastest in practice this morning.
This Jim is laying right here.
25 cars have now qualified. The most recent, Rusty Wallace.
51.695, 174.098. Rusty Wallace currently 18th. As you said, 25 cars have qualified. The bumping process will start with the next car.
I'll be right back. I can actually see the TV, but I gotta use the bathroom.
Game here on ESPN at 8 o'clock. Join Chris
Get another
Berman and Tom
soda.
Jackson at 7:30 Eastern Time as they preview the game. The NFL tonight on ESPN. And then the Patriots and the Packers will go at it in NFL preseason competition. Here's Jerry Punch.
Well, defending Winston Cup champion Terry Labonte's Kellogg Chevrolet just ran a 51.536 second lap. And Terry, I know you're not too happy with that.
Well, we're a little bit loose qualifying. We made some adjustments on it, but we didn't do it quite enough. And I knew when I left the pits and I was loose coming off too, I was going to be in trouble.
Good race car, the same car you ran so well with in California.
Yeah, it's a good car. I think it'll be good in the race. We just missed a little bit today.
All right, Terry Labonte likes to get better in the race. This guy right here was quick this morning. Remember what Dale Jarrett said? I may have left some on the table for my teammate, Ernie Irvan.
And Benny, it's difficult to see exactly whether or not he did get to the rumble strips, but he looked like he did in turn one. He was equal to Jarrett.
He's faster at the start-finish line, 2 miles per hour faster. He's faster in the middle of 1 and 2, and he's 2 miles per hour, 1 mile per hour faster off turn 2. Same going in turn 3. He's a little bit faster. Go off turn 3, same. This is the pole, folks. I predict this is the pole, Bob.
Well, there's a real prediction for you, folks. He's faster in just about every portion of the track and equal.
There's the pole speed. The time to beat 50.706. What did Ernie Irvan do? That's Dale Jarrett's time you're seeing.
He got it. And listen to the crowd again.
50.637, 177.736. You're right. Knocked his teammate Dale Jarrett back to second, and old DW back to third. And the 61 car, Tim Steele, has been bumped.
So at the top of the pylon goes the 28 number, the car belonging to Ernie Irvan, who yesterday was very emotional because of his mom not feeling well and in the hospital, but he has certainly put that aside and done what he needed to do here this afternoon. And boy, it was really, really close between Irvan and Jarrett. Look at this, the speeds through the entire 2.5 mile oval.
At the start-finish line, he's 2 mile per hour faster, Irvan, but 2 mile per hour in the south chute. 1 off turn 2, same at the back stretch. A little bit faster going in turn 3, so he went in the corner just a little bit harder. Same across the short chute, the north chute. And he lost a little bit going in turn 4. Probably because he went in turn 3 so hard.
Probably. Well, Irvan finished second last year to his teammate, and he has always run well here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. His best start, however, in the 2 races that he has started has been 15th. But right now, Ernie Irvan is on the pole, and on the racetrack is Jimmy Spencer.
And we see Jimmy Spencer. He's slower at the start-finish line, slower in 1, 5 miles per hour slower down in the south short chute, 3 mile per hour in turns. Ooh, boy, did he almost hit the wall there, or what? And we see that Spencer is just a little bit slower than Ernie Irvan all the way around the racetrack.
Best practice lap this morning was 175.991, a 51.139. Jimmy Spencer completes the qualifying run, and he checks in
19th, 51.647, average speed 174.280.
And Ernie Irvan steps out of the car. Jerry?
Ernie 177.736 miles an hour. Your teammate Dale Jarrett said he may have left some on the table for you, and you took it.
Well, I left a lot on the table too, but you know, this is the fastest right now, but it's going to be hard to have that hold up.
How tough was it for you? We talked yesterday. I mean, it's so hard to focus on what the task at hand is here when your emotions are so far away, but you were able to do it. Somehow you put that car thus far on the pole.
Well, I mean, they gave me a great race car. This car really tested real good, and that's the one we kind of picked out.
I'm still here. I just grabbed a snack.
And Doug and all the guys in the motor shop, they made it a lot easier. And thing is, my mother knows that racing's in my heart and racing's in her heart. So there's nothing I can do at the hospital right now. So the best thing I can do is get the pole.
All right, we'll say a prayer for you also, Ernie, and you and your mom.
Thank you.
So his mother, Joe Irvan, back in the hospital and critical. There is his teammate, Dale Jarrett. I'd like to congratulate Ernie. And that is the front row thus far in qualifying. Dale Jarrett and Ernie Irvan as qualifying for the pole continues for the 4th annual Brickyard 400 here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We'll be right back.
Chips.
Are you
and
getting SSDI or disability benefits right now?
Some,
listen closely to this message.
what do they call it? Chicken fingers.
Or disability benefits, this is your last shot.
Got them from the deli at the grocery. I gotta reheat them.
$500 on the DS&P plan. If you want the Healthy Allowance grocery card that works at Walmart and other stores, You have to sign up today. For those who don't know, there's a special card made for people on SSD.
28 cars have qualified. Here are the top 15. Ernie Irvan has the provisional pole with a new track record, 177.736, and his teammates alongside.
Darrell Waltrip, Kenny Schrader, Rich Bickle, Bobby Hamilton, Sterling Marlin, Rick Mast, Michael Waltrip, Steve Grissom rounds out the top 10. Then it's Jeff Gordon, Bobby Labonte, Sterling Marlin, and
the rest of them.
Let's go to 16th. We will see Labonte, Speed,
Sounds like a
Spencer,
wicked good
Rusty
idea,
Wallace,
though.
Barrier, Kenny Wallace,
Chips and
Jeff
ice
Green,
cream
and
way
Morgan Shepherd.
smarter than
Qualifies 24th at
chips and chicken fingers.
173.604. That's the car that qualified while we were away. The Jasper engine Ford.
And now Ron Barfield will go on to the racetrack. Remember, Ron had a problem this morning coming out of turn number 4. The car into the outside wall on the right side of the car. Just kind of pancaked it, as Jerry said earlier. Let's see what Ron Barfield can do trying to make his first Brickyard 400.
And right now, Tim Steele, Mike Wallace, and Jeff Purvis have been bumped from the top 25. Jeff Bodine, has been bumped as well. Ron Barfield, 11. 51.403, 175.087. Put Barfield in 11th, and that will bump Jeff Bodine and put Morgan Shepherd on the bubble.
That's a good run for Ron Barfield. He has never competed here at the Brickyard 400, but a very, very solid qualifying effort. Ted Musgrave is next, the Family Channel Prime Star Ford.
And this is a guy, this might be a sleeper right here. Yesterday he ran about as fast as Ernie Irvan did in qualifying.
Machine is number 16.
There's Ron Barfield's car owner, Bill Elliott, the driver of the McDonald's Ford.
Ted Musgrave ran a 176.9 yesterday. This morning he wasn't quite that fast, a 176.1. But nevertheless, we'll keep an eye on him and see if how he qualifies.
Here he comes
Green
by.
flag.
Green flag. Starts for qualifying.
Ted Musgrave started 37th in the inaugural race, was 19th the next year, and last year he started 21st and ended in 21st position. 13th is his best finish here in Indianapolis. That was in 1994.
Here he comes. Close up against the wall on the short chute. Here's our map. Let's see how he's doing. I don't think he's going to sit on the pole. We can see his 8 mile per hour at the start-finish line. 7 going in turn 1. 4 in the south chute. 3 coming off turn 2. He's 2 mile per hour going in turn 3 slower.
Wow, about 9 miles an hour slower in turn 3.
3 in the middle of the corner. So, yep. Ted Musgrave will not beat Ernie Irvan. We'll see where he fits in the starting lineup.
Checkered flag waves, and we have now had 30 cars qualify for the Brickyard 400, and Ted Musgrave is 11th fastest.
51.391, 175.128, 175.128 miles per hour. Bill Weber?
With Bill Elliott, and I was going to talk to you about your car, but I want to talk about Barfield. He knocked out a pretty good lap there.
Yeah, he's been running good out here. You know, we ran some pretty good times in practice, but as far as up here testing, but we haven't been able to duplicate it. We messed up the engine yesterday afternoon, and we had some more problems this morning and just hadn't had a lot of track time, and it's really hurt us this week. And you know, it's pretty hot, so we're going to make a guess and see what we do here in McDonald's Ford.
Is that what you're doing, guessing on this one?
I think everybody's guessing today.
Okay, that's Bill Elliott. Now he's got to try and beat his protege, Ron Barfield, in addition to trying to knock out the pole.
So we'll await Bill Elliott's qualifying run. In the meantime, we'll take a break and be back with more live from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Ricky Craven is disqualified, and the news is not good.
No, 52.522, 171.357, 31st currently. Yeah, he will not be a happy camper, will Ricky?
He's the slowest qualifier that we have had so far, and Jerry is with Ron Barfield.
Well, Ronnie, 51.403 seconds, 175.087. Now, I got to ask you, that was the first lap you've been on the track since you pancaked it this morning. How did it feel?
Man, I tell you, that New Holland car today was running good. And I mean, the last time we went out, we put stickers on the car, and I come up off of turn 4, and I mean, just slapped it just as pretty doggone hard. And, you know, we got back over to the garage, just didn't have enough time to get back out there. And, in fact, it still had the 2 right side tires I hit the wall with earlier. But, you know, it hit it real hard, but just enough to break my momentum going there. But, hey, we'll take that lap. It was a good lap for us. My guys have done a heck of a job. I want to thank New Holland for coming on board with us this year. And, hey, they keep hanging with me. We're going to be all right.
All right, Ronnie Barfield may have disqualified for his first Winston Cup race.
In great fashion, I might add. Here is Kyle Petty in the Hot Wheels Pontiac. Let's take a look
Stella
at the map
wants
to see how
ice
he's
cream,
doing.
so I think we're going to have ice cream. I am getting that right now.
Down in the South chute. And let's see. The pole speed by Ernie Irvin was 50.637 seconds. 177.736 miles per hour. And Kyle's time, 51.774. Average speed, 173.832. He did bump the 29 car of Jeff Green out of the race, but unfortunately, Kyle put himself on the bubble, 25th. There is the complete rundown of the cars that have qualified so far. That's the top 25 and cars that have been bumped. Jeff Green, Morgan Shepherd, Jeff Bodine, Jeff Purvis, and Mike Wallace, Tim Steele, and Ricky Craven.
Okay, on Saturday, we will have the NASCAR on the Grid program at noon here on ESPN as we set the stage for the Brickyard 400, which will be on ABC beginning at 1 o'clock Eastern Time with Jack Arute, Jerry Punch, Bill Weber, Benny, and myself calling the action for you. That's noon at 1 o'clock Eastern Time on Saturday afternoon. Okay, next out to qualify will be Brett Bodine, who finished second here in the inaugural race. His best start was also in 1994. He started in 7th position.
And Brett Bodine has been struggling today, trying to get this close call sport up to speed.
173.324, his best lap this morning. Bill is with Jeremy Mayfield.
Okay, Owensboro kid. I did an online column. I said you're one of the dark horses, but no speed yet, Jeremy. Making me look bad.
Making me look bad too. You know, it's not running good. We don't know what's wrong. We just we tested good here, ran good, brought the same car back. Great race car, you know, good motor and everything else. Just can't run fast.
Stelly wanted ice
You know,
cream,
it's
so
just
I am
qualifying. You know, we
eating
fought
ice
that all year,
cream.
and we feel like, you know, we know after we get through today, we'll
With
be all right.
Stella.
We sure like to come here and qualify better than what we're going to.
Did you struggle yesterday as well?
And we've struggled since we've been here and changed everything we've had on the car. It's nowhere near like it was when we tested. It's just not driving the same, and the speed's not there. So we'll do the best we can, and hopefully we get this Kmart RC Cola Ford at least in the top 25.
Okay, we'll be watching. Good luck. And Brett Bodine has taken the checkered flag. 30th.
52.142 average speed, 172.606. So 30th of the 33 cars that have qualified so far.
And Kyle Petty remains on the bubble. As the next out to qualify will be Bill Elliott. And Elliott had a 175.709 this morning in the practice.
We saw Mike Skinner at the top of the show, folks. If you're watching, you saw Mike Skinner crash up in turn 3 yesterday. Well, Bill Elliott is the culprit who lost the engine and put the oil on the racetrack, or water, or whatever that Skinner got into, caused him to go in the wall. And that's, as Bill said a moment ago to Bill Weber. Bill Elliott said to Bill Weber, that's one problem that he's had, is not enough time on the racetrack.
Elliott has never started outside the top 10 and has never finished outside the top 10 here at Indy. His best finish was 3rd in the inaugural race. His best start was 4th 2 years ago. He's off the second corner and down the backstretch.
And now we can see the map. He's just 1 mile per hour slower going in turn 1, but he's 4 in the south chute. 3 mile per hour slower coming off turn 2. The start finish line, he's 4 mile per hour slower. So I don't think he's going to be able to beat Ernie Irvin. Of course, I don't know if anybody's going to be able to beat Ernie Irvin.
194 there at the start finish line for Elliott, but 199 for Ernie Irvin. That is hauling the mail, isn't it?
So he's probably running 205 by the time he gets down to the start finish line. Bill Elliott will complete his qualifying run. There you see Ernie's time at 177.736. That is the pole so far. Elliott, 8th, 51.185, 175.833, and you can see he's currently in 8th. That will bump Kyle Petty and put Kenny Wallace on the bubble.
So we've still got quite a few cars to qualify, but right now it is Ernie Irvin and Dale Jarrett on the front row for the Brickyard 400.
Chevy Super Cruise, powered by OnStar. And Motor Trend's Best Tech Award for hands-free driving. And a new sense of freedom on the road. And Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Now's the time to spring into a 529 savings plan with Florida Prepaid, as Florida's #1 college savings partner for.
Hut Strickland has just qualified. He is 29th fastest at 173.010. So Kenny Wallace remains on the bubble as 35 cars have now clocked in.
Well, I tell you what, these guys that do not make it today, they're forced with coming back tomorrow and requalifying again. Right now, it's David Green, the Caterpillar car. He's out to push Ernie Irvin off the pole.
Yes.
I like that. Huh?
The weather forecast says that it will increase in temperature a couple of degrees every day, so it is going to be warmer tomorrow than it is today. Not good news for those who didn't make it. Jerry?
Well, Bill Elliott, 51.185 seconds, 175.833 miles an hour. Not bad at all, considering how little track time you've got.
Man, we've struggled all week. You know, yesterday we had a motor mess up. We were going to do some qualifying runs, so that kind of threw all that out the window. And then this morning we had some other problems with water pump and stuff, and we never got really a chance to go out and do what we need to do. And I knew I was better, and I felt like the car's better than what I run here today. But, you know, Mike and I talked about it. We just wanted to get a good, solid lap in and try to get in a race and then kind of work on it from there. But, you know, just I think everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. But fortunately, we got a good race car for this weekend. I think Donald's Ford will run good Saturday afternoon.
Bill Elliott's streak thus far is still intact. He has never started outside the top 10. He is currently 8th in qualifying.
What was that bang? Did the car backfire, Jerry?
Yeah, Benny, it came by, and we all jumped, but I guess maybe that was the afterburner going off.
It must have been.
Look at that. 5th fastest for David Green.
51.093, 176.149. Put David Green in 5th, and he almost pushed Ernie Irvin off the pole.
That's for sure. Man, a really good run. And so Kenny Wallace is bumped out, and on the bubble is Ed Barrier. Reminder once again that at 7:30 tonight, Chris Berman and Tom Jackson will preview the game between the Patriots and the Packers. At 7:30, the game comes on itself. At 8 o'clock, it's a rematch of Super Bowl 31, and it's all live here on ESPN at 8 o'clock Eastern Time this evening. On the track is Wally Dallenbach, and a lot of people are saying this is another sleeper. He has the 10th fastest practice lap at 176.929.
I walked through the garage area just before the qualifying show started, and I heard his name mentioned twice. Wally Dallenbach, the First Union Chevrolet, Felix Sabata's car, Brad Knopfsinger. Whoa, Brad Knopfsinger, the crew chief on this car, and we can see he's slower than Ernie. Looks like Wally will not knock Ernie off the pole. He run pretty good speed in the start-finish line, 196 miles per hour.
He's at the north end of the racetrack. This will be his 3rd Brickyard 400. He missed the 2nd one, finished 23rd in the inaugural race and 17th last year. And Wally Dallenbach looks at the checkered flag. As you can see, still a couple of miles an hour slow at the north end of the racetrack, and 1 mile an hour slow coming off corner number 4. So Wally Dallenbach will not be a pole sitter, but where will he start? In the top 25? Oh, you bet.
9th, 51.170, 175.884. Good lap for Wally.
It certainly was. That's where he fits in on your scoring pylon, in 9th position between Sterling Marlin and Bill Elliott. So Rusty Wallace now is on the bubble. He is the 25th fastest so far here today. Back with more right after this. ESPN Speed World coverage today at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for Busch Pole qualifying for Saturday's Brickyard 400 is being brought to you by Team Monte Carlo Chevy, the cars more champions trust. By Pennzoil, formulated for today's stop-and-go driving. Stop, go, Pennzoil. by Miller Lite, who reminds you that anything can
It's
happen
coming
at
back
Miller
to me. I remember the bright sun like that, and after qualifying, we drove around with the team in a van or something, a rental van, and we were looking at all the race shops.
51.191. Average speed 175.812. Rusty Wallace has been bumped.
And on the bubble is Jimmy Spencer, and trying to knock him off is Ward Burton in the MB&A Pontiac. Here's Jerry Punch with David Green.
Hey, David, 51.093 seconds. By my calculations, you picked up 0.4 of a second in qualifying.
Well, I guess that's right, Jerry, but I tell you, this is about what we ran testing here. But this weekend, the guys have worked their tail off. We've changed a few motors and changed a little bit of everything. But, you know, I always look at my practice times, and if I can qualify just a tick better in our practice, I'm pretty happy. So today I got a big smile on my face.
Did you hear the big boom when you shut it off? We were standing here 20 or 30 feet away. We heard it. I mean, you just shut it off and it backfired.
Well, yeah, this is a motor. K-Tech does our motors, and we just had a little failure earlier with the oil pump. It wasn't the engine's fault, but we missed the last 15 minutes of practice. So when I got the checkered flag at the first lap, had been on this motor. So the temperature was up pretty good, so I killed it, and I guess I killed it at the right time to make a big bang. So I know it's a good lap. I hope that holds up. I guess it will for first day. I'm awful happy with that.
All right, David Green's big bang puts him in the top 10, actually 5th right now in qualifying, and Ward Burton comes in about, what, 22nd or so?
Yes, 51.500. Average speed 174.757. Currently 22nd. Jimmy Spencer's been bumped. Greg Sachs on the bubble.
And among those left to qualify, the 7-time champion, Dale Earnhardt.
172.
Bush pole qualifying at Indianapolis continues. Dave Marcus, the most recent to qualify. He's 37th fastest at 52.213, 172.371. And so Greg Sachs remains on the bubble. Now, we have qualified 40 cars out of 51, and we're going to have to go off the air here as far as ESPN is concerned in about 5.5 minutes. However, all you have to do is pick up the channel clicker and go to the deuce, because we'll be right back here with another hour of coverage, and of course that will include the 11 that remain to qualify. On the track, the Skittles Pontiac, driven by Derek Cope. Here's Jerry Punch with Wally Dallenbach.
Well, Wally, you were one of the sleepers. Everyone this morning pointing to you as one of the favorites possibly for the pole, but 51.170 doesn't put you up there.
Yeah, we missed it a little bit. We're real disappointed with that. That's the slowest we've run since we've been here. It just seems like we've been having our little bit rougher time on the whole of the track today, and we changed a few things right before qualifying. We thought it would help it, but we lost a little bit of overall grip. But you know, we'll worry about Saturday. We still got a really good race car. This race car, we made a lot of long race runs on. We tested here, so we should be good Saturday.
Your two Sapco teammates got a shot at it?
I don't know. That's going to be pretty tough. The track's a lot greasier than I thought it would be, and I was watching qualifying, watching a lot of guys slide around. So if they do, they got to pull one off.
All right, we'll watch for Robbie Gordon and Joe Nemechek coming up late in the afternoon, along with Dale Earnhardt. Those will be 3 of the last 4 cars that will attempt to qualify.
I'm almost back. Now my Stoli says she got to use the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
Miles an hour slower there at the
We
start
gotta take
finish
you
line
out?
than was Ernie
Okay.
Irvin. Those speeds that the yellow arrows point to are that of the pole sitter, Ernie Irvin.
And once again, the arrow is pointing to Ernie Irvin's speed of 177.736. That's the time to beat. Derek Cope almost made it to the top 25. Currently 26, 51.639, 174.287 miles per hour. And there you see on the left side of the screen the entire 25 cars that have qualified and their speed from 177.736 down to the 91 car. That's the car on the bubble.
Greg Sachs on the bubble. Here's Bill Weber.
Standing next to the Pennzoil Pontiac of Johnny Benson, which is being pushed into the qualifying line. 3rd to go here. Top 25 this morning. Can he get a top 25 spot in qualifying, John?
Well, we sure hope so. The last 2 times we were out there, our practice it was pretty loose, so we changed both rear springs, sway bar, wedge, track bar. We'll be in good shape.
And the engine.
And the engine. I forgot about that. God, you never better bring that up. No, Ron Perry's built a great engine. We just tried 2 different ones, and we felt this one might be a little bit better than the others. So, what the heck, the guy qualified
late. We'll see what happens.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
They tried 2 engines here. They put one in, tested with that, took it out, put another one in, practiced with that, then went back to the first one. That's the one he's going to qualify on.
Johnny Benson, the guy who led the most laps in last year's race. Chad Little is going to probably be the last qualifier that we have on ESPN. But again, switch over to the deuce at the top of the hour, and we'll be right back here.
Different colors for Chad Little this week.
Yep.
His green and yellow is gone, and it's black and gold. John Deere.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Let me tell you why we have Spectrum. I'm on a video chat. Melissa's live streaming with her audience. The kids are on their phone streaming while gaming. What screen are you paying attention to? So we really depend on Spectrum to be top speed.
Pontiac. We see that he's pretty good. He's 6 miles per hour slower at the start-finish line, and 5, 4 in the middle of the South Chute, 4 coming off 2, a couple mile per hour slower going in 3, and about 5 up and going in 3. Let's see what he did. Chad Little completes his qualifying run. He will not be on the pole, but looks like he'll be in the top 25 safely.
Yes, he is, yeah. 15th fastest for Chad Little, 51.386, 175.145. He is 15th fastest. Greg Sachs's bumped in Lake Speed goes to the pole of the bubble, I should say. Pole position held by Mr. Ernie Irvin with Dale Jarrett second quick.
There you saw the top 25 cars that qualified. 42 have qualified so far.
And just a few more to go, and we'll have all of them for you over on ESPN2. Here's the AutoZone recap as we show you the standings as of this moment. With 42 cars qualified, Darrell Waltrip with a great run, Schrader and David Green and Rich Bickle in the top 10.
That's Darrell Waltrip's other car. Second car, Bill Elliott, good run. Jeremy Mayfield and Chad Little back in 15th.
Here is 16 through 30 now, the qualifiers that we have had in this first round of push pole qualifying here at Indianapolis. There's Musgrave in 16th position. Jeff Gordon, who's won the pole the last 2 years, is 18th right now.
And Mark Martin back in 20th spot. 25th is Lake Speed. That's the car that's on the bubble. We see Sachs, Cope, Spencer, Rusty Wallace, Ed Berrier. Those cars have been in bump. Kenny Wallace, Kyle Petty, Jeff Green, Morgan Shepherd. And we see the rest of the cars that qualified. Bill Weber.
Dale Earnhardt never got a chance to defend his win in the Brickyard 400 because of injuries at Talladega last year. He'd like that chance this year. He's just about to go in qualifying. His teammate, Mike Skinner's car, has been pushed out here. That's the next car that will go. Bob?
We'll watch him on the deuce in just a few moments. Tonight, RPM tonight at 7 o'clock. You can find out how everybody did in qualifying in the Cummins 200. Truck race is at Indianapolis Raceway Park at 9:30. Coming up next, the PGA Tour. Speed continues from the Brickyard as ESPN's coverage of push pole qualifying switches to the deuce. The remainder of the 51 cars try to find enough speed to get them into Saturday's starting field for the Brickyard 400. The goal today is to ascend the scoring pylon and be among the top 25. The ultimate goal is to cross this yard of bricks first on Saturday and duplicate the feat of Jarrett, Earnhardt, and Gordon as winners of the PPG Cup at Indianapolis.
The point you want to prove in pole day qualifying is you are the fastest of the fast. Thus far, with just 8 cars left to run, it is all Team Yates. Ernie Irvin and Dale Jarrett sit astride row 1.
Thursday is normally moving day. Teams moving from their shops to the track. Today, it's
yeah,
moving in
that
day.
was an
These
awesome
teams trying to
thing.
move
I
into the
was
top
watching.
25, so they don't have to worry about
I had to run the pop out.
tomorrow. Just a handful of cars left to go.
Well, ESPN2 Motorsports, proud to welcome you to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And there you see the top 15 qualifiers.
I'm back,
so
I'm
far,
back, I'm back.
with just a handful, as Bill Weber said, to go. Ernie Irvin is atop the chart. He's on the
Get my
provisional
camera
pole
on
with his
just a
teammate
sec.
Dale Jarrett alongside. Here's 16 through 30 in the qualifying. We have had 43 cars that have qualified so far. Most recently, Ricky Rudd clocked in with the 10th fastest speed of the session.
And we see they'll only qualify 25 cars today. Right now, Terry Labonte is the man on the bubble. Lake speed, all these cars past 26 has been bumped. Here's the remaining cars that have qualified this afternoon. And we see Ricky Craven, the Bud Chevrolet, currently 43rd fastest. He will have to pick it up tomorrow. Bill
Kenny
Weber.
Wallace is the one my father may be helping. He might be with that team by now. He's 32nd. That's a real edge of the bubble to not go home.
Well, that's the first thing is qualifying. We hadn't started any worse than 13th there and we won that race, so we definitely like to get the top 5, 10, 15, somewhere along in there. Go see what we can do.
Obviously, Skinner just had a great run, Dale. Will that help you at all?
Well, 2 different race cars.
and two different drivers. He wants to get in that Goodwrench Chevy. And I'll tell you, Skinner's car was pushed out here. Mike Skinner was already in the seat. They had to do an engine change. He was supposed to go earlier, had to go later when it was hotter in a backup car. And he had a great lap. There's plenty of excitement left out here. Jerry Punch.
All right, Ricky Rudd, 51.083. Ricky, you said you left some on the table, but that lap's good enough for a top 5 start thus far.
Yeah, we're happy with that, Jerry. You know, we were a little bit tight when we qualified, a little bit tight in practice, and you know, we're really happy. This is a pretty intensified moment qualifying here. I was just telling those guys on the radio, I'm glad that's over with. This is more intense than the Daytona 500 qualifying.
Good racetrack for you. You came from back in the pack far a year ago to get a good top 10 finish.
Yeah, we finished 6th at the last race, but we had a struggle from the back to the front. We had some problems, some mechanical problems, and we were able to come back 6th. And this is by far the best race car I've ever had here. So hopefully this thing will run up front. This Tide Ford's been pretty fast all week.
All right, Ricky Rudd's Tide ride right now, 5th overall in qualifying.
Yeah, 4th was a very popular number there for a while. Ricky Rudd qualified in 4th position, and then Mike Skinner came along and knocked Ricky down to 5th as Skinner clocked in with a 176.415.
And this is Bobby Hillen, the new driver of the Haynes Ford. Number 78 completes his qualifying run, and he will be off the pylon. 51.712, 174.041. Hillen would be 32nd if this is how the cars would line up.
He bumped Wallace, too.
Unfortunately for him, qualifying will be held tomorrow for the cars 26 through 42.
Ward Burton is currently on the bubble, and Johnny Benson is on the racetrack. The driver who finished in 8th position in his first Brickyard 400 last year after starting in 14th. Those statistics really don't tell the story because this guy was very, very good during the race last year, leading the most laps. Here's Jerry with Mike Skinner, who qualified 4th.
Michael, I am impressed. 51.016 seconds. They had to repair the fenders, put a new engine in. You didn't get any more practice. You go out there and blister them. You're 4th quickest.
Well, I'll tell you, I got to take my hat off to this crew. These guys have worked their tail off, and I feel for the motor guys who struggled on these qualifying motors, and Terry Elledge made the call to take that engine out right before qualifying. He said that thing's blown up. It just hadn't thrown anything out of it yet, and he said, we got to change motors. He says, I'm sorry, and we cut the fenders up on the thing. We did everything humanly possible, that car, to make it better, and it's nowhere near the car that we had yesterday, but I'm just glad it looks like we'll make the top 25 with that run, and now we can concentrate on getting ready to race. Richard's got a guy coming in the morning, put new fenders on it.
All right, that makes you smile. A year ago, you had to wait 7 laps to climb in. This year, you'll get to start your own car. It looks like closer to the front. Good omen for you?
Oh, I think so. You know, Kevin and David's done a great job calling pit strategy. We've struggled in the pits a little bit, but the guys all want to race, and they're going to get better and better and better, and hopefully I'll make a few less mistakes as we go this second half of the year. And, you know, I really hope we can do a little bit better.
I've made a lot of mistakes, and they've made some mistakes, but this is a good race team, and Richard still has a lot of confidence in us, so we're going to keep on digging.
All right, rookie Mike Skinner currently 4th in qualifying.
Johnny Benson qualifies, as you can see, in 17th spot, 51.363, 175.223. That will bump Ward Burton out of the field. Terry Labonte has also been bumped, and now Rick Wilson, the 27 car, is on the bubble.
We might mention that the top 3 qualifiers so far have broken the previous track record held by Jeff Gordon, Ernie Irvan, Dale Jarrett, and Darrell Waltrip. On the racetrack right now is John Andretti in the RCA Ford. Mike Skinner missed also breaking the previous track record. He qualified at 176.415, and Jeff Gordon's track record coming into today was 176.419.
John Andretti, the winner of the Pepsi 400.
Looking for a way to stretch your dollar? With Insurify, you can cut your car insurance bill in half. Scroll through dozens of prices and tap the switch online. That's it. No phone calls and no wasting time. Save today at Insurify.com.
Experience an incredible selection of the latest equipment, clothing, shoes, and accessories. Plus a dedicated team of certified fitters and instruction professionals ready to help. Golf Galaxy has everything you need to start your season. Better your bag with
100 down in Daytona Beach, comes by, takes the, well, pretty soon going to take the green flag. There it is.
Okie dokie, I'm back.
Start here at the Brickyard 400 was 23rd 2 years ago. His best finish was
My son was
also
explaining
in
this
1995. He finished
engine
in 12th
situation.
spot. John Andretti's best practice lap this morning was 175.033, but just about everybody has been considerably slower than their morning practice because the track is a little bit warmer. Now the speeds you see there with the yellow mark, those are the speeds turned in by the pole sitter Ernie Irvan. The numbers flashing in comparing the driver on the track with his speeds.
Yeah, we can see that he's 4 or 5 miles per hour slower than Ernie Irvan. Matter of fact, John needs to pick it up to get a good qualifying run. He's 3 miles per hour in the north turn in the short chute. Here he comes by, takes the checkered flag. Let's see. There's Ernie Irvan's speed, 177.763. What did John do?
26, just missed knocking or going onto the bubble.
51.490, 174.791, 26th.
Well, we welcome those of you watching ESPN News. We're at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and coming up is Dale Earnhardt as he is about to go on to the racetrack and qualify for the Brickyard 400. Dale Earnhardt, of course, started in 2nd position in the first year, won the 2nd Brickyard 400. Last year, he was injured because of a crash at Talladega and was relieved by Mike Skinner, who drove home in 15th position. The pole sitter is Ernie Irvan, Dale Jarrett, alongside 2nd row would be the 17 car of Darrell Waltrip, and then Mike Skinner is 4th fastest so far as Earnhardt begins the run.
And listen to the crowd in anticipation of what Earnhardt might do in that good
I'm back.
They're warming up, getting ready.
Oops.
9 degrees of banking in the corners. He's through turn number 2. New pavement in the corners here at Indianapolis, and in addition to that, there are rumble strips in the corners.
And we can see at the start-finish line a little bit slower. Good in turn 1, but slower in the short chute.
Well, thank you very much, Pops.
Turn 2. Going in turn 3. Obviously, the wind must be blowing down the backstretch. Just 1 mile per hour slower going in 3. But 3 mile per hour slower coming off turn 3. Here comes Earnhardt down for the line. Ooh, back up that wall.
Did you see him use that wall, straighten his tail out?
Off the 4th corner, the crowd is roaring as the checkered flag comes out, and Earnhardt has completed the qualifying run. Let's see where he falls in the lineup. Oh, good run. How about that? And listen to the crowd.
50.981, 170.
Almost.
176.536. There we see him in 4th.
Says Goodwrench on the wall where he scuffed it. I bet.
Bill Weber.
Well, Richard Childress, how's your day?
Yeah, it's getting better, I'll tell you. We've done a little struggling, but, you know, we knew they would pull a good lap in there, and he told us, he said, don't worry, I can do it, guys. And, you know, I knew he could. And we're really worked hard here for the race, and I think both cars will be real good in the race.
Smile.
I can do it now.
Okay, Richard Childress, he's got 2 cars up front.
Well, the Yates,
go ahead, Bob.
The Yates drivers are 1st and 2nd speed-wise, and the Childress drivers are 4th and 5th. Earnhardt 4th, and Mike Skinner qualifies 5th. Back in a moment. Bobby Gordon has qualified for the Brickyard 400, his first. Let's see how he did. Oh, he's 10th fastest. Good run for Robbie. What was it, BP?
51.115, 176.074 miles per hour. As you said, he is currently 10th. Jerry Punch.
Well, Dale, 50.981 seconds. Listen to that crowd, 176.536 miles an hour. What a lap.
Well, I saved it all week. You know, the car's been good in practice and test, and even in practice here. And Larry's been a little nervous. We hadn't really been fast as we need to be. And I knew what the car would do, and we just sort of was sneaking up on things. And we tested the tires, and we felt like this was our best set of tires. We saved them for qualifying. I saved myself for the best lap. Me and Skinner's right there again together. Maybe we can finish that way 1-2.
What a difference a year makes. You came here last year and had to suffer the entire week. Now maybe it's time to enjoy it a little bit back at Indianapolis.
Well, it is. It's good to be back, and it's good to be back here healthy. And, you know, Skinner did a great job relieving for us last year, but he might have done too good a job. He's learned to get around this racetrack. He's right there with us.
All right. Dale Earnhardt's great lap. Currently 4th and 5th for Team Childress, 1st and 2nd for Team Yates. And what about Nemechek, Team Sabco?
Well, he's on the backstretch, and he was the 5th fastest in the morning warm-up, 177.326. How's he doing?
He's put on some pretty good time, although they're going in turn 1, 5 mile per hour slower. They're same speed going in turn
I remember my dad helping out. I don't know if it was unofficially on that team a little bit.
Ooh, he almost brushes the wall as he comes off, takes the checkered flag. Pretty good lap for Nemechek.
Mark Martin is on the bubble. He was faster than Ernie Irvin in the 4th corner. Let's see what he did. Nemechek is 2nd quick. How about that? Front row Joe does it again.
50.690, 177.550, and he almost knocked Ernie Irvin off the pole. Great lap by Nemechek.
That is a great run. 177.550, and Joe Nemechek is right now on the outside of the front row. Mark Martin is bumped from the bubble, and Bobby Labonte is now on the bubble.
There we see the speeds that Nemechek ran versus Ernie Irvin. Turn 1, he was 2 mile per hour slower. 5 in the short chute in the south turn. 3 coming off turn 2. 1 mile per hour at the backstretch. Going in turn 3, the same speed. And coming off the 3rd turn is where he really lost some time. 6 mile per hour. Same in the middle of the short chute. And the front stretch, he was 1 mile per hour faster than Ernie Irvin.
And so we're down to the final qualifiers. Here is Dick Trickle in the Heilig Myers Ford, as Trickle will try to get into the top 25. And again, on the bubble is Bobby Labonte with a speed of 175.043. And here is Trickle off the corner. Dick was involved in an off-track incident here in the garage area yesterday.
And he and Bobby Hamilton trying to get out of to go on the racetrack, driving through the garage area, made contact. We can see that Trickle is not going.
Meet Sean. When Sean decided he needed a car with more room for his team and their gear,
Going to sit on the pole because he's slower than Ernie Irvin about every place. Well, he has been slower every place going around the racetrack. Right now, all we got to do is get him in the race. That's what he's concerned about.
So he's down the front straight away, taking the checkered flag. And let's now find out how Dick Trickle did on his 1 lap of qualifying here at Indy. He's 38th quick, so he did not move into the top 25 with a 51.760, 173.879. Jerry Punch is with Robbie Gordon.
Well, Robbie, people were holding their breath for Team Sapco here late in qualifying. You went out 51.115. You climbed out of the car and shook your head and just said loose.
Yeah, you know, we laid the spoiler down in practice. We had the car where it was pushing a little bit, laid the spoiler down a bit. Maybe shouldn't have done that. Got a little hot, got a little slick. We were pretty loose in all corners, but pretty good effort for Sapco. You know, we've got about 3 cars in top 15, so, you know, the guys at the end of the shop are doing a pretty good job getting us some power. It's unfortunate that we qualified back 11th, but Joe did a good job. He's on the front row.
All right, your teammate Joe we'll talk to in a moment, but starting in the top 10, that's pretty good for you. Then you become the second driver ever to run the Indy 500 and Brickyard 400 in the same year.
Yeah, you know, we got a pretty good effort. I mean, this will lock us in on first day. You know, now we can work on race setups the rest of the weekend.
All right, Robbie Gordon will start in the top 10. He talked about his teammate Joe Nemechek. Let's walk over there. They are talking with Joe Nemechek over here. That is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway radio, getting a quick comment from the Bell South driver, who many people thought would have a shot at the pole, and indeed he did. As we show the scoring pylon, you see on the pole Ernie Irvin. In second was Nemechek at 50.690 seconds. And Nemechek puts the Bell South Chevrolet outside of row 1 here in qualifying for the 4th annual Brickyard 400. And front row, Joe, again, once again, man, you're right here. The nickname sticks.
I'm just glad I made it stick this time. I just can't say enough for Tony Glover, Keith Simmons, and all the guys that build these engines and cars. Awesome. That was an awesome lap. I hit the rumble strips in turn 1 and scrubbed a little bit there, but the car was on a rail. Tony said it was going to stick, and I just hammered down on it, and 5/1000 short. I don't know where I can make it up right now. If I had to do it all over again, I'd probably go a little bit faster. But I got to congratulate Ernie. You know, we've knocked him off a couple times, and congratulations to him for getting it. If he could beat me, he can have it. And we want to say hello to his mom, and we're all thinking about her. We got her in our prayers.
We're certainly all thinking about Joe Irvin back in Concord. Now, you tell me you ran a 50.69 and you hit the rumble strips down in turn 1?
Hit the rumble strips. The car turned sideways a little bit. I knew when I did that, as soon as I hit him, I just stood on the gas. I said, if we're gonna have a shot at the pole, I got to go. And the car hooked up, come off. I got real close to the wall, but that was all I had. That was all I had. I wish I could do it again and just not hit those, but may we be one more spot forward. But what a day here at Indy on the front row. This is awesome.
All right, front row, Joe, the name indeed sticks.
Yeah, right where that stand is where you go across and you have to climb up top there to score.
Coming up here on ESPN2. We'll be here for the next 42 minutes or so, and a lot of activity.
I got a chance when I was walking across the track to kneel down and touch the brakes, and I'll never forget it. It's like energy. It felt so warm and so smooth. I mean, it was so smooth, not like not like granite or something like that, but smooth as granite with like
we've hoped that the last
not a shiny surface. It was just hard to explain, almost like it was
paid up. So you know, I think that we're going to have
I don't know how to
shot
explain
at
it. It was like the finest grit you could ever have on sandpaper, and
You've
it was
had a lot of
warm.
success here, Ernie,
It was
just
really
not
cool.
success in the closing laps.
That's the problem. You know, I've been leading towards the end. You know, maybe I need to just like not be leading towards the end, and maybe somebody else can have some bad luck.
Maybe you could lead them all.
That could be true too, but you know, who knows?
Obviously, the Fords here performed very well. Will they race
Not a
as
lot
well
of
as they
crew there
qualify?
yet.
I mean, I think so. I don't think it's a matter of a Ford or whatever. I think that we could have took a Monte Carlo.
If
and,
I was there, I'd
done
be at
exact
the
same thing.
7
It's,
trailer.
You know, right now the
at that
cars
point.
are really close. It's just a matter of you know, how you get it set up.
You've had a lot of success in your career. Where does this pole-winning accomplishment fit in?
Well, I mean, you know, it fits in a lot. It's really good. You know, I've had the pole at the Daytona 500, and you know, there's next best thing is to have the pole at the Brickyard 400. So I haven't won this race, so this is the next best thing.
And he's got the best starting position here on Saturday. Ernie Irvin on the pole.
Joe Nemechek's mom is trying to get a shot of her son, who has just walked off with his second fastest qualifying effort here at Indianapolis. And she has to be a very, very happy lady.
The yellow shirt's trying to throw her out, right?
That's right. They're just doing their job, though. At Indianapolis Raceway Park tonight, the NASCAR
They really did not know who is who. We had a hard time as a female getting on pit road to begin with. We had to kind of just push through because they were holding all the women back from the hot pit. And we were trying to cross the track to score. They were a little, like, not as advanced that way.
ESPN2's coverage of qualifying at the Brickyard 400 is being brought to you by Daytona USA, the ultimate motorsports attraction. Well, it's been an interesting qualifying
They got about
session
20
here.
minutes of interviews, I guess.
Qualify for the pole position and a late afternoon dramatic run. Joe Nemechek knocks Ernie's teammate Dale Jarrett back to the second.
Of all the races I've rewatched, I've actually only seen myself like twice ever. And it's weird. You would think so, but
how little 500ths of a second is.
I don't know. Just
we
haven't.
have the PPG Cup being sought by the winner of the Brickyard 400. There it is. That will go to the guy who crosses the finish line first on Saturday afternoon. And now we've got a lot of activity that is going on back in the garage area. The qualifying engines are out and the race engines go in, Bill.
And this is Dale Jarrett's garage, and they're changing engines here, and they're putting in the race engine after they've taken out the qualifying engine. And Robert Yates has just come by, and he's working with Steve Allen and some of the other guys here to get that race engine in the car and get Dale Jarrett all set
acting like it's
to get
big
back out on the
secrets.
racetrack. So that's some of the work that's going on back here now, and we'll back out a little bit and let them continue.
Look at that. The guy walked over in front of the engine. I did not want our camera seeing it.
Gee whiz.
Tonight, John Kernan will be here on this
Guilt very much.
PM tonight. The NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series is at Indianapolis Raceway Park for the Cummins 200 at 9:30 Eastern Time with Benny and Spain and Marguerite tomorrow.
I did not pay much attention to see if the cameras were around, but if I did see them, I'd walk behind them.
At 7 o'clock
Just
tomorrow night, John Kernan
because I didn't want to screw up their shot or do something stupid and fall down or whatever.
Week from IRP at 8:30, and then the Kroger 200 NASCAR Busch Series Grand National Division race at 9 o'clock. That is tomorrow night. We begin the Saturday broadcast day at 11:30 Eastern Time with RPM Today. NASCAR on the grid at noon, setting the stage for the ABC coverage of the Brickyard 400, which is at 1 o'clock Eastern Time on Saturday afternoon. Any big surprises qualifying? I certainly maybe am not all that surprised, but it's great to see Darrell Waltrip fourth quickest today.
Yeah, that had to be the biggest shock of the day. DW up in the top 5, and Sabco has 3 cars in the top 14 and team cars.
Yeah.
Ernie Irvin and Dale Jarrett first and third, and also the children's cars, Skinner and Earnhardt right together. So it looks like the team cars are really staying right together.
Ricky Rudd turns in a good qualifying performance in 7, and Ken Schrader was on the pole for quite a while. He ended up in 8th spot.
Yeah, I think the 33 car, the Skoll car, is getting faster and faster and faster. They're kind of working their way up. Looks like they struggle. Andy Petrie and Kenny Schrader look like kind of like Larry McReynolds and Dale Earnhardt when the season started. You know, didn't understand exactly what each other was saying, but now it looks like they're all on the same page, and both those cars, Earnhardt and Schrader, both running very well.
How about the 96 car in 9th position and Rich Bickle in 10th? A couple of surprises, I would say.
Maybe everything's a surprise. I mean, David Green has not been known this year for qualifying well, but obviously Buzz McCall came up here. They really put forth an effort.
I'm trying to think what I would have wore. Now, the combination that Benny's wearing, the red and the black and the white, I had a Western shirt that I got at one of the Western stores in North Carolina that was those same colors, and I probably wore that with black jeans if I was there. And that would be like on this qualifying day. But the race day, I would just wear a QVC black, like a button-up, like polo, and black jeans, just because I was scoring.
Some trick pieces in there, some pieces that would not run for 500 miles. So they've got to get those things out and install the race engine, get it ready to go, so when the track opens up for practice again, they can go out and make sure that race engine
On race day, I always wore like the team stuff. On non-race day, I'd wear something that I purchased that had the same team colors. I think when I was with Blake, I had a similar Western shirt that was blue and white. You know, same type of material, just and same colors.
In 25th position, he was the man on the bubble when the first round ended. 26 on back will have to make a decision. After they do some practicing tomorrow, will they stay on their time or will they re-qualify in second round tomorrow? It is expected to be just a couple of degrees warmer tomorrow than today, and so perhaps there will be some standing on time.
I guess it's loyalty. It's like
from the Brickyard after these messages.
I guess so the other people in the garage area know where you belong, I guess, too. I guess.
The Aquasense 2
yeah.
Ultra. Did a good job, buddy.
And okay, that can skip now. And the Daryl's little girls, Daryl Waltrip's little girls. They had the most beautiful hair with the curls.
That car is spotless. Jessica, the one on the left, and Sarah on the right. Yeah, no. Daryl might get in trouble with the Indiana State Labor Board or something, no.
Child labor, huh?
Yes.
They are very hard at work, and there's some serious work going over in the Johnny Benson garage. They have the engine hoist ready to get that qualifying engine out of there and the race engine in. So indeed, the garage area is very, very busy. Well, here's Bill with the guy who'll start 4th on Saturday.
Look, we could talk to the owner, we could talk to the driver, but we got to give equal time to the crew chief here, and that's Jeff Hammond, who's, well, you look kind of busy. He said, what were you guys talking about out there on the grid?
Well, really, we were talking about we'd made some changes to the car and been watching how the track had slowed down a whole lot. And it was a concern of ours because we felt like that, you know, we needed to be in the 50s to have a really good run here today. And all of a sudden, everybody's running 51 flats and 51 10s. And we're saying, oh, me, I hope that we made the right decisions because this is Indy. And when the sun comes out, the racetrack does change. And we tightened her up purposely. And like I say, I asked Daryl, how did it feel? He says, well, I don't really remember. It must have been pretty good. So we were just trying to get things worked out.
Uh-oh, look out. Here he comes. I think he was more convinced after he came back, though, than before he went out, Jeff.
Well, he made believers out of all of us. But, you know, I have a lot of faith in him, and I think he's been pulling some good ones out all year long, and today was just another tribute to his ability.
Okay, a tribute to his ability. Let's get some reaction to that. First of all, you're all smiles, aren't you?
Oh, this
4th is okay?
Oh, this is fun. Yeah, I tell you, anything in the top 5 is incredible here at Indianapolis, and I got 2 cars in the top 10. That's big, and that was our goal coming up here, was to get both cars in a race today, and we didn't really care where. So me being where I am is a bonus. Rich in the race in the top 10, that's a bonus. He's going to go win that truck race tonight. We're going to have a great weekend.
Now, your daughter's polishing your car. Are they going to be working in the pit crew on a Saturday?
The only thing they ever asked me is, did I beat Jeffy? That's who they worry about. They always want to know if I beat Jeffy. That's Jeff Gordon, by the way.
So who are they going to root for on Saturday then, Daryl?
Oh, they're for DW. You know, they'll give you a yay DW, go DW, and hey, girls, give them a good luck DW. Give them one. All right. I got them trained, buddy. On cue.
Okay, now how are you going to race?
I'm going to race the wheels off this thing. That's what we thought we had, was a good race car. We didn't really think we had a good qualifying car because it was pretty comfortable and it run the same speed all the time, but it never really seemed to pick up that much. We'll be good. I don't know if we can beat the Fords or not, and I'm saying that in all honesty. I'm not making that up. But we can sure give them a run for their money, and if cautions fell right and got tires on here at the right time and everything worked out good, we could win this sucker.
Oh, wow. Well, Ernie Irving's getting his van for winning the pole. Do we have time to get to Owensboro in time for the party tonight?
We can go over to the Moonlight and get some barbecue and get some good mutton and some burgoo and maybe go for a little ride on the Ohio River tonight. Get us a good old drink of water out of the river and come on back up here and be the man. I want to be the man.
He is fired up. This will be very interesting to watch the next 2 days.
Well, Ernie Irvin is officially being awarded the Busch Pole Award and picking up a van. So a lot of things go with the pole position here at the Brickyard 400.
How might get me a job?
I'll run the
driving that van
race
back to
next.
Concord?
Yeah, that'd be all right.
Yeah.
Well, tonight on ESPN,
I
the
know I'm there
pregame show
somewhere.
with Chris Berman and Tom Jackson will be on at 7:30 tonight as they set the stage for our first look at NFL action in 1997 summertime. It's at 8 o'clock tonight. The game is between the Green Bay Packers and the New England Patriots. That's over on ESPN. 7:30 the pregame and 8 o'clock the football game.
Even more funny, Bledsoe, right? That's the transport driver, the man on the far
One
right.
of many
I forget
awards
what
that
his
Ernie
handle
Irvin gets
was.
for winning the pole position here, and the team, of course, $5,000
They all
check. He
had
gets the
handles.
van that he's standing in front of.
He needs a van to haul the money back to Concord. Yes, sir. Attaboy, Ernie.
Well, Ernie Irvin has overcome some emotion in his family and clocked in with a 177.736 mile-an-hour lap to earn the pole position. Bill Weber.
Okay, well, we're back in Dale Jarrett's garage, and Steve Allen is the engine specialist that works with Robert Yates Racing, and you guard the engines on the 88 car, and you were gonna come out after us. We were shooting this a moment ago. Tell us what's going on here.
We're just putting a backup race engine in to run the hour, 2 hour, what we got, 2 hour practice in the morning, because we want to save all the time we can on our race engine. We'll put it in tomorrow and have it ready for happy hour, but we guard them with our life.
I noticed that. Now, you're in trouble now because BP has a question that I will relate to you here in a moment. Go ahead, Benny.
What's so Steve, what's so secretive?
Why so secretive, Steve?
He worked for Robert. He'd kill us all. We got these. Where's our cars at? On the pole in third, I believe. Oh, yeah. We got beat by that black car today. It just kills me. But we'll go get him tomorrow.
You're talking about that 28 car.
I didn't say a number, yeah.
It's a teammate, but everybody wants to be first.
Hey, what'd you say? It's war out here.
That's right, it's war out.
Yeah, what do you want to say? You want to congratulate your brother, don't you?
I just want to say congratulations to Brad and Mary on having that little baby boy yesterday. I know that they've been trying to have it now since last week, and thank the good Lord y'all finally had that baby, and congratulations from all of us here. We miss you, and can't wait to see you Saturday there, Flipper.
Yeah, that's exactly what you meant, Bill, is hurry up, Brad, and get here.
Yeah, that's exactly. So Todd Parrott, the crew chief, are you telling Brad he will be here to work on Saturday?
Oh, yeah. He thinks he's going to lay around in the hospital and play with that baby this weekend, but he's going to be up here Saturday on business.
Okay, well, you're both in trouble because Punch is with Robert Yates, so you better get back to work.
Robert, your guards are doing a great job down there. We tried to shoot the engine they're going to put in the 88 car, and they kept walking. Steve kept walking up in front of the cameras, and I can't show you our secrets. Robert won't let me. What's so secretive down there?
Well, you know, little larger engines have a little larger dimension. They're trying to cover up that. They figure you probably got some calipers in that lens, and will size that engine up. Now, seriously, I don't know.
Don't say large engines. You're going to get us all in trouble, Robert. You say larger motors. You were joking.
Yeah, I was joking about that. Certainly, that's not a sore spot with Robert. I've never run a bit large engine, so I can joke about it.
Hey, congratulations. First and third in qualifying today. What an effort for Team Yates.
It sure is. You know, the 28 in like about last 6 races, Joe Nemechek, and certainly we're happy when he wins occasionally, but not. His third time he's knocked us off the front row or the first position, and this time it didn't come up with enough. And but anyway, Ernie and the team, they're doing well under some of the conditions that we put in place, but that's what we agreed to do. We're going to work our butt off and win poles and win races, and I think we're on our way.
A lot of people listening at home may have wondered, you know, what is the relationship between Robert Yates and Ernie Irvin? The fact that you guys remain friends and are still very, very close, the fact that he will not be back driving for you next year doesn't change that. You want to see him win poles and races for the rest of the year.
I certainly do. You know, when you go racing and you put your heart in it, you can't do well if you don't have your heart in it. So being on the pole here shows that not only Ernie but all the team still have the heart. That's focused on getting the job done, and we'll try to continue that throughout this season. A lot of racing left to go.
All right, Robert Yates cars starting first and third in the Brickyard 400. And by the way, tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., we are told they will announce a driver for the car number 28 for 1998.
Wow, how about that? But did you notice that Steve Allen said they're putting in a backup race engine for the 2-hour practice in the morning? They're not putting their race engine in until qualifying tomorrow for a happy hour tomorrow afternoon to save those few miles on the race engine.
Well, there's the van that Ernie Irvan has won. He's driving around the racetrack. He's the winner of the Bush Pole here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for Saturday's Brickyard 400.
Usually I can skip that.
Qualifying is over here. Ernie Irvan wins the pole. Joe Nemechek will start alongside him in
where
row
the
number
bricks
1
are
with
is
Dale
right
Jarrett
here.
third.
I thought they
and then
crossed
Darrell
the
Waltrip
track
fourth.
somewhere.
Well, Robert Yates has been showing some strength. Ernie Irvan has qualified first, and his teammate has qualified in third position. How about the Richard Childress team? They too had some great work here this afternoon. Earnhardt 5th and Skinner 6th, but Team Hendrick, well, 24th for Jeff Gordon. Terry Labonte was 31st, and Ricky Craven unbelievably turned in the slowest qualifying effort of all that took a time here today. The Roush team, Benny?
Yes, qualified 22nd, 26th, 27th. So all 3 cars are obviously about the same speed. But yes, the Hendrick cars really, surprisingly, how they're struggling here at the Brickyard, because Jeff Gordon has been on the pole for the last 2 years in that DuPont Chevrolet.
And speaking of Fords, we have some NASCAR news to bring to you, because last night this was the car that Ford said would be the Winston Cup race car for 1998. The Thunderbird, of course, is gone, and the Taurus is going to replace it.
You know what? I wonder what in the world will a 4-door car look like as a race car, but it looks like a pretty spiffy little race car.
Not bad at all.
Not bad at all.
Now, there's some saying that Thunderbirds might be the backups for these Tauruses.
I'd almost guarantee that most teams will have a Thunderbird or 2 in their garage. Come Daytona Beach in February, they'll have a Thunderbird just in case that there's something there that will not work. The cars won't draft, won't run, whatever. I'm sure a lot of teams will have a Thunderbird as a backup. Did you read in the paper where we got the name, where they got the name for the Taurus?
Yeah, the sign of the 2 of the wives of somebody.
The engineers that designed the car, their wives both had the Taurus sign, and so that's why they named the car that.
Bill Weber.
And Felix, we were going to sneak up on you. I knew you were in there bragging. He's been talking to the 75. Well, just, you got 3 cars in the top 14 at Indianapolis. Come on, brag a little bit.
Well, that's, actually, we're pretty happy. You know, anytime, as competitive this series is today, anytime you can make the field on the first day, doesn't matter whether you're 25th or first, you got to be pretty happy. And I'm pretty happy to have 3 cars in the top 20.
Now, how happy are you going to be Saturday? What do those guys have to do to make you happy here Saturday, Felix?
Well, finish in the top 10. You know, I don't want to put a lot of pressure on the guys. You know, we struggled this year, but you know, we're coming around. I think people begin to notice that Team Sapka is finally arrived. If we can finish in the top 10 or 12, all 3 cars, I'll be very happy.
You've qualified well, Joe,
starting
leading
to
that
rain
pack,
in
but
real life
the
here.
finishes just have not been
We
there.
hear it on the roof.
We've had some mechanical failures and parts failures, and we've been involved in a lot of wrecks. You know, that 40 car has been in 9 wrecks this year, and Joe's been involved in 5 wrecks. So that's. When you take 14 wrecks into the equation, that's a lot of wrecks, and I think, you know, but I think if we can quit wrecking, I think we're going to be in pretty good shape.
Okay.
Look what I got here. I got front Joe baby here.
That's Andrea Nemechek and their new son, John. Andrea
That's
and Joe.
John Hunter.
A lot of smiles down here, guys.
Guys.
Back up top.
And Felix Sabata's strength indicates
John
that
Hunter
Nemechek is
Nemechek,
second,
right there.
Gordon 11th, and Dallenbach 14th in the lineup come Saturday. And speaking of Gordon, Jeff Gordon will start 24th. Ray Everett
I know, right?
now begin to work on his DuPont Auto Finishes Chevrolet. Well, the flags are flying all over Indianapolis. That's on top of the AUL building in downtown Indianapolis. We're located about 40 blocks to the west of downtown at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where qualifying for the Brickyard 400 is over with Ernie Irvan winning the pole. And there are wrenches flying over in the Jeff Gordon garage.
That's Ray Evernham under there adjusting the front fenders.
And I believe that Jerry Punch is right there.
Well, Bob, Team Hendrick qualified 24th, 31st, and 51st. We're talking about Gordon, Labonte, and Craven. And a moment ago, you saw Ray Evernham there moving the front fenders. Ray, let me ask you, what were you doing? Just bringing the fenders in a little bit or pushing them out?
Actually pushing them out. We're getting ready for race trim right now. And you know, there'll be quite a lot of tape off the car, so it's going to take away some front downforce. We're putting the fenders back out to where we can put them to get some more.
I know you're struggling with a little bit of a flu, and Jeff could hardly talk either, and it hadn't been a good day for Team Hendrick in qualifying. Can you put your finger on what happened today for all three cars?
It's a competitive sport, Jerry, you know, and you know, evidently we got a little bit behind coming here somehow. As far as qualifying is concerned, I think that everything's going to equal out. You know, in race trim, this is a good race car. You know, I made a decision to bring it. I got a lot of faith in it in race trim, and you know, we're going to dig in our heels, all three of us, and do a good job. You know, you can't always start up front, even though that we'd like to, but you know, we've got good drivers and good teams and good race cars, and you know, we're going to dig in and come at this thing with a good finish.
This is not the car you wanted to bring here. You ran blacker at California because the car you wanted to race here, you lost at Michigan.
Yeah, we lost that in a practice crash Saturday morning before the Michigan race. It's the car that won the Coca-Cola 600. But, you know, this car here, like I said, we've never raced it, and we've had it for a while, and we've carried it around, and it's tested here and there, and it's got a tendency to drive a little bit better at places that are tight, and we're hoping that it'll show that come Saturday.
Put it in perspective. What's happening here is important, but not even, it pales in comparison to what's happening right now in Fayetteville, North Carolina for you and this team and for your owner, Rick Hendrick.
Yeah, the people in Fayetteville, North Carolina are trying to put on the largest bone marrow drive ever in the country. They're trying to make a goal of 10,000, and the last I heard that they were up over the 5,000, and it was all really started by a young boy, or because of a young boy named Andrew Jackson, that we're really trying to help to get people out there. You know, I promised Andrew, and I want to say hi to him, hey Andrew, but I promised Andrew I'd do everything I could to help him, and just supporting those people out in Fayetteville that are putting on that bone marrow drive. If they reach their goal of 10,000, it'd be a lot more important than us winning the race on Sunday.
Indeed, well said. And Rick Hendrick, we know you're watching at home. We send our love and our prayers and our best wishes. We hope you come back to us very, very soon. That's Ray Evernham down in the Hendrick garage.
Well, the National Football League preseason begins tonight, and the pre-game with Chris Berman and Tom Jackson will be on ESPN at 7:30 Eastern Time, and then stay tuned for the game at 8 o'clock featuring the New England Patriots against the Green Bay Packers in a rematch of Super Bowl 31. 8 o'clock Eastern Time tonight on ESPN. Wally Dallenbach starts 14th tomorrow for Team Sabco. We'll be back to talk with him when we return to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. With Wally Dallenbach, we fulfill the promise, or at least Bill Weber does.
And here is Wally, and starting 14th at Indianapolis. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, we wanted a little bit more. We thought we had a little bit more, and I mean, it's. You know you're doing pretty good, though, when you're disappointed with 14th. That's about the slowest we've run, but, you know, we've got a good race car for Saturday. This car here we tested. We had two cars. We tested one for qualifying and one race setup. And the one that was really, really fast still in the trailer.
Not
and the
yet.
one that we had, we did all our race runs on was this car, which was really good. So we thought we could run a little quicker in qualifying, but we don't have to worry about second round. We can go concentrate. We're not going to run the rest of the day. We're changing engines right now, but we'll be good Saturday.
There is another 45-minute practice session coming up here in about 6 or 7 minutes. You're going to sit that one out, work on it tomorrow. Felix said he'd take a top 10, but on Saturday. You want more than that, don't you?
Yeah, we want to win a race this year real bad. You know, for everybody, for myself and First Union and Felix and the team.
I'll shut this because of the rain.
Cool place to do it at.
Might be
love
distracting.
to win here. We'll win anywhere, but Indianapolis would be pretty cool, especially since we've got a lot of months of May invested here.
Yeah, a lot of famous names here at Indy. Dallenbach is one of them. This guy's looking for a big finish Saturday, guys.
Yeah, his dad competed many years here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the Indy 500. And we'll be back to wrap things up here from the Brickyard when we return. Busch pole qualifying day over. Ernie Irvan on the pole.
Just concerned, what can they possibly do? Here's a look at qualifying. There's the top 15. Irvan, Nemechek, Jarrett, Waltrip. Bill Elliott will be 15th, start 15th on Saturday. 16 through 30, Mayfield, Mast. Now, 25th is the cutoff point. Bobby Labonte is in. Mark Martin, Jeff Burton, Rick Wilson, those guys are not in. Will they requalify? Will they stand on that time? There we see 31 through 45, and 38 cars are all that's going to qualify. Right now, if only one round of qualifying, Dick Trickle would qualify. Barrier, Kenny Wallace, all those guys would not qualify. Whew. Man, oh man, worrying so much about tonight. What can they do? Those 26 cars have got to requalify, possibly got to requalify, trying to dream up tonight. What can we do? What is it we can do that will make our car run as fast as Ernie Irvin's?
And regardless of what happens, we will be here tomorrow with second round qualifying. Here's Jerry Punch.
A great bathroom begins with an even greater selection of styles, which all begins at Floor & Decor.
Are you throwing away money on your car insurance?
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Try Insurify.
Well, the back of the car may actually say Miller time, but it's really decision time, or as Benny said, it's time to begin to worry. You see, Rusty Wallace qualified 36 today out of 51 cars, and behind me now, Robin Pemberton and this Penske South crew have to worry about the race. They're trying to get ready for the race. They have put the car up on the weight scale. They are trying to get ready for practice and get the race setup dialed in. They said, we're not going to worry about qualifying until tomorrow morning. We still have a practice this afternoon. But Robin Pemberton, Rusty Wallace, Don Miller, and the crew will sit down tonight and think about what they should do. Should they requalify? How hot will it be tomorrow? Can they get better? They said the car today simply just skated around, would not grip anything on the track, would slip and slide, and boom.
Oh, you couldn't hear the rain?
They hope things will get better.
I don't know if you can now.
And Rusty Wallace. Bill Weber?
Well, Jerry, 51 teams came here to Indianapolis, 51 drivers, and 51 dreams. But for Ricky Craven and the Budweiser Chevrolet crew, the dream has become a nightmare. Out of the 51 cars that took times, they're 51st, last. Very unimpressive, very uninspired. This team is very depressed. I just had a brief conversation with some of the crew members. They say it might be the car.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you could.
For one lap. They're hoping it will be much faster tomorrow, and certainly
It's
on
gotten
Saturday.
light now.
But it's a very depressed state of mind right now. The 25 guys that got in the field can relax.
Real quick, it'll be like a
this
bucket.
afternoon and tomorrow. For everybody else, it's a battle. For these guys, their dream turned into a nightmare. Now they've got to figure out a way to make their nightmare turn back into a dream come true. They've got a lot of work ahead of them.
You're a V8.
John Kernan will have other stories from the Brickyard and from other areas of motorsports on RPM tonight. That's at 7 o'clock Eastern time here on The Deuce. At 9:30 Eastern, Benny Parsons and Dave Despain and Marty Reed will have coverage of the Cummins 200 NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series event at 9:30 at Indianapolis Raceway Park. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow on The Deuce with the second round of qualifying. And coming up next, the Power 2 Shop will give you an opportunity to buy some of the 1997 Brickyard 400 merchandise and some very, very interesting things that you can buy. Ernie Irvin has driven to the pole position here at the Brickyard with a speed of 177.736, a new track record. Joe Nemechek will start alongside him in the 4th annual Brickyard 400 on Saturday afternoon. For Benny Parsons, Bill Weber, and Jerry Punch, I'm Bob Jenkins. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
And Ernie Irvan. Okay, this is the actual race. It says extended. So they're reporting what happened at IRP during the weekend.
Driving for car owner Teresa Earnhardt. Last night, the Busch Series took center stage.
Oh, Ron Hornaday this week in real life was at Kern. He did the gentleman start your engine thing for Harvick's race.
Racing was one involved in many wrecks during the evening. But when the smoke cleared, the defending Busch Series champion Randy LaJoie took the checkered flag, and he appears to be on his way to another championship. ESPN, the world leader in sports, welcomes you live to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for our countdown to the Brickyard 400.
Okay, so I was there.
This morning, temperature is 83 degrees. The humidity is quite high. They say there's a 30% chance of rain, but hopefully not until this race is over.
I usually go to the MRO, the Motor Racing Outreach Church Service, to kill time, and then about a half hour before driver intros, we would go up top to the tower, which would be like behind his shoulder, not the tall tower, but like one of the, just so we can score the car, and it'd be near the start-finish line, whatever one it would be.
But I have expert help to sort through them, and one of our experts is the former NASCAR champion who'll join me in the booth for the race telecast over on ABC, Benny Parsons.
You know, folks, over the years, as we've all watched sporting events, we've come to realize how important the emotional state of the athlete is. Coaches having trouble getting the drivers up for the game. Well, trust me, when NASCAR comes to the Brickyard, it's no problem getting these 43 drivers and teams up. This is a huge event. If they win the race today, handling will be a key. One part of the handling is the aerodynamics on the car. Later in the show, we'll show a little bit more about aerodynamics. Jackaroot?
Well, Benny, if you're from nearby Pittsburgh, Indiana, you come home to Indiana for the Brickyard 400, the first inaugural race. If you're Jeff Gordon, you go to Victory Lane. Jeff Gordon has won 17 races in the last 18 months. He is really a superhero in NASCAR Winston Cup racing. Is he a lot like golfing's Tiger Woods? We'll find out later today. Bill Weber?
Well, Jack, in the racing world or the real world, there are very few Jeff Gordons, those born with the capability to win, a natural raw talent. Most are starved for such success. The early seasons, they're truly a struggle, a test of willpower more than horsepower. But in this starting to field today, there are several young guns ready to shoot it out, looking for a showdown at high noon. Here's Dr. Jerry Punch.
One of the giant enigmas for the 1997 season is why haven't some of NASCAR's biggest names gone
the big
to
red
Victory
truck.
Lane? Over the next little while, we'll try to unravel that mystery. We'll take a look at some of those dreaded droughts, and we'll talk to some of racing's royalty and see if maybe today that will all change. Bob?
All right. Here at Indianapolis, the good doctor will detail the frustrations of Earnhardt, Wallace, and Elliott. How each hopes to win their winless streaks today. We'll be back in just a moment. ESPN Speed World presentation of Countdown to the Brickyard 400 live from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is being brought to you by Pennzoil, formulated for today's stop-and-go driving. Stop, go, Pennzoil. By Miller Lite, who reminds you that anything can happen at Miller time. By Team Monte Carlo Chevy, the cars more champions trust. And by Monsoon Audio Systems, power, attitude, audio for the road. Well, there are 18 Chevys and 18 Ford Thunderbirds in today's starting field here at Indianapolis. This is the final year that the Thunderbird will be Ford's make of choice in NASCAR. After months of planning and designing, the new Ford Taurus was unveiled earlier this week here at Indy. It's the car that Ford has chosen to carry on its racing tradition. Here once again is Dr. Jerry Punch.
Altogether, they own 12 Winston Cup titles and have accumulated over 240 NASCAR wins. Through the modern era of motorsports, the mere mention of names like Earnhardt, Elliott, Waltrip, and Wallace would conjure up visions of victory. But recently, some of NASCAR's biggest guns have been silent.
Boy, it hurts. My worth, Darrell Waltrip, I've always thought my worth was directly related to how I did on the racetrack.
50-year-old Darrell Waltrip hasn't won a race since September of 1992. This veteran knows the ever-growing arsenal of accidents can rattle your resolve. Suddenly, every noise, every vibration is amplified. Almost like an aging football receiver, you begin to hear footsteps.
That's when all of a sudden that back end starts moving a little bit, and you start, ho, 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 ho. Where's it going? I've felt that before. Oh, I know what that means. And when that all starts to happen, those things just roll through your mind, those pictures of tumbling over or that picture of getting hit in the door. And you know what it is? The older you get, the good times don't last near as long, and the bad times seem to last forever.
Bill Bill Elliott's winless streak stretches nearly 3 years.
That's depressing. Oh my goodness. I wish it wasn't true.
The 90s have not been nice. Incidents like this shattered his leg and his season, but not his spirit, as evidenced by his
Talladega.
impressive fourth-place finish in February's Daytona 500. Despite a win early this year at Richmond, Rusty Wallace really has had very little to celebrate. The same talented team that recorded 5 wins a year ago now leads all contenders in the category of DNFs. Remarkably, they did not finish in 8 of the events over the first half of the 1997 season.
There's not another sport in the world where a 50-year-old man can get out there and compete against a 25-year-old kid and have a chance of beating him. So that's neat about our sport. It's another one of the neat things about our sport. But Dale and Bill and eventually Rusty and others are just going to have to realize the fact that there's a faster gun in town. They're not the hot shot anymore. They may still have the gun and they still may be able to get it up out of the holster, but the other guy shot them dead while they was going for it.
I don't believe that. I'm going to win to the day I quit. I'm not going to be a driver that's going to go out there and run and fizzle out and get worse and worse and worse and just kind of roll over dead out of the sport. I'm going to go out a winner.
Perhaps the biggest mystery involves this man, 7-time Winston Cup champion Dale Earnhardt, 0 for 45. Without a doubt, Dale's troubles began with this terrible tumble at Talladega 1 year ago. The losses were severe. The car and any chance at an 8th title were gone. But 1 week later, this battered driver battled back. After courageously qualifying and starting the Brickyard 400, Dale was forced to endure the biggest hurt, the gut-wrenching emptiness of a driver separated from his car. But that was just the beginning. There unfortunately have been other tumbles, followed by the taunts. Will the man in black ever get back?
They think they can win again, and they may. We all may win one more time, or we all may win several more times, but it's going to take a special effort, and it's going to be a special day when we do.
Back here at the Brickyard with Dale Earnhardt. Dale, what a difference a year makes. You came here a year ago physically hurt. Today you may be ailing a little bit inside because of the drought, but everybody thinks this could be your day. Could it?
Well, it could. And, you know, it's off a good race car, and we started 13th here and won the race. So just want to be consistent, keep track position, have good pit stops. I think pit stops won us the race last time, so that's key. The guys do their job, and I do my job out there. I think we can win.
Fans want to know, is the day today? The man in black is back. I mean, do you feel it inside? You said I'd always had a fire in your belly, and you could feel it. Do you feel it today?
Feel pretty good today. Race car's really good, too.
All right, a lot of confidence for Earnhardt. He may get his second Brickyard 400 victory.
Jerry Darrell Waltrip says that you have to have a perfect day. Well, you had a perfect day in qualifying in the 4th position. How about today in the Brickyard 400? Can a 50-year-old come home victorious?
Did you have to ask me that? How about do you want to dance? Let's do that. Yeah, I think so. We were real good in the final practice, happy hour yesterday. We ended up, I think, 4th or 5th quick again. So obviously there's a couple of 3 cars are better than us. The start is everything. Got to get down on the inside. This is real slick on the outside here. So if I can get that old Parts America car down in front of one of them Fords and they don't run into me, look out.
Now, Darrell, when you won your first Daytona 500, you exited the car and did what we knew from the Cincinnati Bengals time, the Icky Shuffle. You did it again yesterday. Can you tell us what the special moves are to the Icky Shuffle?
Well, it's real simple. You got to have these shoes first of all. You got to have chrome shoes, and you got to hip, hop, hip, hop, hippity 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 hop.
If we're lucky, we'll see that a second time in Victory Lane today. Bill Weber?
I can't remember.
Well, Jack, Rusty Wallace is Roger Penske's only ticket to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway these days. But today, not a very good seat for you. A past champions provisional. You start 43rd.
Yeah, I sure do. We had a little problem in qualifying. We lost an engine about an hour before the session was over, and it really set me back. Then I made a tire pressure adjustment right before qualifying and made the car push real bad, and it was just everything went downhill from there. I guess I could have requalified yesterday and got the car up to 26th, 27th, but we elected just to use all that time to get race setups in the car and get it right and get it organized, and so that's where we're at.
How is the car?
I believe we're in good shape. I really do. I'm real excited about it. I'm not going to tell you it's the best car I've ever had here, but it feels pretty good, and I believe this is a race where it's going to take a lot of adjustments as the race is going. But track position and pit stops can be real important. Very difficult to pass here. Oh, it's real important, real tough to pass. This
with
is
my
probably
notification,
the
I'll
toughest
be in the
racetrack that
chat
we go
for a
to
minute.
for passing. It's a pretty single-file racetrack.
Your car owner doesn't come here for IndyCar races anymore. Is that an added burden on you?
No, it's not a burden. He's here. He's all excited about the race. He's talked to everybody. He's even been talking to Tony George a little bit. So it's kind of weird, but they're having a good time out there. They're laughing, and they're ready to get this race going. I am too.
In the Brickyard 400, 3 top 7s in the first 3 races. Can you get another one today?
Yeah, I sure can. I think that the toughest part of my career, or one of the downs, was a couple years ago when I led this thing all day long, and right there at the end, he had a crash on pit road. I got blocked and finished second. But I've had a 4th, a 2nd, and a 7th, and but never had it come from this far back, man. I'll tell you, this is going to be a tough one today.
Rusty Wallace starts at the rear of the field. He's won more than $500,000 here. Today, he'd just like to win the race. Bob?
All right, thank you, Bill. Well, 4 years ago, Jeff Gordon, who grew up a few miles from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, drove to victory in the first race. He starts 24th in this race here today. We'll have more on our countdown to the Brickyard 400 in a moment. More than 250,000 fans are once again gathering in this fabled racetrack to see who will cross the yard of bricks first. This afternoon will be someone new, or will it be a 2-time winner? Well, Jack Arute has the story of one driver trying to get to victory lane for the 2nd time.
Bob, you don't have to be a golfer to be aware of Tiger Mania. Tiger Woods, the phenom on the golf courses, has been all over publications, media attention, incredible. They call him the new master. But if you ask people in NASCAR who the new master is, it's this young man, Jeff Gordon of Pittsburgh, Indiana. And like TV Guide says this week, NASCAR fans think he's king of the road. Tiger Woods, emerging sports hero, golfing prodigy, a childhood spent honing skills that would propel him to star status. Racing's Tiger Woods is Jeff Gordon, winning before he even started school, both with fathers dedicated to their development.
My stepfather, compared to his father, I think had really a lot of the same goals in mind. They treat it as a profession right from the start, saw talent, and really went with it. And through those years, those were the very important years to teach, me how to drive a race car, how to make passes, how to be a winner, how to accept losing. And I think that's what's really made me the race car driver I am today. So in that sense, I think there's definitely a lot of comparisons between the two of us.
Tiger owns the amateur record book. The sport's only 3-time amateur champion. Graduation to the pros was sweet. The rewards quick. This year, a Masters win and the green jacket. Gordon came home to Indiana in 1994 and got his Masters win by taking the first Brickyard 400. He scored another major with his trip to this year's Daytona 500 victory lane. 17 wins in 18 months and the 1995 Winston Cup.
I'm still overwhelmed by that. I mean, my 3rd year in Winston Cup, to have a year like we had in 1995, I mean, we won 7 races, 8 poles, just everything went our way that year.
But Jeff Gordon endures a new phenomenon. Boos interspersed with cheers.
I really just laugh about it. I know that the more I win, the more they boo. So obviously I'm doing something right. And it's almost like, you want to almost hear more boos because that means you're winning more races. But at the same time, if I had my choice, I wish everybody was cheering. But I know that that's not going to happen. Our fans are very loyal, and they get with their driver, they get with their team or their sponsor, and they stick to them.
Tiger Woods is 21 years old. Jeff Gordon, 25. He'll turn 26 this Monday. Both have at least 20 years to leave their mark.
I've accomplished so much in such a short period of time that it's kind of scary for me to set goals, because every time I set a goal, I accomplish it in the next year or two. I mean, I would love to win multiple championships. That's the next thing that we're looking at. I wouldn't mind winning the Brickyard twice. That'd be all right. And you look at the 7 championships between Petty and Earnhardt, that's almost, to me, unbelievable, out of reach. But you got to make it a goal. You got to make it something out there to really reach for, because we've accomplished a lot in a short period of time, and that would be the ultimate.
But today, the ultimate would be to better his starting position. A disappointing 24th for Jeff Gordon out of Pittsboro, Indiana. He is sequestered right now behind me in his transporter with his crew chief, Ray Evernham. What are they talking about? How to get the push out of the race car. Now, what do I mean by push? The nose, when he goes into the corner, wants to dart out towards the wall. Now, for Jeff Gordon and his crew chief, Ray Evernham, it means 5 pit stops today to solve the handling problems with their race car. Benny Parsons will tell you a little bit more about aerodynamics later in the show and how you can solve those problems. Bob?
And so Jeff Gordon will try to add to his 64-point lead in the series standings by winning here today. Our coverage of NASCAR Winston Cup competition continues next Sunday. We'll be at Watkins Glen, New York for the Bud at the Glen. And the race will be on at 1 o'clock Eastern Time next Sunday afternoon here on ESPN. More from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in a moment as Countdown to the Brickyard 400 continues. Welcome back to Indianapolis, where the fans are gathering for the start of the Brickyard 400, which is less now than an hour away. Well, Bill Weber has a story of the changing faces in NASCAR competition.
Well, Bob, there are a lot of young guns in this field, and really when you get into it, you can see that in this race today, a lot of the brightest stars of tomorrow are on this racetrack. They are the young guns, and they want to shine. But you don't measure a young driver by his age. You measure it by experience, or maybe by the miles he runs. But you will find out today that the most important thing, that talent is a vicious enemy of time.
I am the new way to go. I am the way of the future.
At the tender age of 28, Jeremy Mayfield returns to Indy with the promise he showed growing up in Kentucky. A 4th place finish at Demanding Dover, the best of his 6 top 10s this season. Ted Musgrave still seeks that elusive first win. His Ford could have been Sweet 16 at Darlington, but Ted didn't want to spoil the party by moving Dale Jarrett out of the way. So Musgrave settled for 2nd. Mild-mannered Johnny Benson has the potential of Superman. Former Busch Series champion, Winston Cup Rookie of the Year in '96, 8th last August at the Brickyard. His best career finish, a 5th at Pocono. Ward Burton earned his first win at Rockingham in October of 1995, 46 races ago. It is his only win. Burton has the team and the talent. The question now is this his time? Wyatt Ricky Craven comes from Maine. He's just 31 years old. His greatest glory? Perhaps his pole-winning performance in neighboring New Hampshire. This season, he has been slowed by injury, but Craven's desire never stalled. Rookie David Green has just 14 career Cup starts. He has 1 Busch Series championship and just missed a 2nd last season. Now he must fight just to make races and once again learn how to win. Michael Waltrip's portrait shows no wins in 348 starts. It was the one start that didn't count that counted the most. His biggest day came at night, winning big money but no points in the Winston All-Star race. Chad Little's return to a seat in Winston Cup has been a frustrating season of promise and disappointment. He used the Busch Series to sharpen his skills and seeks his first win in 109 career starts. 34-year-old Jeff Green has just 14 career Winston Cup starts, only 7 this season. He graduated to his team's Winston Cup ride after an impressive Busch Series win at Las Vegas. Jeff used to drive for Dale Earnhardt. Now he wants to beat him. 34-year-old John Andretti has a famous name, and now he has a famous finish, surviving this explosive last lap finish to win at Daytona on the 4th of July weekend, beating other famous names like Labonte, Marlin, and Earnhardt. Now this Andretti hopes his up-and-down career goes only one way, up. Through the years, these aging bricks have withstood the test of time. Today, their greatest challenge could be surviving the test of youth. Well, the youngest gun with the best aim so far is 30-year-old Jeff Burton, who is ready to roll off from 33rd today. It took you 96 races to get your first win, but just a dozen to get your second. Can you get your third 3 races later?
Well, we've got an awfully good race car. Unfortunately, I messed us up qualifying and got us back in 33rd, but this car will drive as good as it did yesterday morning. wasn't quite as good yesterday afternoon, but the conditions have gotten a little bit more like they were yesterday morning. If it'll do that and we have good pit stops and I keep it out of the wall and it runs all day, we'll have a chance. I like my chances a great deal. I feel pretty confident with it, and it's really good in traffic, which is where we struggle some, but this car is really good in traffic, and I'm excited. I'm pretty pumped up.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Jeff Burton looking for his first top 10 at the Brickyard. Here's Jerry Punch.
Well, Burton and Andretti, two young lions who have already won in 1997. Many believe Mayfield is next. Jeremy, what will it take for that win to come here today?
Man, I tell you what, we got an awfully good car here. It's run good yesterday morning, run good yesterday afternoon. It's just going to, I'm going to be patient. You know, it's going to be a long race, and pit strategy is going to be a big deal today. I think you'll see that. But, man, I got a good crew, and I think they'll take care of me on that end, and I feel like I got a good shot at it.
With the right brakes, Mayfield just may win. Jack?
Jerry, forget about Tiger Mania, forget about Michael Jordan. How'd you like to make this long walk to the Brickyard 400 starting grid, being asked for your autograph, being asked for a picture? That's what's happening to Jeff Gordon right now. Jeff, there's got to be some solitude when you finally get to the race car.
Yeah, that's where I'm most comfortable, and you kind of quiet. But, you know, this is what it's all about. This is what the Brickyard's about. It's exciting. It really gets me pumped up before the race.
Can you be a two-time winner?
I hope so. We've got a great car, man, and it's going to take us a little while to get from the back to the front, but once we get there, I think we're going to be in good shape.
Bob?
All right, thank you, Jack. Well, a reminder, you'll have to click over to ABC right after the conclusion of this program for the lap-by-lap coverage. That's at 1 o'clock Eastern Time this afternoon. Benny Parsons is strolling around down in the pit in the garage area. He'll tell us more about who and what he sees when we return to Indianapolis.
It's really cool to see, isn't it?
Well,
that vibe right there. I'm glad it takes a long time for them to get the race going, because just you're taking it all in, and it's incredible to have the fans on both sides.
Well, most of the activity we cover here on ESPN when it comes to a race involves the drivers and the crews. But there are also stories away from the racetrack. Here's Dr. Jerry Punch.
On race day, the drivers are focused on what's happening in the race car and on the racetrack. Their wives are heavily involved in record keeping and scoring in the pits. But what about the rest of the family? That's where this spot is very, very important. We call it the NASCAR Nursery. Its real name is the MRO Family Center. Now, what happens here is 30 minutes before the race and 30 minutes after, the drivers and crew members, youngsters, are dropped off and picked up for what is a very structured daycare and a little non-denominational Bible study. Now, when the track gets quiet, a lot of the people here realize there's been a caution flag. Immediately, teachers call NASCAR and then tell the youngsters, hey,
I think that's
no one's
John
been
Hunter.
hurt. Once they know everyone's okay, the joking begins. Ordinarily, one little boy will say to another, hey, I'll bet that was your daddy to hit the wall. The other little boy says, no, it wasn't.
Yeah, Square
yes,
D Fire suit. My dad would be there if he's with Newt. I thought he helped him at Charlotte, and I would imagine he may have helped him here, because he said he worked with him till the end of '87.
Searching for familiar faces and any late-breaking stories. Benny?
You know, this, folks, this place is unbelievable. Since 1911, they've have been bringing race cars to Gasoline Alley. NASCAR didn't start till 1948. Next year we'll be 50 years old. In just a few years, this place is going to be 100 years old. So what a great place. Look at this, Bob. I mean, people as far as you can see. All the way down the front stretch, a tunnel of people as these cars will accelerate down for the Brickyard 400. One thing great about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and their pit road, check these pits out. Hey, you guys, get out of the way here a minute. I'm trying to show them the pits. Just step aside here. Step aside. Step aside. Look at this. Just get over here a minute. No, that way. This pit is fit. How come you guys... Hey, Bob, I found some guys that they own the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I know Kerry Agajanian. Introduce me to your friends.
This is my brother, J.C. Jr. here.
Benny, you're the greatest. Good to see you.
Chris, my little...
Hi, Benny. What are you eating today?
Well, I'm missing lunch, as a matter of fact. But now your dad, when did he start coming to Indy?
Well, back in the 40s, late 40s. 1947. This is our 50th year here, our family, 50 years.
Wow.
Here.
Did he ever win the Indy 500?
Absolutely. 1952 with Troy Ruttman. And in 1963, Parnelli Jones. He brought him here as a rookie, and he won the race here in 1963.
We always let our attorney do the talking. You know that, don't you?
I was on the pit crew then, and that's that ring from that race in 1963. And there it is, and he's got one too. Look at that.
Wow. This is pretty doggone.
Parnelli helped design this ring along with my dad, and all the pit crew and all the guys that worked on the race car, that winning number 98 car, got a ring like this in 1963.
That was the year that Parnelli won?
That's it.
Driving your dad's car.
And drive my dad's car, number 98.
Right over that yard of bricks right there.
Man. They didn't have stock cars then at Indianapolis.
In 1963, that's the year I started driving stock cars, a 1954 Ford. But anyway, I want to tell you that these pits are 50 feet long, about 10 feet longer than most stock car pits. So, Bob, they got a lot of room to negotiate their pit stops down here.
Well, we'd rather hear from the Yagajanians anyway to see how long the pit stalls are. Well, when we come back, Benny and I will recap the 2 days of qualifying that we had for this year's Brickyard 400. Back in a moment. Here at the Brickyard, 51 cars were going for the 43 spots.
And the first to try was Rich Bickle in a second car from the Darrell Waltrip stable. And Bickle was impressive at 176.087. Jeff Gordon had won the pole for the last two Brickyards, but he, and in fact all 300 cars, struggled in practice and qualifying, and Jeff ended up only 24th fastest.
Darrell Waltrip is the oldest driver in the field, but he showed in the time trials that he's not lost the fire, moving to the pole position for a short time with a speed of 176.8. Then the defending Brickyard champion Dale Jarrett moved to the 2.5-mile oval. Last year, he won the race from the 24th starting spot. For a while, Jarrett was on the pole this year until his teammate Ernie Irvin knocked him off. Holding back tears for his critically ill mother, Irvin out-qualified Jarrett and all the others with a new track record of 177.7.
The drama wasn't over yet, however. The 95 winner, Dale Earnhardt, hoping to break a 45-race winless streak here this weekend. He did knock Ernie off the pole, but he did qualify fast enough for the 5th starting position. Then his qualifying line was nearly exhausted. Joe Nemechek, who has earned the nickname Front Row Joe, showed why he's called that when he bumped Jarrett to the second row and put himself beside Irvin.
On Friday, 18 requalified in second round, led by Jeff Green at a speed of 176.153, ninth fastest overall. And with that, the 43-car.
My dad built Joe his first Cup car, and they ran it at New Hampshire. I scored that race, and that's one of the races that I actually caught a glimpse of me right after the race coming across pit road and around the little white fence with my clipboard. So that was one, and then one other of Joe's. But I haven't seen me in any of the Cup stuff. But a lot of times during the race, I would be up top. But this is early. It's a little too early for me to be up top quite yet. You see women walking across the track with clipboards. Look at Dale hiding in the corner. He always was like around the corner somewhere.
First of all, how is your mom?
Mom's doing just a little bit better. You know, we love her, and we're all of our support's with her, and you know, all the race fans have really got a lot of prayers, and that's helping.
A lot of people don't realize that she's the president of your fan club, and she's really been the backbone to everything that you've gone through.
There's no doubt, you know, she's somebody that's there all the time, and been there all throughout my career and all throughout my family.
Now, let's talk about the race. The Brickyard 400, the previous 3 editions, you were always a key player, but you've yet to be where we are right now.
Dale Sr. was always out in the pits, even though, like, he wasn't one to just sit in his hall or anything. You'd mostly see him in the garage by the car, sitting down on a pail or a chair or something, or cooler.
Do it all during the day.
You like to be right there where the work was going on.
Owes him one.
And the point standings as we go into this event shows that Jeff Gordon has a 64-point edge on Mark Martin, with defending series champion Terry Labonte third. Dale Jarrett is fourth, and then Jeff Burton. Dale Earnhardt is sixth. Ted Musgrave has moved into the top 10. It's been a tradition here at Indianapolis to take the drivers around the racetrack in a car prior to the start of the race. That's what they're doing right now, and I believe Bill Weber is with one of the drivers.
Best seat in the house, Bob, riding with Mark Martin and Derek Cope, and you are 64 points behind in the point chase, but more critical right now, Mark, you start 31st. You have to find a way to get that Valvoline Ford to the front.
Well, it's sure going to be tough today. Passing is really hard here at Indy, but
that's identical to what I owned for a vehicle at that time. I got it on the X-Plan.
Really racing well here this year. And
It was a
we've
Camaro.
got a proven car, so hopefully
White.
things will work out okay for us.
And Derek Cope riding along. What do you think of this experience, huh?
Well, this is the
Gosh,
the
they
best
were
you
so
can get
cheap
it, I
back
think. You know,
then.
this place is surrounded by fans all the way around it, and
Like
it's an
20,000.
outstanding place to come to. Great venue. We're just excited to be here.
Derek Cope and Mark Martin looking for a win at the Brickyard. Dr. Jerry Punch.
Well, for the fourth time in 6 races, Joe
You
Nemechek starts
did.
on the front row.
Oh,
Joe
man.
starting up front down to was science, but what will it take to stay there today?
It was either a cop magnet or someone would back into it all the time. I had it in the body shop 3 times, and I wasn't even driving it any of the
Kind of threw
times.
everybody for a loop this morning,
It
so
was
we
parked.
made a couple adjustments, and I hope we went the right direction.
Well, if he can pull it off, Bob, it'll be no more front row Joe. It'll be newest winner Nemechek.
Here's a look at the complete starting lineup. Ernie Irvin and Nemechek are on
It
the
was
front row.
used
Dale Jarrett and
in
Darrell
one of the
Waltrip in row
pre-race
2. Third row,
ceremonies
Dale
for
Earnhardt and Mike Skinner.
Charlotte.
Row 4, Ricky Rudd and Ken Schrader.
In,
David Green and Rich Bickler in row
96.
5. The 6th row, Robbie Gordon and Bobby Hamilton.
It was a
Sterling Marlin and Wally
95.
Dallenbach make up row 7. Elliott and Mayfield are in the 8th
It
row.
was used in
row 9, Rick
96.
Maston, Michael Waltrip.
No, it
In
was
the 10th row,
96
Steve
and we
Grissom
used it
and
in
Johnny
96.
Benson. Row 11, Chad Little and Ted
No, it was in
Musgrave. In the
95.
12th row, it's Ron Barfield
I know it
and
was.
Jeff Gordon. 13th row,
That might have been why I got a
Jeff
deal.
Green. Lake Speed and Jeff Purvis are in row
It
14.
ran good.
The
It
15th row,
handled
Kenny
good.
Wallace and Ed Verrier.
The only thing, though, when you
Mark
get like
Martin,
over
Derek
100
Cope,
miles an
16.
hour, it wants
Jeff
to
Burton,
lift.
Rick Wilson in the 17th.
And it
18th row,
didn't-
John
it
Andretti and Ward
floated.
Burton. Then Greg
That
Sykes
was
and
the
Terry
only thing that
Labonte.
was
20th row, Kyle Petty and Jimmy Spencer. Ricky
uneasy
Craven and
about
Brett
it.
Bodine in the 21st row. And Rusty Wallace in row number 22. Tune in to ESPN and ESPN2 for semifinal and final action from the Du Maurier Open in Montreal. Semifinal action between Evgeny Kafelnikov and Chris as we go into this event. Show and Jeff Gordon. 13th row, Bobby Labonte and Jeff Green. Lake Speed and Jeff Purvis are in row 14. The 15th row, Kenny Wallace and Ed Verrier. Mark Martin and Derek Cope make up row 16. Jeff Burton and Rick Wilson in the 17th. 18th row, John Andretti and Ward Burton. Then Greg Sykes and Terry Labonte. 20th row, Kyle Petty and Jimmy Spencer. Ricky Craven and Brett Bodine in the 21st row. And Rusty Wallace in row number 22. Tune in to ESPN and ESPN2 for semifinal and final action from the Du Maurier Open in Montreal.
Had it muted.
Semifinal action between
Kenny
Evgeny
Wallace did make
Kafelnikov
it.
and
That's
Chris
what I was
Woodruff
looking.
today at 1 o'clock Eastern on ESPN, and the finals tomorrow at 2 o'clock. On the Deuce, you can see the second
Silver
round semifinal match
78Z.
tonight at 10 o'clock on
Oh,
ESPN.
man. That is a cool car. I had a 79. Oh, man, the bricks. I had a 79
We've seen a Winston Cup car lose air
Rally
pressure
Sport.
on a
It
tire
was an
while going
RS. It
around
was
the
305
racetrack and still
4-barrel.
be able to come onto pit road
It
with
didn't
the tire
have the
intact
big
and make the
motor.
exchange. Now, there's a reason for
It
that.
didn't
It's
have the
introduction
350.
of stiff sidewall construction to the racing radial tire.
But-
Goodyear uses what's called an inner liner to provide an extended mobility for their racing
It
tires.
would
Well, the folks at Goodyear have taken that
not
technology
spin
and
the
they've now
tires on
introduced it
takeoff.
into a
That was
line
the
of
biggest
passenger
difference.
tires. That entire stiff sidewall extended mobility cord is now in each radial tire.
But having
It's
the
standard
Z-
operating equipment on the brand new Corvettes.
Like,
They can
having
go
a
as
Rally
much as
Sport felt like a
100
great
miles
car.
with
Having the
zero
Z,
air pressure.
you were
Now,
like,
this is just a
oh,
classic example of
like
technology
that.
we see in
And you
racing
step on the gas,
transferred to the American passenger car, and you.
it was like, oh.
And of course, we'll
So,
be
yeah.
seeing who gets the best
The
tire
Z,
wear during
the
course of
350
the
made a
race. A lot of
difference.
food being served here because there are a lot of fans. 250,000's worth at Indianapolis. Back in a moment. The cars are gridded on the front stretch. Start of the race a little less than a half hour. Well, a couple of terms you'll
It was
hear
kind of a
throughout the
cute
race
story
are
about
loose
the
and
Rally
push.
Sport off a
And they
guy
can be a
that
result
really,
of
really wanted the Vet.
aerodynamics, as
He
explained
wanted
by
this
our
Beauty and the
expert
Beast
analyst,
Corvette
Eddie
with a
Parsons.
big, it was a Stingray convertible with Beauty and the Beast mural on the back and gold leaf all up and down the fenders. It was gorgeous. And I dated him for like 6 weeks, and he was very handsome too. And he would go to pick me up at work, be standing outside his car all laid back and stuff like that, and then people would say, oh, can I take a picture of your car? And then they'd say, wait a minute, can we take a picture of you? And he was like so full of himself. Oh my God. But I was able to get a really cool car. And $6,000 less than he was asking. So.
as the front car goes to
Yeah,
the corner,
it was
he
a
loses
cool
that
one.
downforce on the back of the car, making the back of the car go towards the wall.
It was the two-tone silver black with the orange pinstriping and the spoiler front and rear.
It pushes toward the wall.
But the black and silver was amazing. Did he have the solid silver with the pinstripes?
A couple of years ago, through the short chute, he will dive to
My
the inside
sister's
to let
boyfriend
just a
had
little bit of air get
the
on the nose of his car,
six-cylinder
helping that
with
car
the
turn. As he closes
powder
on the back of the
blue.
22, he makes that car loose. So Sterling not able to get on the accelerator.
The
the way he
Rally
should,
Sport was
and able to
okay. I
go
mean, I
by.
drag raced with it a little bit. Wasn't so bad, but it beat everyone off the line, but it wouldn't pull all the way across the parking lot.
He'd get back on the accelerator and make the pass down the straightaway.
Don't tell my dad what I would do in my cars.
But passing can be done. Just as
We'd wait
last
till the
year's
police
winner,
did their
Dale
rounds and we'd line up in the parking lots. When the department stores were closed, they didn't run 24 hours in the old days.
Being loose during the course of the race. Well, the defending champion is ready to go for win number 2. Let's go down to pit road.
Alrighty, they still fiddle farting around.
Is getting ready to climb in a convertible and get a photograph taken. Last year's Brickyard 400 winner coming all the way from 24 starting spot. And Dale Jarrett here celebrating. And DJ, they're making a special award here for Dale Jarrett as he is a winner, getting more and more bucks here. From
Yeah, the yellow and orange pinstripe for real.
Award being presented to DJ, who starts today back in 3rd position. And folks, the festivities here are very, very special. Dale Jarrett will tell you that although he has won, DJ, I know you have 11 victories.
I think they had a yellow on black,
this one here has to be very, very special. Among
silver on black,
right there at the top. This is a great
the
race
two-tones.
and great facility. Just to see all these people here is unbelievable.
All right, Dale Jarrett, awards continuing here as he will get ready to be on a convertible and go around in front of this massive crowd and maybe have a chance of winning 2 in a row here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Mary Holman George and Tony George were standing behind Dale Jarrett there. There is the car that
Mine was a 79, and then my other one was a 95, like I said. Looked like that convertible
the
there.
fans are in their seats and the drivers are going around
Just
the
like
racetrack.
that.
The 4th annual Brickyard 400.
Well, I take it back. That could
Motor
be a
Speedway is just
96 or
about
7.
ready
Mine
to
was a
start.
95
Again,
for
our
real.
coverage is over on ABC television. And we will be back with more from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and wrap things up here in just a moment.
They still have the crossover gates open. I was looking.
ESPN Speed World's countdown.
Now I remember the view. I was up pretty high and I see these buildings, so we had to be up high enough to see.
Power, attitude, audio
You could see our car on the back stretch
Carlo Chevy, the car's more champions
from whatever level we were. But I don't remember being wicked high.
Driving. Stop, go, Pennzoil. And by Miller Lite, who reminds you that anything can happen at Miller time. The command to start engines and the green flag get closer as
They
we await
never
the start
show
of
the
fourth
inside of the
Brickyard
scoring
400.
towers
Now
or
we take a look
anything,
back
so it's
at the
hard to
first 3
remember.
races. The decision to run a stock
But I would
car race at Indy
imagine
was
we're
made
in one of them
1993, and then on
levels.
August 6, 1994, the big day finally came. Many fans and drivers, for that matter, never thought that such a
I
event
remember
would occur.
taking elevators
Stock
at
cars on a track that
2
until
tracks,
then
but I
had
don't
been reserved
recall
for
which
open-wheel
ones.
racing. Rick Mast
Maybe
had the honor of winning
Richmond?
the first pole position and leading the first competitive lap. Coming off a restart on lap 100, the Bodine brothers, Jeff and Brett, showed more competitive.
I know
and
that's
brotherly
dumb.
love.
You think
First
you'd
attack
remember,
by
but
Jeff
it's
got Brett
like
loose,
you.
allowing Jeff to pass.
I guess if I only raced, it'd be one thing, but I worked a full-time job and the weekdays, and then I would go out on the weekends. So I just basically slept and worked. Kept your suitcase packed.
Family problems and personal problems between us here lately, and he just unfortunately took it out on a
Now he's who I'm scoring for, but not in the X side. He was QVC.
still love him, but he spun me out.
Nascar every race from think Dover
Jeff Gordon with 11 laps to go,
all the way to
Ernie would hang on for the win.
Phoenix.
6 circuits later, a tire began going down on the 28 car.
Hey, what's up?
To retake the lead and forcing Ernie to the pits.
I haven't talked to you in a while. How you doing?
It was all Jeff Gordon. We'll remember the name. Jeff Gordon, winner of the inaugural Brickyard 400.
Cool.
1995
yeah.
was one of those rainy, miserable days in
That's
Indiana.
deep.
Few held out
I'm
any
gonna
hope
need
of
to
getting
burn
the race
one.
started. At around 4 p.m. Indianapolis
Look what I
time,
can
the field
do.
pulled onto the track. As the sun reached the low angles in the western sky, Dale Earnhardt chased Rusty Wallace and Gordon, who had hopes of winning 2 in a row at the Brickyard. Rusty had problems getting off pit road less than 30 laps from the checkered when he had to nearly stop as 2 cars collided in front of him. Any hopes
that
of
was
giving his
the
owner Roger
year
Penske
before, I
another
think.
victory at Indy, first in the stock cars, were dashed. Wallace came onto the track just ahead of Dale, but Earnhardt was at full speed and approaching turn number 3 went into the lead. Earnhardt was the final of 11 different drivers to lead the second Brickyard 400. The 7-time NASCAR Winston Cup champion had won the richest NASCAR purse ever,
Trying to see
beating
where
Rusty
the
by
scoring
37
tower
hundredths
would
of a
be.
second.
Because I remember being able to view the backstretch. It's really weird.
Qualified. I told them not to pay attention to that, but what really killed me, I left the pit area and 2 cars wrecked in front of me.
They didn't have very good transponders
In
then.
front of me, that was the race right there.
I mean, we mashed a button, and you had transponders that were with the start-finish line.
As Gordon led the field to green for the 2nd straight year. Dale Earnhardt gave his seat up early to Mike Skinner. Earnhardt was nursing painful injuries suffered in a devastating crash at Talladega, Alabama.
The car was real comfortable, and I wasn't in much pain riding along there, but you know, the plan was to get him in there, so just in case anything happened.
Now, Daytona, you score from the inside, but you can see them coming out of the triangle for quite a while from the inside. But this track from the inside, there's no way. You wouldn't be able to see them coming in time to, like, score them accurately.
He led on 3 different occasions for a total of 67 laps, the most of any driver. He eventually wound up in 8th position. The Yates teammates, Irvin and Dale Jarrett, exchanged the lead twice in the last 25 laps before Jarrett went to the front for good with 7 laps to go. The race ended under caution, with Jarrett winning another big event, much to the emotional delight of his father, Ned, himself a former 2-time NASCAR Winston Cup champion. With downtown Indianapolis in the background, we now begin to look ahead to this year's event. We call upon those who will be covering the race on ABC for their predictions. And we go first to Benny Parsons.
Jack Roush and his 3 drivers are having a terrific 1997. Mark Martin has won twice. He is second in the point
Looks
standings.
still early.
Jeff Burton,
There's
he's
so
won
much
twice.
of the crew
He's
members
fifth in
and
the point
everything
standings.
still
Ted
in the
Musgrave,
garage.
He's 10th in the point standings. So who do you think is pumped up for the Brickyard 400? Jack Arute?
Benny, I think this might be the only race on the Winston Cup Tour where points don't mean anything. Ask any driver. They don't talk about how many points are they going to earn coming out of the Brickyard 400. They talk about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. In this yard of bricks, over 80 years of tradition here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. While the Brickyard 400 may only have 3 years under their belt, this is the 4th running of the event. Every single driver in this starting field wants to be part of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway tradition.
More and more NASCAR Winston Cup racing is moving from a team sport to a multi-car team sport. 8 of the top 12 qualifiers today are teammates. Why is that important? Well, in February's Daytona 500, Team Hendrick worked together and all 3 swept the top 3 spots. So today, Dale Earnhardt needs Mike Skinner. Darrell Waltrip needs Rich Bickle. Ernie Irvin needs Dale Jarrett. Get the idea? They're going to try to tag team their way to a Brickyard title.
Well, no place has a history of heroes and heartbreaks like Indianapolis does. Racers have dreamed about winning here. Dreamers have raced and won here. It's a spectacular event, one that everyone wants to see. Now, it'd be easy to say that the sun is going to shine on one of the big guys today.
Being there, you feel the ghost. It's crazy. You just feel it's like a Wilkesboro to the ninth power too. Like Wilkesboro, you feel that feeling.
Each year we've
Maybe
seen an
Daytona a little bit, but nothing like here, man. Wow.
Track, and some thought that
You
the
just,
rumble strips this
you
year
know.
would make passing at a premium.
Okay,
but if
Pops.
last night's happy hour is any indication, we'll see lots of passing today and side-by-side racing all around the racetrack.
What's this?
The following is a special presentation of ABC Sports.
Oh, they're switching coverage.
Something happened in Indianapolis, Indiana in August of 1994 that many thought would never happen. Stock cars racing on a track that to that point had been reserved for the open wheel cars on Memorial Day weekend. It was the second largest single-day sporting event in the world, and fans were treated to wheel-to-wheel racing as they had never seen before. Since then, it's become one of the biggest races of the season, and a win today would impact many of the drivers in different ways. A Cinderella story was played out 3 years ago as Jeff Gordon, who learned to race here in Indiana, won that inaugural event. And today, he hopes to become the race's first two-time winner and extend his lead in the season point standings. For Terry Labonte, a win today would be the biggest of his career. He is the defending series champion. Dale Jarrett is the event's defending champion. As a two-time Daytona 500 winner, he has a knack for capturing big races, and a victory today would further that reputation. His teammate Ernie Irvan is temporarily out of a ride next year. On Thursday, Ernie won the pole for today's race at record speed, and he's looking to up his stock with the Triumph. No one needs to finish first more than Dale Earnhardt. The Brickyard's second winner is mired in the longest winless streak of his 20-year career. Will that streak end today? And then there's Mark Martin. He's second in the series points and hopes to close in on Gordon. NASCAR stock car racing is the sport of the 90s, and today it's the richest, most attended event on the world's most famous racetrack. From the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it's the fourth running of the Brickyard 400. 89 years after it first opened its doors and hosted a race, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is still thriving. It has become the world's greatest race course, and today it hosts for the fourth time the Brickyard 400. The weather here in Indianapolis is quite warm, partly cloudy skies, a temperature of 83 degrees. The humidity is quite high, and the forecast is for the possibility, a 30% chance of some showers, but not until later this afternoon. Hi, everyone. I'm Bob Jenkins, and in less than 15 minutes, the Speedway will roar to life, and 43 drivers will embark on a journey of 400 miles, 160 laps to nowhere, ending exactly where they started, but allowing one driver to enshrine his name in history books as winner of stock car racing's greatest challenge. There have been many stories played out here since the cars went onto the track on Wednesday, including the emotional run for the pole on Thursday. For more on that story, here's Jack Arute.
And it was an emotional run for the pole by this man, Ernie Irvan, a key player in the previous runnings of the Brickyard 400, but never a winner. And now he's the lame duck driver for Robert Yates Racing. And if that wasn't enough, he goes to this post position with a heavy heart. His mother critically ill back in Charlotte, North Carolina. But Ernie, what can you do to change things from the previous years? What are your concerns about this year's Brickyard 400?
Really, I mean, just the competition. The competition's really tough, and my teammate's probably one of the biggest, competitors in this race. And I feel like this Texaco Avalon Ford has got the capabilities of running up front all day, and we're just gonna have to just buy our time.
You said despite the fact that your mother was so critically ill, she would be the one that would have said, Ernie, come here, sit the car on the pole, and take it to victory lane.
Well, she would have. And, Mom, we love you, and my whole family, everybody that's involved, and we're going to do everything for them.
It's been an emotional roller coaster. Bill? Jerry?
Well, it's been an emotional week here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And a year ago, it was an emotional day for one Dale Earnhardt. He came here and very courageously played hurt. Something he did not want to do was climb out of that race car. The anxiety, the emptiness inside of being separated. And now, Dale alone with his thoughts as we have a silence moment here before the beginning of the 4th annual Brickyard 400. He wants it in a very, very bad way. For 1997, Dale Earnhardt has been winless, 0 for 45. Unheard of, almost unbelievable for a man that has won so much and meant so much to the sport of NASCAR stock car racing. He sits in his car alongside teammate Mike Skinner. They own row 3. It is an all-childress row, as Earnhardt, now healthy 100%, doesn't want to reflect on what happened a year ago. He would like to be able to go to victory lane here today at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They say when you win one here, you want to win the second one even more. And the last time he came here as a healthy driver, he went to victory lane. And that's the memory he has, not what happened a year ago when he had a hard time climbing in and even a harder time climbing out of that race car. As Dale Earnhardt now sits in his car thinking about what could happen here today. Bill Weber?
Well, Jerry, Jeff Gordon turns 26 years old on Monday. He's already won millions. He's won a championship, and he's won here. This season, he's won 7 times. And you measure the success of a driver by the number of wins, but you measure his heart by his number of losses. And Jeff Gordon, you're almost in a slump. 3 races in a row without a win, but you do come here as the points leader. The 24 car starts 24th today. How do you get to the front?
Well, slowly. You know, we're in no hurry. It's a shorter race, 400 miles, but this a big track and tough to pass on. I'm going to rely on my pit crew a little bit, and we're going to have to get the job done on the racetrack too. But I think, you know, the car, we've set up the car to try to maneuver and pass, but once we get up, you know, in front of a group or hopefully towards those leaders, we're going to have to adjust the car a little bit. And, you know, now we're back to typical Indiana weather, hot, humid, overcast, so it ought to be interesting all day.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Bob Jenkins.
Twilight's last screaming, who's bought stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night.
Trying to see where we're parked.
Flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
Here comes the flyover. That was Tracy Bird with the national anthem as we're just moments away now from the start of the race. Let's go back down to Dr. Jerry Punch.
Well, Dale, after all you've been over here, how badly do you want this one here today?
It's time to win, Larry. It's just the kind of race that you want to win, but it's time for us to win. This race team.
All right, his crew members talking to him there in the headset. You can't hear him. Hey, if this guy has his way today, the man in black will definitely be back. Bob?
Well, the former NASCAR Winston Cup champion joins me here in the booth now, Benny Parsons, and it's pretty obvious, I think, that this is the 4th time that these drivers have been here, and the edge is off. There's no emotion down there on pit road.
Oh, no, not whatsoever. You talked about it just a moment ago. 89 years since this racetrack opened. The best-known speedway on the face of the earth. Every stock car driver desperately wants to win the Brickyard 400.
Wouldn't it have been nice if they had started running here before you retired?
Oh, man, oh, man. And almost $5 million today, the purse, unheard of in stock car racing.
Well, you know, it's been a tradition here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to get the command from a member of the Holman-George family. Now, Mary Fendrick Holman, the widow of Tony Holman, who bought this facility after World War II, gave the command for many, many years, but her health will not permit that now. At the Indianapolis 500, her daughter, Mary Holman-George, gave the command, and it appears as if she is ready to do it once again. We're awaiting for the announcement from Mary
Very famous
Holman-George,
family.
the chairman of the board of the
I have a
Indianapolis Motor
necklace like
Speedway,
that.
to give those 4 words that will begin our quest for Brickyard Gold here this afternoon in Indianapolis.
we have come to that time that we've all been waiting. Here to start the running of the 4th Brickyard 400 is the chairman of the board of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Mary Holman George.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
Those magic words bring to life.
Just a different color.
43 cars have roared to life
Same
here
thing.
in Indianapolis. As we get set for the start of this
Carved
race, we get down to
stones
Dr. Jerry Bunch.
of little wolves.
Cars that start in row 3. We're talking about Earnhardt and Skinner. Richard, you got a lot to gain today, but also a lot to lose. What's the emotion?
And animals.
Everyone's ready for it. You know, we put in 5 days of testing. Both teams has worked to put in a tremendous amount. We just need to win this race. And it'd be great to see that 3-car win, too.
Boy, what that effort wouldn't do to jumpstart this team's emotion. Let's check in.
Kind of cool.
Well, Jerry Punch, let me tell you a little bit about what happened 1 year ago at this Brickyard 400. Remember when the cars would go into turns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4? They'd kick up the dirt. They'd bring the left sides all the way down to the dirt. With the sod held down by certain types of staples, they kicked up into the racetrack. Kyle Petty, Jeff Gordon had a concrete kind of meeting with the wall. This year, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is introduced what they're calling ripple strips down on the inside below the white line. What are they? They're 3-inch wide, 1.5-inch high pieces of compressed polyethylene rubber, just like you'd have a garbage bag made out of, but maybe 100 times stronger and stiffer. These are down in the corners. If a driver gets up alongside of it, well, it makes a noise, it upsets the handling of the car, but he can still keep control. Jared, Bill Weber.
1 year ago, Todd Parrott celebrated in Victory Lane here. Your chances today, Todd, of defending one of the biggest titles in racing.
I think we got a great chance today. You know, we got a great Robert Yates engine in that car. And things handling real well too. So really excited about our chances today. I'd like to take a second and say hello to Debbie and Tyler back home. They're watching this thing, and Mary laid up in the hospital with that new baby. So hello everybody.
Last words of encouragement to your driver were,
Hey, Pops, glad you're back. They haven't gone green yet.
Bob Jenkins.
Here's the starting lineup for today's race. On the pole, last year's runner-up here at the Brickyard, Ernie Irvin. He qualified at a new track record. Joe Nemechek is on the front row for the 5th time this year. The second row, the defending champion of the event, Dale Jarrett, and the oldest driver in the field, Darrell Waltrip. The third row, Dale Earnhardt hoping to break a 45-race winless streak, and Mike Skinner, the pole sitter at Daytona. The fourth row, Ricky Rudd, who's won at least one race for the last 14 years, and Ken Schrader, 7th here in 1994. The fifth row, David Green, a rookie in the series, and Rich Bickle, who finished 29th here in the inaugural race. The sixth row, Robbie Gordon, who finished 29th in this year's Indianapolis 500, and Bobby Hamilton in the car owned by Richard Petty. Sterling Marlin is starting 13th, the two-time Daytona winner, and Wally Dallenbach.
I think I mentioned on the last stream, I did a lot of garden work this weekend, and I've been extremely stiff and like shot all my cardio numbers and everything on this through the moon, and I've been really sore. So while they do this starting lineup, I'm going to jump up and walk around and stretch again and be right back.
Who was fastest in the final practice yesterday afternoon.
Row 12, we find Ron Barfield Jr., Bill Elliott's protege, alongside Jeff Gordon, 1994 winner, also the points leader. Back in the next row, Bobby Labonte.
Be right back, guys.
Jeff Green, fastest second-round qualifier. Then comes Lake Speed, alongside Jeff Purvis, the very first race for this team. Then it's Kenny Wallace and Winston-Salem's Ed Berrier. Row 16, Mark Martin and Derek Cope. Row 17, Jeff Burton and Rick Wilson. Row 18, hometown favorite John Andretti and Ward Burton. Row 19, Greg Sachs and Terry Labonte, 1996 champion. Row 20, Kyle Petty and Jimmy Spencer. Row 21, is Ricky Craven, Brett Bodine, and Rusty Wallace, 43rd in today's field.
And the average speed of the field, 175.663, a new record. 8 drivers failed to qualify fast.
Okay, this says the 7 missed the field. There is no way in heck I was at this race then at all.
NASCAR Winston Cup competition
Telling
this year.
me, yeah.
Well, there are 18 Chevys.
That is weird. Maybe I was at the 96.
Ready to take the green flag for
Or maybe I still got to fly in. Maybe we didn't score. That is weird. I've got to look at my old records. That's got me, like, baffled.
Brickyard 400 on ABC Sports. Brought to you by...
Because I know I scored a race there. And I was thinking...
Stop. Go. Pennzoil.
It was Bodine. It might have been...
Chevy, the car's more
to be honest, it might have been spam I scored this.
Audio for the road. And Miller Lite, who
Because
reminds
it's
you that
been like... I know I
at
was
Miller
there one time. It might have been 96.
The cars will go around the
But
racetrack 3 times before
definitely my ex went there because the car was there. But if they didn't qualify, he'd be on his way home early. So I must have gone to 96. And this is why I'm reviewing them. Because swear to God, they all run together. You never know. So that's good to know, is I was at the 96, not 97. There's a new awakening. My dad is here, maybe with the 81. I'll have to see if he's here. Very weird. I was like, holy moly.
Well, like Jerry said, this track may be
What you think is what you think is what you're not thinking is what you're thinking.
So the fast guy's going to try and do most
But
of
it
the
was a
passing
long
right
time
here on
ago.
pit road. Now take a look at these pit
Piece of
stalls.
the puzzle.
You could almost mark the team transporter in here, but they're never big enough. And as the day gets longer, these pit stalls get shorter. Traffic and discarded tires by the team in front of you could be huge factors in determining track position after you stop for fuel. Bob Jenkins?
Just look at the people, Benny. They've got every seat in this place filled to capacity.
Looks like most of my relatives showed up. There's no doubt about it.
We'll go 160 laps. The track record is 155.206. Should have a stop for fuel, if not a yellow, between 38 and 42 circuits. And they're going for almost $4.5 million here this afternoon. The point standings show that Jeff Gordon is on top by 64 over Mark Martin. Terry Labonte, last year's champion, is 3rd in the point standings. Dale Jarrett, who won the race last year here, is 4th. And Jeff Burton, by virtue of 2 wins and a lot of consistency, is 5th in the point standings. Well, the difference between the slowest and the fastest qualifier here, the fastest, of course, was Ernie Irvan, and the slowest was Terry Labonte, 0.899 seconds. That is the closest in Brickyard history. On-board cameras with Rusty Wallace.
Yes, there's Rusty Wallace. Teams at the front. Yates Racing started 1st and 3rd. Sabatis 2nd, 11th, and 14th. Waltrip Racing, Darrell Waltrip, Rich Bickle, 4th and 10th. Richard Childress Racing, Earnhardt and Skinner side by side, 5th and 6th.
There are indeed a lot of 2-car and 3-car teams in this series this year, and it appears to be paying off because many of them are starting up front. We're on board with Dale Earnhardt now as he looks back onto Ricky Rudd. We're also riding with Jeff Gordon.
And check it out, Fayetteville got 10,000 people to donate bone marrow. That way to work, Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Here is Rich Bickle as we look back from his car to Bobby Hamilton.
There's Jeff Burton's Exide Ford as he follows his teammate Mark Martin deep back in the field.
And this is the shot from Johnny Benson's car. Will be interesting to see whether or not he can duplicate what he did last year here and lead the most laps. Well, the crowd now begins to rise to its feet as we're just a few moments away from the start of this 4th Brickyard 400. The cars are at the end of the backstretch and are entering turn number 3.
I played golf with Mike Skinner here at this golf course. On Tuesday, he told me as we drove the golf cart under the racetrack to come inside the speedway, he told me every time I drive inside this racetrack, the hair on my arm just stands up. This is a magnificent facility, and he'd love to win this race today.
There is something about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway that is unequal. Maybe it's the fact that it's been here for 89 years and has seen such great competition and racing throughout the years. But I know one thing, every race fan in America is glad that the NASCAR Winston Cup stock cars have been invited here, and now for the 4th time they're just about set to get the green flag. The pace car pulls off, and let's see if we get a start now as Ernie Irvan and Joe Nemechek lead them down.
And we can see the cars accelerating, and Nemechek quickly dives to the inside.
And it appears as if everybody wants to get in single file for the first turn, and that's what's happening. Cleanly through the south end of the racetrack, turns 1 and 2. The race is down the backstretch, and Ernie Irvan has the lead as they
and they went green, and Ernie takes off. I'm watching. I'm in the chat right now. I'll cut my mic for a minute. I'll tell you in a minute.
It will be Ernie Irvan leading the first lap. Dale Jarrett dives to the inside of Nemechek, trying to take over that second spot. Meanwhile, back in the back, they're about 3 abreast as all the cars in the rear trying their best to get to the front.
This is the 12th race of the year that Ernie Irvan has led, and the 383rd lap that he has led in competition. We see Dale Earnhardt now to the inside of the racetrack, trying to pick up a position on Darrell Waltrip. Ernie Irvan with about a 4 or 5 car length advantage, as once again they're down the backstretch.
Stayed in line. Nemechek still leads. Jarrett, Walter. There you see the top 10. You saw that Robbie Gordon, the 40 cars, moved into the top 10.
Drivers being careful to keep those left side tires out of the rumble strips that have been installed here since the drivers were here for their test. Again, everybody stays in line here as we complete another lap, and Sterling Marlin is on pit road.
Sterling Marlin, unscheduled pit stop. Almost the same thing, and we've got a crash.
Somebody into the wall down in the first turn area.
That's Chad Little in the John Deere Pontiac.
Oh my goodness.
So the caution comes out here at Indianapolis for the first time. Benny, it looks like as he's
Crap
had
hit the
serious
fan there,
contact
didn't
with
it?
the outside wall.
He sure has. We see water coming across the racetrack.
Holy crap.
That means that the radiator is broken.
They racing back to the green, because that's how we used to do it. Lucky dog, much better. 1++ for the NASCAR
work, meanwhile, is going on the
upgrades.
Marlin car as
Lucky dog, good.
Early entrance onto pit road.
Stage brakes bad.
The way they're walking around down with the hood raised up.
Unless you got a tire issue or
Sterling Marlin
something.
will be back with this team next year.
Right, we don't want to wait through all of this. They haven't gone long enough to pit stop.
Down by the head.
Didn't even make a lap.
And also down by the exhaust. Benny, you know, if you check that out, you might be able to tell if you've got a cylinder problem or not, especially this early in the race.
That's what they're trying to do. The coolest one is to find a cylinder that is not 1,000 degrees. That means that cylinder is not working.
Has also made an entrance onto pit road. We've got Sterling Marlin and Jeff Purvis, and Purvis has gotten out of the car.
You see some damage to the nose of the car, but at least he's laughing and joking.
Still here.
So they're pushing that car now. Looks like behind the wall. There is damage on the 92 car of Ron Barfield.
I would guess that's how the nose of the 12 car became dented. Looks like he ran in the back of the 92 car.
Let's go down to Jackaroo.
Well, Sterling Marlin, you told me as you were rolling down here to the transport area, this is how many motors?
3 motors, I guess, about the last 8 laps. We never got to run much yesterday. We lost the engine warming up, and and run about 5 or 6 laps yesterday evening and burn a piston today, I guess. And I think we had a good car to pass Robbie, and then run another pack down, and the motor started laying down on us. But I hated the Kodak team. The guys worked awful hard, and we just took a gamble this morning, put the same setup we had last year, and it was going to work good, and just wasn't our day.
Let's talk about the start for a minute. Everybody dropped in a single file in the front rows. Is that how concerned you all are about passing here?
Well, this is a hard place to pass, and it's definitely not a 2-lane track, and you just try to get to the bottom as quick as you can, and it's a give and take deal. A lot of guys, probably checked up and let somebody in. It's a long race, and no need in doing something to wipe the whole field out. But it's a nice track. They really pay good here, and I wish we could have finished. I think we had a good car last year and got caught up in the deal with Kyle, and I think we had a good car today.
Jerry, they still pay very well. Last place, where Sterling will finish, should be over $55,000.
And that may be some consolation to 38-year-old Jeff Purvis. Jeff, a short day for you here. Your Chevrolet headed to the garage. What happened?
Well, we got in. They had the wreck down there, and I got into the back of the Ron Barfield car and busted the radiator. But then we had some wiring problem. I don't really know what happened right there. It started. I think it caught on fire up under the dash, and just it's made a short day so far. Maybe they get it fixed, and we'll get back down there and run a little bit.
Well, Bob Jenkins, just that quickly, 3 of the 43 are headed home.
We'll show you a field summary now, and you might look as we go through this that the car that has made the greatest advance in the first few laps of the race, not surprisingly, is Rusty Wallace, who took the champion's provisional to get in, started in 43rd position, and here in just a moment you're going to see that he has moved up 10 positions already and now runs in 33rd place.
Still got a long ways to go. 33rd to the front is a long ways to go. We see the pace car pulling off the racetrack, which indicates that just in 1 second, Ernie Irvin's going to hit the accelerator and try to run away from this field. And Earnhardt is trying to get by Darrell on the outside.
Green flag comes out. We are back to racing here at Indianapolis. We're riding along with Dale Earnhardt. That's Darrell Waltrip up in front as they enter turn number 1.
Back off the throttle. Back on the throttle.
Ricky Rudd is right behind Dale Earnhardt, and Mike Skinner is behind Ricky.
We see Wally Dallenbach, the 46 car in 8th spot, started 14th.
You know, Benny, spotters are so important to these drivers. Spotters tell the drivers where there is trouble on the racetrack. This Indianapolis Motor Speedway is so large that you cannot see all around it from any vantage point. So what do the spotters do?
Well, they use 2 spotters or 3 spotters. They probably have one in turn 4, one in turn 2, and one on the roof here at the start-finish line. They probably will buy tickets for the spotters high above in the grandstands all around the racetrack.
Earnhardt continues to dog Darrell Waltrip, who's running in 4th position, and Ernie Irvin has once again opened up a bit of an advantage. Jack Arute is with Chad Little.
He hitched a ride in with his wounded race car, the John Deere Pontiac, much the worse for wear. What happened to you?
Yeah, it's wounded pretty good. I'm okay. I hate it for all John Deere people, and of course the MRM team worked so hard to get us in this race and preparing the car. But
what happened though?
I got tagged by the 9 cars. We got into turn 1. Just a little early in the race to be that aggressive with the position. It's give and take, and I had position on going down the straightaway, and he tagged me going into turn 1 and caught the left rear bumper, and around I went.
Another early exit from the Brickyard 400.
Referring, of course, to the 9 car driven by Lake Speed, who started back in 27th position. Chad started in 21st. Everybody still in line, BP. We haven't seen a great deal of passing here in the early going. Dale Earnhardt continues to try to get around Darrell Waltrip, but hasn't been able to yet. And Waltrip has told us in the pre-race show that the car is running very strong. Now we have some good battling going on in the back of the field. In fact, they're 3 wide as they come down the backstretch. There's Mark Martin, who's trying to move up. Jeff Burton.
They just went by the 29 car of Jeff Green. Both those cars. There we see Jeff Burton as he goes in the 3rd corner behind Mark Martin. Then we'll come down the front stretch. He and Mark trying to team up and draft together to go by Steve Grissom in the 41 car. And Mark's going to get position, and Burton is going to follow.
Close It's tight action down in turn number 1. Grissom has to back out of the throttle, allowing Burton to take the spot away. Rusty Wallace has now moved up 15 spots. Another driver on the move is Bill Elliott, who's earned 5 here in the first 9 laps. In car 75, Mark Martin looking to the inside as they hit the end of the back stretch and into turn 3. No change of position there.
Martin decided it was too late to try to make that move, but he is trying to make the move up in the short shoe between 3 and 4. He does. He gets by the 75 of Mast, and here will come Jeff Burton, his teammate.
And Steve Grissom will also try to hook up and go around. Drafting an important factor here on this racetrack, Benny?
Well, they're running, at this point, these cars are running 200 miles per hour. And you know when cars are going that fast, they're breaking a tremendous amount of air. So, yes, drafting is very, very important.
We're watching 23rd and 24th position, Mark Martin and Jeff Burton. Just ahead of them is Lake Speed and Kenny Wallace.
Kenny Wallace, we see there in the Square D car, a very, very happy young man when he qualified yesterday for the Brickyard 400.
Let's see who's fastest out there. Ernie Irvin with the fastest lap at the line that time, 171.6. Looks like Bill Elliott maybe with the second fastest speed on the lap, 170.9. And Jack Arute has a report.
Joe Nemechek is beginning to lose ground in the leader.
Kenny's running really good right there. I think that's like, I know Newt Moore is there and Gil Martin is with Mike Wallace's team, but I don't think they qualified. It's not, you know, when teams rearrange, they're trying to find the right combination of people more so that gel.
They brought a car that would turn good, that would not push, that was pretty loose race car, because they felt like that's exactly what happened to these cars as the race progressed. They would pick up a push.
The leader has completed 13 laps here. The leader is Ernie Irvin. He's opened up quite an interval between himself and the second place car of Joe Nemechek and the third place car of Dale Jarrett. And once again, Dale Earnhardt is looking for a way around Darrell Waltrip, but Waltrip has good power down the straightaway.
Claude Queen has done a good job with that 17 car, developing the horsepower, but you can see Earnhardt wants by.
It's a 160-lap race here at Indianapolis. The 4th Brickyard 400 will return with more of this event after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Second caution is out on lap number 15.
Oh, that's not good for Mr. Michael Waltrip.
Serious damage to Michael Waltrip.
That's an owie.
Yes, we see the right side completely gone.
Oh,
there we see Derek
even worse.
Skittles Pontiac. There we see Cope standing by the. And look at the damage.
All right, we got carnage, so we can skip ahead. This is going to take a while.
That spun around and received some damage, but those two cars were the one that got the most. Let's take a look at what happened from the brand spanking new California Motor Speedway, the third of 4
boxes. Fuel, a short fuel for Joe Nemechek. He's first away, Jerry.
And likewise now for Dale Earnhardt, fuel only. They clean the windshield. He and Nemechek race side by side. Here is Bobby Hamilton and Richard Petty's STP Pontiac in. They clean the windshield. And Jack, what some of the drivers are complaining about,
I'm still here.
Their windshield, and they had some dirt on their grill.
I was
an overheating problem under caution. Hopefully that quick stop rectified those problems. Bob?
So Nemechek and Earnhardt enter the pits in that order, and they come out in that order. Still under caution here at Indianapolis. We're 18 laps into the race. Irvin still the leader. Monsoon presents Impressions of the Brickyard.
Well, one thing, the surface, they take such good care of this racetrack. It's the smoothest track we run on. It's immaculate all the time. The other thing I like a lot is timing and scoring. I mean, they got scoring pods all the way around this racetrack. It really helps you set your car up. It really shows you where you're off or where you're really making good time.
Jeff Gordon has made a nice advance here in the first 19 laps of the race. He began in 24th and is currently 9th, and he's been saying all weekend
cleaning their tires, so they must be getting ready to go back to green. That zigzagging can be for a number of reasons. If it's going out for like qualifying, it's to heat up your tires, put heat in your tires. If you've got stickers, it's to put heat in your tires. But other times it's to get the balls of the marbles, the balls of tread that are like marbles. We call them marbles. If you go and take off with all that on your tire, they'll roll off and you're apt to spin your tires. So that quick zigzagging is mostly cleaning tires, unless your tires are stickers or got too cool. It's both purposes, but definitely cleaning the rubber off so you don't spin them.
Right now the problem is the push, and Benny Parsons, when you have to push here in Indianapolis, you're going to burn a lot more fuel.
Real struggle to get around this racetrack without pushing these 9-degree banks. You really have to have the handling package 100%.
Another driver who has moved up nicely here in the early going is Mark Martin. He started back in 31st position, and he's currently running in 13th. Just about ready to go back to green flag racing as the pace car has its lights out and should be turning left onto pit road. There it is. And the green flag waves. Ernie Irvin slams the accelerator to the floor, and we're back to competition.
It looks like those pit stops, about half the field stopped. Joe Nemechek currently running in 19th spot. Was second place when he went into the pits, so 18 cars stayed on the racetrack.
Jeff Gordon picks up another position.
Flowers is some of the best part, I think.
We have a two-wide racing down the front straightaway. Steve Grissom tried to take a peek to the inside of Kenny Wallace. And the side-by-side racing through the corner, Wally Dallenbach and Joe Nemechek.
And Dallenbach took on tires. He stopped. He took on tires. Nemechek did not. And Dallenbach passed him on the outside.
There has been some new paving put down here in the corners. Good grip through those 9-degree banking turns.
Watch Dallenbach. He's going in the corner with every intention of passing the car. He passed Jeff Green on the outside.
Wow. Meanwhile, Ward Burton comes to the inside of Kenny Wallace and takes away that position. Now Dallenbach will go to the inside, off the corner and down the straightaway.
See Lake Speed trying to get by Dale Earnhardt. That's Lake Speed, the 9 car. The red vehicle, there he is, alongside Jimmy Spencer.
John Andretti following those cars. That's Jeff Green at the front of this group. Jeff was the fastest.
Square D's running good.
And we see that Dallenbach has broken.
I wonder where Newt Moore is, if he's still around, like on the earth. So many of our cool friends from racing aren't around anymore.
Taking on tires. Remember John Barnes of Indy IRL fame and the 500.
But the ones that are, we're trying. Trying to get everybody the stories of the technology that we used.
It looked like that was a very, very good move on Dallenbach's part.
Last first lap. Speed for the leader, 172.107. We're watching Dale Earnhardt now on the back of Kenny Wallace.
For a rider's app, like,
There is Ricky Craven in that red
this
car.
is really weird, but I found Substack. It's almost like an article publisher, but the way I'm using it is making it a chapter publisher. It's chronological as far as time goes, but that's kind of like one step further than the outline. I got the outline, now I got the timeline, which is the backbone. And then I can insert all these different stories into the proper location in the timeline. But the basic premises is laid out in 5 chapters so far, which brings us to 1971. And that means from 57 to 71 I have written or edited pretty close to like every punctuation or grammar or spelling. I think they're pretty good. And honestly, as a writer, you look at it a million times and think that it's perfect, and you'll look at it again a week later and you go, duh, I missed that. You know, so like it's never perfect. It's weird. So then, you know, like I said, I have edited up to 71, but I have written up to 92. So this week, because I can't get this really high cardio loads this week, I am able to do some editing without screwing up my health, because I'm like working with the Fitbit, and another one of our racing people that is into fitness and has been working with his Fitbit longer than I have. So we're gonna have like all this geriatric army of Fitbit warriors. That's funny. Yeah, it's amazing how if you work toward certain goals, you see how your health improves from stupid things like, and this is the worst for me, sleep. Consistent sleep. When you have, I have fibromyalgia, borderline MS, they don't know. It's like fibromyalgia, but progresses a little bit like arthritis, and basically my joints want to eat themselves and my ligaments want to eat themselves. Are you serious? It should be if it isn't. Seriously, I've been like hitting all my goals, hitting all my numbers, but when I did an extra project, I like shot it to the moon. I got like over 100 minutes of cardio, and it's like screwed everything up. I'm like in the like chartreuse of overtraining. Not in danger of, you are overtraining. And I've been in overtraining for 3 days. And believe me, my body feels it. And I wake up and I'm tired. I go to sleep and I don't sleep deep. I don't dream. And, you know, my cats and dogs have their schedule too. And they're 6 years old and borderline geriatric as well. So anyway, they might want to go out around 3 or 4 a.m. and I can't get back to sleep, so I'll watch a program. Plus, in addition to writing and researching, I'm also involved in other, how do I say it, volunteer organizations, and have been involved in it in about 3 years already. And it's to do with a friend of mine that I met through the art field that's over in Europe. So, anyway, so causes to do with her being safe is what I write to do. And I have a lot about that stuff. And yeah, so I write a little about a lot of things. But that's where, like, if I'm lurking, it's very rare that I just have racing up, but I do today. Back there on that laptop, I have usually somebody, I'm usually lurking, somebody who's streaming on something, one thing or another. And then I also go on walks, and I do I love nature photography, and I have so many photographs I need to put to like a screen album just for my nature photography, but I'm a closet bird watcher. I have bird apps on my phone, like Audubon and BirdNet. If you like a free app, if you like hear a bird, and you like someone like me that's got brain damage, is like, I gotta know what kind of bird that is. So I have to like record it on BirdNet, and it tells me what it could be. So then when I'm outside and I hear that sound again, I remember it. So I go in my Audubon, I open that bird up, and I play it, and then I see if the bird's still around, it'll call back. I know it's stupid. It's just stupid stuff that I do that I use racing to, you know, I got I know, I didn't know if it was already or not.
Jimmy Spencer and Terry Labonte are also running in this group of cars with Neiman Jack, Dale Earnhardt.
Is this your first or second hearing? Just out of curiosity. And you got a lawyer, I think, right? Because I had one. I had to. Took me 6 years. I swear to God. But I had the triple threat. I have neurological. Yeah. I have neurological and physical, like bones and joint type stuff. But the neurological part is due to a spine injury from gymnastics as a child, that back then they just didn't understand about nerve endings going through your vertebrae. They just didn't know about that stuff in the early, well, actually I was in 9th grade, so it was like 76, 77. They didn't know a lot about neurological stuff. And then once they did figure out what was wrong with my spine, because there were times, well, for 9th grade I couldn't take gym at all. I had a limp and I had sciatic pain. It was sciatic pain. They didn't know what sciatic pain was. But it was full-blown sciatic pain. I had a bulged disc between 4 and L5. And it was from a handspring vault that went bad. I know the exact moment I did it. Because when we went to the next station and I tried to do a forward roll on a balance beam, there was something wrong. Like, I felt like a softball, a squishy softball in the middle of my back. But I had tried to do a front handspring vault on the pommel horse, where you run and you hit the springboard and you plant your hands. Well, I hit the springboard too hard, planted my hands, and they felt beyond the horse. I fell off the front of the horse with my feet still going over, and landed in a pile on the floor on my head. So it really tweaked something, and they just never found it. I limped my entire 9th grade year. I limp now still, but I had a really good chiropractor through 5 years of adjustments. He was able to straighten it out. But it wasn't until I was 26 years old, and this injury happened at 16. Then when I was 26, my husband at the time said, that's it, we gotta figure this out. And he booked this chiropractor, and I mean, this man was amazing. I would not walk today. I wasn't walking. I was in and out of hospitals. I was in and out of traction. I'd crawl on my hands and knees to take care of Christopher when he was a little baby. It just was not diagnosed correctly, and they didn't have the tools at the time. But then when I did go to the chiropractor and they were straightening everything out, I was doing physical therapy. I had special braces made for my back. What else did I have? Oh, traction. I had my own traction set up at home, where I had a traction belt for around my waist, and it hung up over pulleys and pulled weights onto the floor to stretch my spine to get the nerve block. So once they figured out what was wrong, they put me through that regiment of getting symmetry back, because it took 5 years. Anyway, long story short, I've been really well educated on back symmetry and how to avoid never bend and twist at the same time, how your spine's open at one point and vulnerable as opposed to closed. It's because every one of your vertebrae, they float, and if you bend, you're opening the spine to allow them to float more. And if you bend and twist, you will get caught, because they got little spurs and crap. But anyway, chiropractic saved my life. I know how to fix my back at this point. If I don't, I have a great chiropractor down on Beachside. But yeah, it's been a lifelong struggle with the back. But then on top of that, I developed fibromyalgia and peripheral neuropathy. Like, when they hit your knees with hammers, sometimes mine work and sometimes they don't. I went to a doctor once and they would hit my ankles trying to get my ankle reflexes to go, and he kept hitting it. I said, you need a bigger hammer. So I've always just been the gimpy kid, and my sister's always been star athletes. But that's why I like racing so much, I guess. So.
And now Jeff Gordon brings his DuPont Chevy down pit road. He's been battling.
Yeah, I had a lawyer through
it's been very loose,
everything.
When he gets behind traffic, when he gets out front, he's got a problem.
I was in North Carolina. It was a tough state.
Right side tires will go on first.
I was disabled since 2009. Tried to work part-time till 2011, and in 2009 I was working with stone tile and stuff. Okay, person with back problems working with stone. Yay. So it kind of did me in, but I did work part-time as a cashier for an art studio and store and florist and all that, so I will use my art degree there too. But I just couldn't work more than 3 days in a row without getting in big trouble. But I was on all kinds of medicines too for the arthritis, which ate my kidneys up now. So I can't take none of those medicines no more. So I've gone the gambit of medicines. I can't take no more aspirin or Tylenol. Well, I can take... No, they don't even want me taking that, though. My liver is good, though. But surprise. Yeah, it's just... I got the triple threat, the mental, physical, and neurological, so... But still, it took me a while because I just was not old enough. When I hit 55, they approved me. Well, a week before I was 55, but I had to sign back 6 years of back pay. I had to sign away. So if I didn't, I would have lost all my work credits. Motorsports.
The 46 car is now the leader of the race, Wally Dallenbach.
And Wally was one of those who made the pit stop.
When you see the advertisements that you get $3,500 a month, cut that by
He has about a
3.5 times. That's what you really get.
So Wally Dallenbach, father race here at Indianapolis.
Because if you remember, like you got to have your insurance. The government will pay for Part A, which is hospital. So someone doesn't go deep in debt in the hospital bed. But Part B, you have to pay for every month. It comes out of your check. And I think when I signed up at the time, if I signed up for Part B, I was told my rate never changes from that point. Because my pay is set at that point. My rate of my insurance, Part B, never changes. That's what I was told. And I remember it might have been around 130 then. I think it's like 170 now. So that automatically comes out. I never even see that. Like I said, I applied in 2011. My onset day was 2009 when I was working part-time. And I got approved in 2000. I got approved in 2017. But they paid me back to 2015, not to 2009. So
this is the battle for second.
I think that's about as worst a scenario as you can get. I think you'll have better luck. You're older than I was in the beginning. So. And it's a different state. I went to my third hearing. It was 3 times. You have to see the same judge every time. And in the course of all those years, it was my 3rd time in front of her. And she said, your symptoms have not changed. I said, no. Other than I lost every freaking thing I owned. I think it was almost down to a tent at that point. I was still happy, like I had my puppy. She got me through a lot. Oh, she's 6 now. She came along in 2019, so I was about a year into receiving my benefits when Stelly came. He's right there. But me and Stelly lived in a tent for a while. I lived in a tent and took care of a horse on the same property.
The Brickyard 400 on ABC Sports, brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable,
we'll see you in a little bit, Pops. Hopefully it all go good. I think I really had like the worst case scenario.
Miller Lite, who reminds you that anything can happen at Miller time. And
I think our state was
attitude, audio for
up to shenanigans.
Welcome back to the Brickyard 400 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 50 laps now completed. Dale Earnhardt was running second a while ago, and he's dropped back to 4th as Jimmy Spencer, in addition to Kyle Petty, has gotten around him, and now Terry Labonte is charging ahead.
Jimmy Spencer passed Earnhardt on the front stretch, and we can see by the back stretch he'd been able to put about 4 or 5 car lengths on the Goodrich Chevrolet.
Well, some of the stories that we talked about as we went on the air today, Dale Earnhardt's winless streak at 45. Can he pull off a victory here today? He's running 4th. About Terry Labonte, who had a miserable qualifying session, but he has moved up to 5th position. Jeff Gordon also not a good qualifier here, but he has already led a lap. He just made a pit stop and is being shown back in 26th position. Rusty Wallace took the champion's provisional, started dead last on the field. He's already up to 13th position. Rusty Wallace is running well.
Bill Elliott was involved in that crash with Derek Cope over there. He is now running in 11th spot. There we see Bill Elliott following Ricky Craven, Joe Nemechek. There's Rich Bickle and Rusty Wallace.
There he is. Right
right in front of Rick Mast. Let's jump on board with Rick Schnickel and take a lap around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And while we do that, I think Terry Labonte probably is the guy who has made the greatest advancement so far. He's up 33 positions.
All right, Bickle, just see if he can close in on the back of that McDonald's Ford. Just keep going, keep going. When he backs off, just keep the accelerator down. Don't back off. Oh, you backed off.
Easy for you to say up here in the booth.
Exactly, I'm up here. Looks like Bickle is gaining on this group of cars.
Rich has already competed twice here at the Brickyard 400. He started 19th, finished 29th in the first year of 94. Last year he started, rather 2 years ago.
Yeah, I think I had the worst case scenario you could. I think there was a lot going on in North Carolina that was shady because it didn't stop after I got my benefits. When I moved in with my boyfriend at the time, the same one I sent the picture of us, and he was epileptic, so he couldn't be left alone, and they used some South Carolina law that was not valid in North Carolina, ended up having to pay me back. Said we were living as if married, which cut everything down to like $700 a month we were living on. And I don't know why it was like they were, I don't know, it was something that it had to be figured as a married couple versus two roommates. But in North Carolina, it would be two roommates. The law, believe me, it was a mess. But 2 years later, they straightened that out. And, yeah, but like I said, I think there were shenanigans because they booked my hearing 1 week before I turned 55. And she goes, you know, I'd have to approve you if you were 55 already. But if you don't sign away, you're back 6 years or whatever it was. I'll deny you again. And when you come back, it'll be 6 months later and all your work credits will have run out. And this is what the judge is telling me. I'm like, I need to go outside and talk to my lawyer. My lawyer's like, I took her out in the hall. I'm like, what the heck? And she said, you got to do it. You can't lose your work credits because your work credits will give you benefits for your lifetime that you would not have. It's like Medicaid versus Medicare on my insurance. She was telling me all these things that if I didn't have work credits, I would be just like, pretty much like able to afford to stay in a home. See, I wasn't married at the time, and I was between a rock and a hard place, so I signed away all my, it was like $60,000. I signed all my back pay away. I think I got 11, and then they took out that fine for $4,000, but they ended up paying me back $2,800, and I'm so sorry. Trust me, North Carolina was so crooked, I couldn't keep up with how many shenanigans they were pulling. So it's always different per state. I got to the point where I was denied on my third hearing and I fell to my knees at the post box. I mean, it was just devastating shit. So I had to sue the federal government, I had 2 cases going, I had to refile brand new. So there's 3 times in front of the judge and then doing third denial, 2 times in front of the judge. 1 was paper, 2 times in front of the judge. Sue the federal government, back in front of the judge, a week before I was 55, and signed all my back pay away. I know it's confusing. But
I looked down at the 46 pit after that pit stop. You should have seen the high fives. They were
the best thing is I got health care and I was able to take care of things that I could not have taken care of before. Because I didn't have health care for 15 years. And I had all these physical things going on that are hereditary. My mom has the same thing and her mom had them too. All this neurological stuff. Plus racing and all that gasoline, chemicals, it's not too good for you either. Breathing tire smoke. Everybody doing them burnouts, do you know how much you cancer in your body? Just saying. I mean, I don't know, man. Everybody that I just about knew has died of cancer from the tracks. It's a lot of stuff, you know, that cause neurological issues. But I love racing. I wouldn't give it up for my neurological issues.
Champion slides his Chevy to a stop very close to the turn 4 into pit road. Crew Chief Gary Gehart held up 4 fingers. His team will change 4 tires. Right sides are on. Now around to the left side. Labonte another one that pitted out of sequence. That's how he gained his track position, cleaning the grill.
I get you. That's better. That's way better. Yeah.
Did you see all the rubber and asphalt that came off the nose of Terry Labonte's car? Look at that lane on pit road where they scraped it off with the broom.
I applied when I was 50, but I was unable to work full-time since I was 48, so...
That's one reason they brush all it off on these pit stops.
Labonte goes back in the race.
2015, I was 54 and a half. 2016 is when they approved me. Like I said, a week before I turned 55. But I had to change my onset date to 2015. So I got less than a year back there. But, like I said, I was doing it on my own. I was living single and all that. My son was helping as much as he could too. And
trying to win a second championship in a row, did in fact lead a lap.
Yeah, so anyway. Long story short, I might have access to that cabin still because I was the last one to pay taxes on it. I was leasing a cabin. I gotta check on that. That's something I started checking on, and it got all... There's more shenanigans in the woods, backwoods in North Carolina to do with property. So, that, I might need to get a lawyer too. But those are all future Tanya. If I can't do it today, it's like future Tanya. Because otherwise my mind starts too many mice on too many wheels.
Pacific time, we have a live preseason football game. The Dolphins and the Denver Broncos fly from Mexico City. Miami finished the season 8-8. Jimmy Johnson beginning his second year as head coach of the Dolphins. Denver is led by quarterback John Elway. They finished 13-3 on the season last year. Preseason football Monday night. There's the interval between first and second. Dale Jarrett leading Ernie Irvan by just a matter of car lengths. Jeff Gordon.
It's funny because I was an executive secretary working full-time and racing on the weekends, and like I was one of these like overachievers all my life. Boom, 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 35 years. And it's like all of a sudden my mind wouldn't multitask anymore. And that was like when the fibro started taking over, the confusion, the focus. It's an autoimmune disease to do with childhood illnesses, if that makes sense. I have to take antivirals and stuff. I haven't taken an antiviral in about a week. I'm trying to go a little bit and see how I do without them. But if it face plants me, then I gotta start taking them again. It's something that is hereditary. It's weird. It's close to Epstein-Barr syndrome, sort of.
Jeff Gordon, who has already led a lap today and picked up one.
I don't know if it's something that Scandinavian people get. It's like your childhood illnesses want to flare up. but they don't have outward symptoms. You just feel run down. That's the best way to explain it. Like you feel like you're coming down with something sometimes, and it just takes you out for a couple days physically, like tired-wise. It's like your battery's never charged quite full. It's like you're unplugging your phone before it's done. And that's a lot to do with my sleep being the way it is. It's really hard to get into a deep sleep or REM sleep when you have this autoimmune based illness. Kind of in the rheumatoid family, like arthritis family, where your body kind of attacks itself when something's not wrong. It's weird. MS family, all of that.
Let's check in with Bill Weber. Well, Dr. Punch, we talked about teammates before this race began, and two of the Roush teammates are running extremely well. That'd be Jeff Burton in fourth and Mark Martin in fifth. Mark Martin might be running even better.
My son also has the same illness. It's more rare that men have it, but
and he's having a small handling problem. They did take 4 tires. They will probably take 4.
He has it too, where you just feel so tired and you can't sleep. Like, okay, the Fitbit, it says I'm a dolphin. My sleep habits are a dolphin, where only one half of my brain will sleep at a time, while the other one's in some sort of a woke awareness, like, of your, I don't know. It just said that, like a dolphin, and only one half of your brain will sleep at a time while the other one's got a state of awareness. And then, like, I will take cat naps if I have to get by. But I've tried to go to bed like early. Okay, this is something that me and my fitness person is helping with. And he says, like, go to bed early. And I try to go to bed like 8:39. I'm up at 3, like 3 in the morning going, listening to everything. So that wouldn't work either. Because then I was face planted at 1 in the afternoon.
They passed the slower car of Brett Bodine down the sprint straightaway here at Indianapolis. 32 cars remained on the lead lap.
I just sleep when I'm tired.
He's following the second place car.
And be awake when I'm not. Which really stunk when I had to go to work. Oh my God, it'd be so hard. I'd get up in the morning real early and get all a shower and all dressed and everything and pack everything I needed for work. And then I would be exhausted. I would be like slap done. I ain't even got to the car yet. And I'd be like, what the hell? But it was the start of that coming on. Monday was great, Tuesday was great, Wednesday was great, Thursday I was dragging ass, and by Friday it was just, I was like comatose. And it's weird from someone who worked 2 or 3 jobs at a time my whole life. And work a regular full-time and then do something at night and manage a store or help my friend with her flower shop. Yeah, I mean, always doing something. Selling Tupperware. I was... And then I would be like top dealer, you know, and that. And then to have everything just like come to a screeching halt and your body like reject everything you're trying to do. So they threw a bunch of meds at everything and all that, but I went from like 7 medicines to like 2, and now they've just added 1, which is thyroid, because that shit the bed.
But as he gets on the straightaway and the fuel is going back toward the center of the tank, it sounds like it's getting away from the pickup. Well, that makes sense too, because they're running the
I feel like I need a punch list like they tape to the race car with all the little things that got to be checked off each year.
The race in Michigan this year. He started from the pole position here, the 18th of his career. He's
need my
right
punch list gone through.
We'll return with more of the Brickyard 400 after this message and a word from our ABC station.
That's good. Maybe you could do like Chief and put a little camera out there and look at the animals. I've often thought of getting one of those little... My friend had it. It was like a DVR and 4 cameras on all 4 corners. As we got animals galore out there, and I like to like just watch, because sometimes my cat will come in all beat up, like tussle with something, like get the basset trace in, clean her up.
When they catch these lap cars, it's slowing the leader down.
27 cars are on the lead lap. Nemechek has just gone a lap down. So did David Green. So did Ricky Craven.
Yeah.
Rusty Wallace.
Oh God, here it's like, but it comes in certain times. We're in one of the navigational paths, or what do they call them? Migratory paths. We're at like, how do I describe it? Go like 2 miles that way and 2 miles that way, which would be 2 miles through the woods, is the Great Birding Trail of Florida. So, we've seen the coolest things, but like I say, it's like depends on when they're traveling, because they won't stay long because it's so hot here. So they're gonna like, the Osprey are here right now, but they're gonna go up to Savannah and North Carolina coast or something like that. Alligators are getting bigger every year. I swear I've been here 5 years and ain't seen it, but I never saw the big one like forever at all until this year. I see it like all the time. And then the little one I had seen in pictures and one time in real life, and now I see it all through the spring. But now it's getting hot again and I don't see them, so I don't know if they're going to deeper water. My neighbor said there's a ton out on the Halifax River, which they never were in the Halifax River either, because that's half salt water. So they're going... If you go from the canals from where I am, you can actually wiggle your way out to the ocean if you had a canoe or something. Or you could just go to the bridge and go down the Halifax and go out.
Now he's talking to the spotter that's located down in turn number 1.
Almost everyone here has kayaks.
That might bring the caution out.
Things like that. The neighbor said there was a raccoon out there and a spotted fawn, baby deer.
4,300 second gear. 4,300 second gear.
That's 55 miles per hour. 4,300.
Good cold drink.
That's so important to remind the drivers of those simple things.
And turn to the left to enter pit road. Or does he? He didn't come in.
Well, we live on Woodpecker Lane, so we have pileated woodpeckers and red-bellied woodpeckers all the time, and then we got the little ones, the downy woodpeckers. Those street all the time. We've got 4 resident crows, 1 resident red-shouldered hawk, and a pair of osprey on the next road over, and like 6 buzzards, but 5 of the 6 are the black buzzards and 1's a turkey buzzard or a turkey vulture. And occasionally I see a swallowtail kite fly with them, but mostly it's just the hawk, the osprey, and the vultures.
And Bob Jenkins, Dale Jarrett will make a slight adjustment on the track bar, a half a round off on the right side of the track bar. Expect 4 tires. Remember, everyone else changing too.
And there's also a little flock of ibis, or I don't know, IBIS, ibis. I don't know how they say it. Ibis. Oh, there's a lesser blue heron, a white egret, a tricolored heron, and anhingas. 2 for sure, maybe a 3rd. That are just in the park, and they're like always around. They've been around all spring.
You can hear Ernie Irvin.
I'm sorry, I'll double check a couple times.
He is hot. He's talking to Mark Reno because Ernie Irvin thought that they were only going to take 2 tires. He began to pull away. A not so nice stop for the Texaco team.
Benny, we heard very clearly not too many laps ago. You take 4 tires, Ernie, on that pit stop.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As we get these back on the racetrack, that's Rick Wilson in the 27 car.
And showing sponsorship from our hometown NFL team, the Indianapolis Colts.
Who won last night, I think.
Yep. We will be halfway next time. Jeff Gordon is the leader of the race right now since both Jarrett and Irvin have come in for their pit
Weird
stop.
about the Indy situation. With all the disqualifications and fines and stuff, it's kind of reminiscent of the 70s when Indy almost like went by the ways. Well, they split off and made a kart series, and Nazareth with like the Andretti's and Penske, and now Nazareth sits in a state of almost disrepair, like North Wilkesboro did, but it hasn't been sitting as long as North Wilkesboro. If they would clean Nazareth up, I'd do anything to like even volunteer and pull weeds or do anything, paint or man, oh man, I see Nazareth becoming important if Indy does what they're doing. Just the vibe, because I've been through this before.
Second win in the Brickyard 400. Wants to be the first guy to win it twice. No adjustments here. He's loose in 3 and 4 and tight in 1 and 2. So the driver will make the adjustment.
It's almost as dumb as finding a team for a washer.
Left sides are going on. Fuel is going in. These look to be sticker tires for the DuPont Chevrolet. Cleaning that windshield. Clean off the grill. Fuel is in. Gordon gets back in the race.
Or tape.
15.4 seconds for the
These guys put way too much money into this shit. Jeez. Don't get me started. Backyard mechanic starter.
Moves down pit road onto the racetrack, and there are the Rainbow Warriors.
There's Ray Evernham talking to his driver.
That gives the lead to Johnny Benson. Benson has already led 2 laps here today, and because of the pit stops, he goes in front once again. And we understand that Johnny Benson is now entering pit road. There he is, and Dr. Punch will call the stop.
I met him at my parents' house before. My dad had Bertie over. I said, Bertie and Johnny were at your house. Did you work with Johnny? He said, no, Bertie was there with his boat. And they were going out on Bertie's boat. I'm like, oh, okay, I thought we ate spaghetti. Well, yeah, we did, I think. They were still going out on Bertie's boat. It would have been 96. Oh, God. Drop the jack.
As the yellow is out, and now they'll take a rubber out of the left rear and change left side tires. They will be slowing the field now behind the caution car.
Oh, you can see the disappointment.
Bent some lugs a little bit, I think.
And this is the reason for the caution. Terry Labonte with a huge amount of smoke out of the back end of that car.
Down the front stretch, I saw Jeff Andrews, the engine builder for that 5 car this morning, said, how you doing? He said, I'm doing great. Jeff, I'm sorry you're not doing so good right now. I know he's disappointed.
Jimmy Spencer is the leader of the race, and he's now going to be able to make his pit stop under caution. Wow. Here's the race.
Wow, he's right.
Jeff Gordon was the leader until he came in for the stop just moments ago. It led 4 of the 80 laps. We've had 8 lead changes, 2 cautions. Now this is the 3rd that is out, and the average speed is a 139.531 miles an hour. So the pace car out onto the track now for the 3rd time this afternoon. There you see the cars that have dropped out of the race, all because of damage suffered in crashes.
Okie
in the
dokie.
early going. And the lap leaders, these drivers have picked up bonus points for leading
Hi, Vector and bye.
here this afternoon. Well, if you wonder what a blimp turns into at Miller time, here is the answer. An airplane called the Miller Eagle. It's the most unusual eye in the sky on sports television.
That's a cool looking plane, I'll
some
tell you.
great shots here this afternoon. We'll take a break and be right
Miller
back
High
to
Life.
Indianapolis. Under caution at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the 3rd of the day. We had a blown engine down in turn number 1 involving Terry Labonte. That brought out the caution, and so we will line up for a restart. Well, Thursday, August 14th, ABC Sports will broadcast Holyfield versus Tyson 2, one of the most talked about heavyweight championship fights ever. Yes, it's the one in which Tyson bit Evander Holyfield's ear. Witness the melee that ensued after referee Mills Lane decided to disqualify Mike Tyson. It's on
I have a
ABC
story
Sports
that's
Thursday,
not for all
August the
equal
14th.
audiences
The
about
Goodyear
that
Blimp
fight.
Spirit of Akron is one of 3 domestic airships owned by Goodyear, and the 205-foot-long Spirit is the longest in the world. It's flying above the Indianapolis.
So I wonder, was that a
Speedway today, providing
replay?
shots of this greatest race course in the world. This is the Monte Carlo pace car, and
When the fight, it was a pay-per-view. I worked for a company called Fomex in Cornelius, and I was the executive secretary for the Southeast, and I had a 3-team responsibility. I had marketing and sales,
Impressions of the Brickyard,
manufacturing and logistics, and quality.
And most guys in our sport grew up maybe watching the Indianapolis 500.
The other guy was a quality manager, quality,
Me, I actually got to experience coming here,
whatever he might have handled.
watching this race and being a
They
part of it.
eliminated his position pretty quick and kind of dissolved it into the other 2. And
When you're a race car driver around Indiana, your goal is to
yeah, I
be right here at the
remember.
Brickyard. And for that dream and that goal to finally come true, not in an Indy car, but in the inaugural stock car.
That
race.
fight, we had to take clients out in Charlotte, North Carolina that night. I remember it was over so quick. Like, we had just got there, got seated, and it was over. It's like, but
Well, Terry Labonte wanted to know which camera was mine, because if you look around, there's microphones and cameras.
that
Kinda
was
what
with
goes
the
with the territory when
marketing,
you're defending Winston Cup champion. What
the
happened?
marketing
Tough break for us. I'll tell you what, the
CEO.
guys have done a great job. We had a terrible qualifying run, and that was partly my fault. I thought we were going to end up having a good finish. The car was working good, and coming down the front straightaway, and it broke a rod, I guess. Just got a big hole in the oil pan. And pretty unusual for Hendrick Motorsports to have engine problems. I'll tell you, it's the first time we've had a problem all year. So it's a great team, and we just got to come back tougher.
Terry, tell us about the track conditions, because you can give us an
Hole in
analysis
the oil
firsthand.
pan.
Well, the track's in good shape. It's kind of hard to pass. If your car's working good and you can get up under them coming off the corner, you can get by them, but the track's fine.
How about that Hendrick teammate of yours, Gordon? Boy, I tell you what, he's closing in from that 24 starting spot.
Yeah, he was running good, and I don't know if he's got enough for those 2 Yates cars, but he'll give him a run for it.
Guys?
Leading the race. I say he's doing pretty well.
I would say he's doing very well.
And he started 24th.
Oh, by the way, you heard the Chevy people saying they don't think they could keep up with the Fords. You hear the Ford people are leading, but then you hear they can't keep up with the Chevys. That was such a mental game that got us where we are today, and I wonder if they are double thinking that scenario. Just a thought that maybe they didn't know what they had. Whining about Chevy versus Ford, now they got a piece of shit. Everybody's equal, though. Oh my God. Backyard mechanic started. Oh, good. I was just going to go get me another snack. And I'll be right back.
Under caution here at Indianapolis. We'll return with more of the Brickyard 400 after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
I'm in the chat, though.
Welcome back to Indianapolis. We're just about set to go back to racing. The leader of the race is Jeff Gordon. Jeff Burton is second, followed by Mark Martin, Mike Skinner, and Ricky Rudd. Now, Dale Jarrett and Ernie Irvin are shown back
See you in a minute.
in ninth position. And because of the timing of that most recent caution, we have several cars that are back on the lead lap, including Rusty Wallace, who is in 28th position. And the pace car is just about to exit the track.
And right now, we have 33 cars on the lead lap. And Jeff Gordon, on the outside, the third car back, is the leader of the race.
Now, those two cars ahead of Gordon, Green and Grissom, are at the tail end of the lead lap. Hey, look at this. Down into turn one, they're side by side.
That's Ed Berry in the 95 car. Looks like he's losing some fluid. And here comes Jeff Burton for the lead.
Nope, didn't get it done. He may make a run at Jeff Gordon, though, as they come off the second corner and go down the backstretch. Let's watch him. Burton looks to the inside. He's got some good momentum build up, and Jeff Burton goes into the lead.
Can Jeff Gordon get back out in front of Mark Martin? Yes, he can.
Back to green.
So Gordon holds off Mark Martin, Mark in third. But the leader of the race is Jeff Burton.
And during the last caution period, Jeff Burton's crew talked about trying to get around the race leader.
Look at the square D car running.
Burton concerned with the bonus points because he too is in the thick of the points battle. Only 201 behind Jeff Gordon as we entered this event. This is the first time today that Burton has led.
And we see Mark Martin trying to go by Jeff Gordon on the outside. No, that won't work. All these guys, look at Ed Berry on the bottom of the racetrack. They are three abreast now as Steve Grissom hung on the outside. Oh, baby.
Kenny Wallace and Steve Grissom go into the third turn wheel to wheel as you're watching a field summary. Gordon tries to get to the inside of Steve Grissom, but Grissom holds the challenge off.
Now we've got Steve Grissom between the two leaders. The 99 car on the left side of the screen, Burton is the leader, and Jeff Gordon's got the world behind him as Skinner's being passed by Bobby Labonte.
Bobby Labonte and Skinner go wheel to wheel into the corner.
Oh,
this
Mark
is for
Martin almost spins out.
Oh, man, he got up in the loose stuff and was able to hold on. He lost a lot of track position, but he didn't crash, and that's a miracle.
I was pretty sure he was down lap, but he's running right with him.
Well, okay, he is, but he looks like he is getting up. Is the left rear tire flat on that car? I'm not sure Mark Martin doesn't have a flat tire. And the 22 car, I saw a puff of smoke out of his car.
He's running in 12th position. That's Ward Burton. Well, Martin appears to be up to speed. Wally Dallenbach and Johnny Benson are right on his rear spoiler.
I guess he's okay.
Boy, what a close call, though. He fell from third to 11th position, as this is what happened when Mark went into turn number one, the last lap. Boy, this was a close call.
He goes in the corner and looks like the car just gets out from under him, gets loose, and he has to go up the racetrack to catch it. He goes. Finally, before he gets to the wall, he does maintain control. There comes Ernie Irvin trying to wade his way through the... And Rusty Wallace is blown up again, it looks like.
running 31st, but he's on pit road right now, and there is a lot of smoke coming from the back end of the Miller Lite Ford, and Rusty Wallace is pulling his car behind the wall into Gasoline Alley, and it appears as if it's all over for Rusty Wallace this year. There's first and second. The Jeffs, Burton and Gordon, are 1 and 2.
And a momentary scare a few laps ago when Burton went around the 24 car. They did actually touch. The 24 crew scrambling. Ray Evernham went to watch a television monitor.
Rusty had enough, I guess.
My car's okay.
All these teams have the little dish in their pits. They can watch.
See how fast he rolled in? Gotta wicked be careful on those entrances to pit road, from pit road to the garage. Oh my God, I mean, they come in at like 20 or 30 miles an hour. Most of the time not under power. They're coasting to get to the garage, so they're gonna push.
Cars have been able to put a little distance between themselves and Ricky Rudd, who's the third place car. Rudd is mired in some traffic now, some lap cars. And there comes Steve Grissom, trying to stay in front of Ricky Rudd.
Check the speeds at the line. Burton was the fastest that lap by just a little bit over Jeff Gordon.
And the 88 car has not been able to move forward. He is now in 10th place. He was 9th on the restart. He's back to 10th, and Ernie Irvin, the 28 car, has moved to 5th.
And Benny Parsons, Dale Jarrett a moment ago radioed the crew and said, I think we may have a tire going down. And he said, it came back, hold on guys, I'll let you know next time. They came around another lap, said the right front feels a little bit funny. He said it made this big traffic and cars around me that's causing me to get loose. He said, but the right front feels a little bit strange. He's going to ride right there for right now, and the crew very carefully watching the 88 car as it comes by.
Jeff Green goes a lap down. Rusty Wallace has finished 4th, 2nd, and 7th here at the Brickyard 400, but not this year. Jack Arute.
Well, as Rusty Wallace came down into the gasoline area, all the way down here to the transporters, a lot of oil, blown motor. Describe the disappointment, Rusty.
Well, there's a lot of disappointment. The whole week has just been a terrible week. I guess it happens every now and then to the best, but we unloaded with our own motor and blew it up before qualifying. We put our own motor in for the race and blew it up halfway through. So a lot of engine problems, a lot of engine problems.
How does a driver of your caliber maintain a good frame of mind when you're having the kind of season you've had? Granted, you've got a Richmond win.
Well, I've been doing this for a long time, and I know there's a lot of ups and downs, and I just hate to have all the downs coming to one of the biggest races of the year, the Brickyard 400. But we got to go back, get organized, and get this thing straightened out, because this is totally uncalled for, and I know that. I feel sorry for the sponsors and all the fans that got to endure this pain. Guys?
Well, he told us earlier in the pregame show that his car owner Roger Penske is in attendance here at Indianapolis today, and it's certainly hoped that he could see Rusty win another one for him at the Brickyard, but it will not be this year.
I'm munching ice cream myself.
The crew is telling Jeff Burton just to be smooth and to float it into the corners. That's easier said than done.
Yeah, especially when you look in the mirror. I'm telling you, leading the race, a race of this stature is hard, because you look in the mirror and you want to stay in front. You have a tendency to drive the car down in the corner just a little bit too hard to try and stay in front of that car behind you.
Jeff Gordon closes in once again.
Somebody missed the corner there. I don't know who it was, Jeff Gordon or Jeff Burton. Believe it or not, that wreck that you see in front of those cars is Michael Waltrip.
Waltrip was involved in an accident over in turn number 2 with Derry Cope early in the race, and he is out there once again. He is 65 laps down. He's being passed now by the 2 leaders. That car is an absolute junk pile, but he's still out there making circles.
And Bob Jenkins updating Dale Jarrett's situation once again. The communications between Dale Jarrett and Todd Parrott. And Dale said, I think I may have gotten any oil from Rusty Wallace's engine. That's why the car skated. Then he just came back a moment ago and said, no, Todd, something is definitely wrong. We have a problem with this car number 88. So they're trying to keep Dale at a certain pace and hopefully be able to get a caution flag or get him on pit road to take a look if there is a problem possibly brewing with that right front tire.
He's stalled in 10th position right now, has not moved up from there. We're watching Ernie Irvin with Mike Skinner and Steve Grissom ahead of him, and Ernie has moved up to 5th spot.
Mike Skinner, the 4th place
race car. You see the pylon on your left side. That is the running order. The top 10 cars.
And just to update again some names that we've been mentioning frequently in this race, Dale Earnhardt, Mike Skinner's teammate, is running in 21st position now.
Bob Jenkins, let's update you. Remember we told you before that last series of pit stops that the fuel pressure was dipping up and down on Ernie Irvan's car? No report of the same sort of situation since they took on fuel. Robert Yates, one guy to be proactive, has already brought out a fuel pump out in the pit
Thanks,
road.
Pops. No problem.
Well, just in case.
No problem. I mean...
We'll show you the intervals now as the cars cross the line. We're watching Bobby Labonte and Jimmy Spencer.
I always appreciate you stopping by.
Jimmy Mayfield, Dale Jarrett. Labonte's able to make that pass on Spencer. Spencer goes to the inside, to the outside. Labonte says, I just passed you, Jimmy. Let me lead a lap and see what happens.
6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 there. The lead that Burton has over Gordon is a quarter of a second. Just a matter of a few car lengths. And Dale Earnhardt is on pit road. Dale Earnhardt comes down for a pit stop. Jack Arrudi's coming toward you.
At 55 miles an hour, you'd think it was a centipede crawling across a giant leaf here on pit road. But Dale Earnhardt goes by, and his team will go to work, led by Larry McReynolds, Richard Childress high atop, overseeing things with Earnhardt, his #1 driver. His Busch Grand National driver, Steve Bark, is watching as well, as they are going to take 4 tires for the man in black. The Intimidator also taking on as much fuel as possible, and they didn't have to take full 22 gallons.
Dale Earnhardt has not won in 1997. His winless streak dates back to last year. Sterling Marlin has not won so far in 1997. Neither is Jeff Bodine or Terry Labonte or Bobby Hamilton or Bobby Labonte. But Earnhardt's winless streak is now at 45 and counting. And it doesn't appear as if he's going to be a contender for the race this year, but you never know. We've got 60 more laps to go in the 4th Brickyard 400. Back at Indianapolis, and we're beginning to see some pretty doggone good battles out there on the racetrack. We'll show you a race recap. Jeff Burton is the leader at the moment. He's led 12 of the first 100 laps. We've had 13 lead changes. 3 caution periods have held the average speed down to a little more than 133.5 miles an hour. Those cars that have dropped out of the race, most recently, Rusty Wallace and Terry Labonte have both experienced engine problems, and the other drivers that have dropped out have been because of damage sustained in accidents. No driver injuries, though, in the race. Here are those who have led laps. Ernie Irvan has led the most so far, with Jarrett in 2nd position.
And Terry Labonte did lead a lap today, so he gets those 5 bonus points. Also, Ricky Creighton 5.
Riding with Rich Bickle.
That's Rich Bickle as he checks the mirrors, trying to get a little air into the helmet. Back to the corner, Rich, time to put 2 hands on the wheel. There you go. Goes to the corner. Now lets the car come off, up against the wall. Tell you what, he wasn't in that corner long, was he?
No.
I mean, that straightaway. That was a short shoot, obviously. Here's the leader.
There are our 1st and 2nd, Jeff Burton and Jeff Gordon. Running in 3rd position at the moment is Ricky Rudd. Mike Skinner is in 4th, and Ernie Irvan is 5th, followed by Kyle Petty, Dale Jarrett, Bobby Labonte, Wally Dallenbach, and
wow,
Mark
Michael
Martin.
Waltrip
So
made it back out
having
there.
a really
Holy
good run.
crap.
Now, Dale Earnhardt made a pit stop a few laps ago, and it was not a scheduled one. He had been in 16 laps before that. Jerry, what's going on?
Well, you're right, Bob Jenkins. We showed you that air hose. They went to the air gun that they were doing the pit stop that actually had a break back on lap 83. Well, when they didn't get the tire tight, they had the air hose fixed, but they thought they had the tire tight. Apparently didn't get it completely tight. It began to vibrate and vibrated loose, and that's why Earnhardt had to come down pit road and make the unscheduled stop to change that right front tire. A tough break for the guy, but wanted his comeback to be a big one here today.
Well, Dale Earnhardt has completed all but 21 miles of a possible 7,433 this year in NASCAR Winston Cup competition.
And there we see Dale Earnhardt currently running in, listen to this, folks, 32nd spot. I'm telling you, you stuff your toe around here and you lose 15, 20 spots.
Well, check out today's race on ABC Sports Online for the latest information on the track. America Online, keyword ABC Sports. Here's Bobby Labonte going to the inside along with Wally Dallenbach. And getting around the 41 car of Steve Grissom, now Mark Martin. I thought he was going to try to make, oh, and Grissom is loose coming off the corner. He almost crashed.
He almost did. Mark Martin came off the corner, took the air off the rear spoiler in that 41 car, and you're right. Grissom almost lost control.
Mark Martin runs in 10th position. Here comes Jeremy Mayfield. He's in 11th. Dale Earnhardt, as Vinny told you, is back in 31st position, a lap down.
He just passed the 41 car. That was the pass for position.
We'll check the speeds the next time the cars come around and hit the line. They're right now over in the backstretch and at the north end of the racetrack.
And you see, looking at the pylon, that Dale Jarrett in the Ford Quality Care car was back in 10th just a few laps ago, has worked his way back up to 5th spot. So obviously whatever problem he had, 6th spot, I'm sorry, he's been able to adjust his driving line around the racetrack to cure those problems.
Here are the speeds. Well, on that lap, it looked like that Jeff Gordon was just slightly faster than Jeff Burton, although it was real close.
But check out Ricky Rudd in 3rd place, faster than both of those cars.
Jeff Burton might be slowing down just a little bit. This set of tires started out a little tighter than the last set. They only made half of the track bar adjustment they had talked about. When he pits around lap 120, they'll make the other half of the adjustment. Now you gotta watch the 24 pit stop when these stops come in just a few laps. First stop, 17.4. Second stop, 17.8. Why are these guys getting even better? Because last Thursday and Friday, an off weekend, they practiced at 6 a.m. Thursday morning and 6 a.m. Friday morning. Why so early in the morning? Because most of these guys have full-time jobs. They drive a truck for Harris Teeter, a Southeast grocery store chain. One guy drives a truck for United Parcel Service. One guy's a school teacher. 6 a.m. is the only time they could do it, except on Saturday or Sunday afternoon.
But I understand that Jeff Gordon treated members of the Rainbow Warriors to an awesome party at his place a week ago today, so they were rewarded in that sense.
And we can see some damage to the nose of that 24 car. Remember, they scrambled earlier on. One of the crashes coming off the second corner. He made some contact with someone. There's some damage to the front of the car, but obviously not hurting the performance of the Chevrolet.
Just to give you a rundown now concerning the point standings, Mark Martin came into this race only 64 behind Jeff Gordon. Mark Martin is in 9th position at the moment. Terry Labonte is already out of the race because of a blown engine. 4th in the point standings coming in, Dale Jarrett. He's 6th, and 5th in the point standings with Jeff Burton. He's the leader.
Well, you see a field summary where all the cars are running. In parentheses on the right will be the position in which they started.
And if points were awarded right now, Terry Labonte would fall to 5th in the point standings, replaced by Jeff Burton. And also Dale Jarrett would move up one spot to 3rd.
Mike Skinner's on pit road. The Lowe's car. And here goes Gordon for the lead.
Goes to the inside of Jeff Burton off the corner. At the short shoot, he makes the pass, and by the time he gets to turn 4, he's completed successfully the pass, and so put Jeff Gordon back into the lead of the Brickyard 400 with 110 laps completed.
Everybody in the front grandstand, stand up. Salute Gordon as he goes by. They did, every one of them.
He's still got a lot of hometown fans here. It wasn't born here. He was born in Vallejo, California. He doesn't live here, but he claims Pittsboro, Indiana as his hometown, and you can hear the crowd, Benny, as he goes around the racetrack. They're on their feet applauding this young man who won the inaugural event here in 1994. Jack has a report on Ricky Rudd, who's running 3rd.
All that action up front in the battle for 1 and number 2. Ricky Rudd quietly chipping away at it. His crew chief reading off lap after lap, and they're saying that Rudd is about 2/10 quicker than the leaders. It's become a cheering section down here in the Tide pits. They get on the radio lap after lap and say, "You're quicker, you're faster, you're reeling them in."
Well, that was confirmed the last time we checked the speeds of the cars at the line. Ricky Rudd was the fastest. Jerry, what's an update on Dale Jarrett?
Well, you heard Dale Jarrett radio and say he was concerned about the right front tire about 15 laps to go. Now, what Todd Parrott said is Dale ride for about 10 laps. If it doesn't get any worse, then start picking them off one at a time, which is what DJ has done. He has now climbed his way back to 6th spot. A moment ago, Todd Parrott said, Dale, just calm down, find your rhythm. That lap by, you were 0.5 of a second faster than the leader, Jeff Gordon. Let's go to Bill Weber.
Well, earlier this afternoon, I rode around this track with Mark Martin at 20 miles an hour. It was in a convertible. He was waving to the fans. Right now, Benny, he's got to be the fastest guy out there. He got down there in the turns. Bobby Labonte got him loose. Mark got up, kept it out of the wall, lost a bunch of spots. He is flying around this track and zooming up through this field. I think he's up to 7th now.
Exactly right, Bill. He is up to 7th.
Mark Martin in 7th position. The leader, Jeff Gordon, with Burton 2nd. Then Rudd, Irvin, and Jarrett at the Brickyard 400. Miller Lite presents Impressions of the Brickyard.
The neatest part about this racetrack is coming down the front straightaway. Man, those fans are on both sides screaming and hollering, and then you go off in turn 1, it's like you're running 200 and some odd miles per hour, and you got to make that corner. It's pretty hairy. It's like no other racetrack I ever been to.
The Brickyard 400 on ABC Sports. Brought to you by Monsoon. Power, attitude, audio for the road. Miller Lite, it reminds you that anything can happen at Miller time. Pennzoil, formulated for today's stop-and-go driving. Stop, go, Pennzoil. And Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
Caution is waving for the 4th time here at Indianapolis this afternoon. The pits are open now. The cause of the caution was an accident involving Joe Nemechek. He bumped the wall but has driven back to the pit area. And speaking of the pit area, things get very, very busy now. And the question is, we're at 47 laps to go, Benny. Are they going to have to stop again before the end of this race, or can they go from here?
Well, actually, 46 laps from the end right now. I don't know. Some of these cars might be able. I don't think so. 46 laps on a 2.5-mile racetrack. Don't think so. There we see Jeff Burton, the 2nd place car. Left sides are going on. Barry Muse brings a jack around on Jeff Gordon's car. Left sides are going on. Ricky Rudd just now getting around to his car. Left side's going around. Burt's moving. So is Gordon.
Working, being completed on Ricky Rudd's tied Ford. And they're making sure that they get that grill clean. Now he's moving at 19.7 seconds. So Gordon had the best pit stop.
And we can see that Dale Jarrett had a great pit stop. He will come out about 5th or 6th spot. Ernie Irvin's going to lose a couple spots when they come out of the pit.
And you can really make up a lot of track position here if you have a good pit stop. Passing so difficult on this racetrack, and everybody's running about the same speed, so you'll want to work extra hard in the pits and try to gain a spot or two coming out.
That's exactly what Bill Weber said on ESPN earlier today. A lot easier to pass on the pit road than it is on the racetrack. There we see Nemechek's car. That was the reason for the caution play.
And Benny, here is the incident that has brought us to caution once again.
Nemechek was in heavy traffic at the time. We see Rich Bickle going through the grass.
Oh my.
42 car, the Bell South Chevrolet.
I run to the kitchen to grab a drink, and oh my goodness.
And he hit the wall just entering turn number 4. Got it headed in the right direction and drove it around to the pit area. Here it is once again.
And we can see, there might have been a little bit, yes, there was some contact.
Oh, that was so wrong,
car,
no.
Rick Wilson and
Come on,
Nemechek.
man.
That's what caused Nemechek to spin.
And again, another angle. Makes contact with the front end and then the back end. Spins completely around and gathers it in and then drives it back into the pit area. So Joe Nemechek will have to make some corrections to that car before it's out there, but he will apparently be able to continue in the competition. We'll return with more of the Brickyard 400 after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Next time around, we'll get the green flag and be back to racing. Let's go now to Bill Weber.
Well, Jeff Gordon had told his crew before that pit stop that the car was real good, that he thought Jeff Burton was holding him up on the racetrack. When they came in, they had another great pit stop. In fact, they had a real good pit stop. They had a lot of other people concerned here on pit road that they might be able to make it the rest of the way on fuel. They can't. In fact, it's doubtful anybody can. For the 99 car, they had to adjust the track bar. He was a little too tight. Mark Martin was a smidge too tight, wanted to be a little bit looser.
Well, Bill Weber, for third place runner Ricky Rudd, they're still celebrating about their pit stop. But also behind me, they are trying to work the calculations right now. According to their crew chief and their gas calculator, they are going to be, this is the quote, about that short. They're wishing that maybe they can get an extra half lap. Let's update you as also what happened to Ernie Irvan. Why was it a long stop? They weren't sure until they went back and reviewed their own videotape of the pit stop, and they discovered that Jack had slipped. It had to be pumped back up.
And Jack, one driver who wanted to see that caution flag was Dale Jarrett. Very, very worried about that right front tire. And I'm going to tell Dale, as I tell the folks at home, that this is the right front tire that came off that car. They have checked the air pressure, the air temperature, the temperature of the rubber all the way across, and it was just fine. So now Todd Parrott says we've checked all 4 tires. I made a slight adjustment on the car. The good news is the pit stop was 17.9 seconds. The bad news was they're going to come about 9 laps short of making it to all the way on this last stop. Bob?
Boy, this is going to get good here toward the end, Benny.
Do we have to talk? Can we
just shut up and watch the race, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the situation. Mike Skinner is the leader of the race. Jeff Gordon is second, followed by Jeff Burton, Ricky Rudd, Ward Burton, then Dale Jarrett, Kyle Petty, Mark Martin, Jeremy Mayfield, and Jimmy Spencer. Those are the top 10 as we start again to go back to green. The cars lined up on the left are those a lap down, and they include Dale Earnhardt.
And he's alongside his teammate, Mike Skinner. Now, what do you think? Is he going to cut him some slack?
I don't know. Let's see. Mike Skinner, of course, leading the Rookie of the Year point standings in NASCAR Winston Cup competition this year over David Green, Robbie Gordon, and Jeff Green. And here they come down the main straightaway. The green is waving, and we are back to competition, and it certainly looks as if Skinner is going to let his teammate Dale Earnhardt get back into the lead lap, but he also may let a couple of other cars now.
That's the 29 car of Jeff Green. He's going to get by Skinner, hoping to get back in the lead lap. Here comes Steve Grissom. He's going to try. Mike Skinner stopped on lap 109, so he has 8 laps on his tires. The only reason he didn't stop is because they all have to stop again anyway. And look at here, Jeff Gordon goes by Earnhardt. What kind of problem does Earnhardt have?
Yeah, Earnhardt just didn't come up to speed properly. And so Dale is a lap down. In fact, Earnhardt's coming in. Earnhardt is coming in.
Bob Jenkins, Earnhardt is ready to said he has a tire rubbing, has a right side tire rubbing, and possibly has a right side tire going down. They think it definitely is flat. Now he's saying on the radio, right rear to Larry McReynolds. And unfortunately, Dale Earnhardt will not be able to come back and win the Brickyard 400 now that he's healthy here in 1997.
There was some damage. There was some contact with the 23 car of Jimmy Spencer. And Spencer has some damage to the nose of his car.
So Mike Skinner continues to lead, and now he's going to try to put Green a lap down. He let him by there at the start of the race, as he also did Earnhardt, but now he passes him, and Jeff Green goes a lap down once again.
And here comes Jeff Gordon. He closes up on the back bumper of Jeff Green, tries to get alongside, can't quite make it.
Winning in your rookie year in NASCAR Winston Cup competition is not all that common. Davey Allison won twice in 1987, 10 years ago, when he won Rookie of the Year. Gordon gets past Jeff Green.
We bring that up because Mike Skinner is now a rookie.
And here is Jeff Burton now to the inside of Steve Grissom. And now there is one car between second and third position.
See, Jeff, the 88 car, Dale Jarrett, has been able to get by Ward Burton. He's now in 5th place. There's a 4th place car, Ricky Rudd, the orange car in the middle. Skinner, the 31 car. Lowe's Chevrolet, the DuPont Chevrolet, Jeff Gordon in second spot.
Skinner looking for his first NASCAR Winston Cup win, and Jeff Gordon looking for the opportunity to be the first two-time winner here of this stock car race at Indy.
And looked like Jeff took a look, couldn't quite make it.
We have Chevys running first and second, and then we have 3 Fords on board with Jeff Gordon, and Wally Dallenbach, who ran so well for more than the first half of this race, is in the pit area. They raised the hood on the car when he came in earlier, and now he's back in.
Well, Bob, apparently they have a mess in the engine. They came in, and now Dallenbach shuts it off and will pull the window net down. A tough break for the second-generation driver. And now the crew members talking to Wally said it began to sputter and miss, but now he's just on pit road.
The battle for the lead goes on. There we see Jeff Burton has moved by Steve. Ooh, Jeff Burton. Oh, boy, that was close. He tried to get under Skinner, almost lost control. Coming off turn 1 as he headed toward the second turn. Boy, Jeff Gordon has won this baby, isn't he?
I'm telling you, he is. They're down the backstretch, and Gordon will make no attempt to take the lead right now, but boy, that was close. He almost had it. Look at him close up on Skinner in the corner.
Guys, don't forget, Mike Skinner is out of sequence. He's the one driver of these lead group that have consistently pitted 4 and 5 laps ahead of everybody else. So Skinner may be out front, feeling the breath of the number 24 Gordon, but he also knows he's going to have to pit earlier than everybody else.
We've got 38 laps to go now, and again, the battle is up front for the lead. Mike Skinner in command at the moment, but Jeff Gordon is hounding him, and now Gordon looks to the inside as they come off the second corner. 5/8 of a mile down this backstretch. Jeff Gordon is going to pass Skinner and go into the lead. But Mike didn't want to give it up, did he?
He did not want to give it up, but yes, put Jeff Gordon in front, and that was a big move, because if Mike Skinner was holding up Jeff Gordon, and that was allowing those Fords to catch up to him, now Jeff Gordon has clean racetrack. If he has a fast car, which it looks like he does, maybe he'll be able to drive away from the Fords. Jeff Burton, Dale Jarrett, Ricky Rudd.
At lap 120, Skinner was the leader. He just lost it to Jeff Gordon. We've had 17 lead changes now, 4 caution periods, a total of 18 laps, and the average speed a little above 132 miles an hour. We'll show you those drivers that are out of competition here, a couple because of mechanical problems and the others because of crashes. And now those who have led at least 1 lap. Ernie Irvan continues to be on the top of that list as leading the most laps so far. So Jeff Gordon now begins to pull away just a little bit from Mike Skinner.
But hang on, because Dale Jarrett the last time ran 1.5 miles an hour faster than Jeff Gordon.
So both Burton and Jarrett appear to be closing in on the leader, Jeff Gordon. Back with more after these messages at Indianapolis. Pennzoil.
That I thought Burton was going on, and how he did go on is beyond me. And look, Dale Jarrett has caught up to this group.
And a couple of laps ago, Jeff Gordon had a very intense and close moment coming out of 4. Now watch.
That's Michael Waltrip that he's going by. He comes off the corner, and right there just might have touched the wall a little bit. Looked like he touched the wall just barely as he came off the corner.
Well, Ray Evernham has radioed to Jeff Gordon and told him to drive in easy and drive off straight. And now Dale Earnhardt tries to get his lap back, 1 of 2 laps back.
He's just not going 2 laps now.
Okay.
Pay attention.
All right. They're 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And not too far behind is the 5th place car of Ricky Rudd.
And look how much room that Skinner caught on. And look here. Here goes Jarrett by the 99.
And there was contact between Earnhardt and Burton, it looked like. 3 wide down the backstretch. Who's going to come out with 3rd position? Jarrett.
There was some contact between 3 and the 99.
While these guys have been racing, Jeff Gordon has stretched out the advantage once again, and also Mike Skinner has been able to pull away from these two Fords. Two Chevys up front and two Fords, third and fourth.
That was Todd Parrott talking to Dale Jarrett. Crew chief on the 88 car talking to his driver.
We've got 30 laps to go, and we get a report from Jerry Punch.
They are just telling Dale Jarrett he is about 0.4 of a second faster than anything on the racetrack right now. That's the good news. The bad news is that Dale Jarrett, by their calculations, will be 9 laps shy on fuel. He can make it no farther than lap 151 if we don't get another caution flag. But we have checked down here, and at least one car in the top 15 may be able to make it the rest of the way. That would be Bobby Labonte's Interstate Batteries Pontiac. He may not have to stop for fuel.
You don't even see him in the top 10, but he is in 11th position, so we'll see if Labonte can make it. Here's Jack.
Let's ask you what you think Mike Skinner's going to be able to do. Remember he told you he comes in early? Well, on lap 145, his crew is going to bring Mike Skinner on a pit road, and that's a tough break for a cat that's running second. Remember, he sat on the pole at Daytona, but he hasn't had the best of rookie years.
And look at this battle now. Second, third, and fourth running right together, and victory lane is being prepared as they bring out the sweepers and the brooms. We'll check the speeds here at the line. We've heard that Dale Jarrett is the fastest car on the racetrack, and we're going to find out here if he was that last lap.
I'll tell you what, I've been impressed by Mike Skinner. He has hung on. He is running a heck of a race today.
Jeff Burton, the fastest of the top 5 cars.
You're right, Burton was just a little bit faster than the 88 car.
On the lap before that, Jarrett was the fastest. Just depends on how much traffic and how the lap goes.
28 laps to go.
On ABC, your family can laugh at Family Matters and a brand new Hangin' with Mr. Cooper. Then Tim Allen, Jerry Seinfeld, and Paul Reiser are just 3 of the Comedy Club superstars who'll keep you laughing for an hour. And Dylan McDermott stars in the critically acclaimed The Practice. All that tonight on ABC.
Boy, Burton is giving Dale Jarrett all he wants right on the back bumper of that Ford Quality Care car. Jeff Gordon's looking at his... Oh, here we go. Skinner came off the corner, looked like he was going to lose control. Jarrett trying to get a run. He does have a run. Second spot.
Dale Jarrett moves into second position. Dale Jarrett has won this year at Atlanta, at Darlington, at the second Pocono race, and of course he's known for winning the big events. He's won twice at Daytona. He's won once here at Indianapolis, and now the drivers that are running first and second both have a victory here.
Todd Parrott said just drive smooth, don't burn the right rear off, because they know if they stop it will be gas only.
And that's the exact same thing Ray Evernham has told Jeff Gordon. Think rhythm, drive it in easy, drive it off straight. You got to take care of that right rear. Rhythm, rhythm, rhythm. The 24 car cannot go the distance. They'll be about 5 laps shy. Mark Martin, who was one of the fastest cars, car number 6, currently 6th, will be about 1.5 gallons short. Steve Meal, the team manager, said, you know, that 1.5 gallons we were short of California? Well, we need it here, too.
And Bill Weber, listen to what they're telling number 31. What they've just radioed to him is, listen, it's not important whether you win this race. It's more important that you finish this race. Now gather it back up after being passed by Dale Jarrett and just race nice and easy. Skinner took the advice and pulled back in.
And Jack, here in Dale Jarrett's pit, the fuel calculations have now been finally completed. Here's what they're going to do. They're going to seconds. That is 3 gallons of gas. That's what he will need to run the last 5 laps.
Well, Jeff Burton has tried everything he can to get into third position over Mike Skinner, but hasn't been able to. And now Dale Jarrett goes for the lead in the short shoot between 3 and 4, and Jarrett goes into the lead.
Wow. How impressive is that? Jarrett's car is so fast today.
There you go, Catfish. We might have to stop for gas. They know who's got the baddest ass car here today.
24 laps to go, and Jarrett leads Gordon in the 4th Brickyard 400.
Yes, sir. There's no doubt. The 88 car is the baddest cat in the alley today. There's no doubt about it.
I'm glad you didn't use his terminology.
The car in front of you has a tire rub on the right front. Just keep your eyes on it. Make sure ain't nothing below it going in the corner.
That's Todd Fields, who's communicating with his driver,
Dale Jarrett. There's the 42 he's talking about. His tires rubbing. These spotters see everything, don't they?
They are the eyes of the race driver on the racetrack. You can only see what's immediately ahead of you, and those spotters keep the driver informed as to what's going on elsewhere.
There's the first 4 cars. Dale Jarrett's the leader. Jeff Gordon is second. Mike Skinner is third. There's the 2 leaders. And then at turn 1.
Hey, Benny.
Yes.
Remember the first Brickyard 400 here in 1994? The 24 car was following a Yates car. Well, then it was Ernie Irvin. But the 28 car couldn't hang on, and the 24 car went on to win the race.
That's right. The 28 car lost the right front. Battle for the lead, and Gordon will take the lead back.
He nearly goes to the grass on the backstretch to try to get the lead. We thought he was going to, but Jarrett holds him off.
Wow. He called Michael Walter coming off the corner. He had to move up the racetrack, which gave Jeff Gordon a run. I thought Gordon was fine. How did he do that?
I did too. Jarrett somehow held off the challenge.
And look at this. Ricky Rudd and Mark Martin is in the same picture. I mean, there's 6 cars just within seconds. As a matter of fact, 6 cars within 2 seconds between first and second.
And here's a battle for 5th, and Mark Martin takes Ricky Rudd, and Martin goes into 5th.
And David Green just took the Caterpillar Chevrolet to the garage area, out for the day.
So there they are, folks. 2, 4, and 6. That's how close they are with just 22 laps to go in this race. Jarrett leading Jeff Gordon at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on a Saturday afternoon. Back with more action after this. It's still Jarrett and Gordon up front. We have had a change of position. Mike Skinner is still running 3rd, but Mark Martin has moved to 4th. Burton back to 5th,
Had
and
my
Rudd is now in 6th position and is about to be passed.
Ricky Rudd.
Okay.
I had a text from my mom
Changed as we speak.
Maybe Jeff Burton is backing off, trying to
about some weekend plans.
Let's go to Jerry Punch with an assessment of what's going
and
on
my
in the pit area and what
brother-in-law saw a mom and a bear. I say a bear cub and a mom. 2 bears. Like in the wild, sort of. Walking up someone's driveway. It's kind of cool. A little one and a big one.
That's what they need to finish. In my section, 1 car thinks they can make it. That is the Interstate Batteries Pontiac of Bobby the Bonnie. Right now, they are not planning to stop. They will go to lap 160.
And Mark Martin moves into 3rd place by Mike Skinner.
So don't count Mark Martin out of this contest by any means. 2nd in the point standings coming in, and he is having a great run. Jack Arute.
Well, Mike Skinner has said that his
Jack
car does not
Arute
run
is from the
by
family
itself.
that owns
He starts
Stafford
to slow down.
Springs.
He should be on pit road in
The family still
3 laps.
owns Stafford
It will be the first
Arute.
leaders pitting. One guy
And
that
many
has
of the
really
pictures
been
around
pitting.
the top of my banner were taken probably at Stafford. Several were. And they're all cars my dad's worked on or people he's worked with or built.
About 5 laps to go. Out on the track, he's looking for every bit of drafting help he can get, just in case maybe a caution will come out or something would change. But it's unlikely that would happen. Gordon will have to stop.
Early, I want to say the 57 to, I think 2015, 16. If you look at the IMSA stuff, there's a photo of me on the left in the white shirt. And below that, I think is some IMSA stuff a little ways down.
He thinks he has a tire going down. The vibration is getting worse and worse in the X-side Ford.
Oh, it's on the bottom. Those are the latest ones. In the middle. On the bottom. Oh my. Yeah, the middle on the bottom are the latest. Like, starts where me with the white shirt go above that and like go around that, like clockwise, except for the bottom.
With just 16 laps to go.
Guys, Mike Skinner radioed in that there was debris on the racetrack. He ran over it. He's concerned and he's lobbying.
I want to say Kenny Wallace was probably one of the last ones he worked for in Cup and Busch, even if it was volunteer.
And that is exactly what is happening.
But then we did some local stuff. He did some SCCA, you see, with the orange and yellow car. And IMSA GT. And then also in the middle on the bottom is Volusia County Dirt mod, and a UMP mod. We had fun with that team too, several nights. He might run again. That'd be cool to see if he's running. I'd go to Volusia. Uh-oh, caution. Keep going, Burton.
Out of the pit road. No, here comes the leader. Burton is going down pit road.
Got it.
Looks like Burton will win the race out of the pit road.
Wow, that was close, though. Well, this is going to set up a really unusual situation. Burton, I don't know.
He don't have to stop anymore. You see that? Now, the other guys are going to have to stop. Burton will be in front with 4 fresh tires.
How about that? So Jeff Burton may have chosen exactly the right time to make that pit stop.
Oh, okay, he had already changed tires. I thought he was like just kept on going.
And now this is going to
he might have pitted down pit road where it was out of view.
Comes in, tops off, and does whatever he has to. But again, track position is very important. You want to do as little as possible on pit road.
Going to be about 10, 12 laps to go when they throw the green flag. Jeff Burton has 4 fresh tires, which really forces these other guys possibly to change tires as well. Man, are they trying to...
I appreciate y'all hanging out for 5 hours.
An interesting situation.
Believe it or not, like, it took about 3.5 hours for me to figure out this is not the race that I was at.
Turn number 3. The reason for the caution
I was at 96.
Debris from the incident involving Robbie Gordon. There he is, coming off the corner and slamming against the wall. And there was debris that came from his car, and NASCAR threw the caution. Now you can see that pit road is closed at the moment
because the pace car has not gone by pit road to open up the pit road. We see the green flag in the Winston Cup official's hand. As soon as the pace car comes off the corner, he should start waving that green, which means, yep.
There it is.
All right.
And Benny, this is a good break for Mike Skinner. As he said, he ran over the debris, thought he had a flat. Now these tires do have interliners to keep them rigid, but he also said,
I thought Mark Martin was going to stay on the racetrack. 18 car stays
Bobby
out.
Labonte does stay out there. So does Johnny Benson. But a lot of activity on pit road. Mark Martin has already got necessary fuel, and he's away. Didn't change tires. They're going to do the same thing to Jeff Gordon, but make an adjustment there in the back end.
With just 1 round of bite in the 24 car. The 88 car. Gas fuel only on these cars. Still, Jerry will win off that battle off pit road, but they've got to fall in behind all these cars on the racetrack. Mark Martin has to follow the 99 car. man, oh man, this thing is really, really something.
Well, we heard that he was going to try to stretch it and even didn't take the opportunity when it arose there under caution.
Hey, Benny Parsons. Parsons,
yes.
There's some concern in the Dale Jarrett pit that they may not have gotten enough fuel in the car.
Oh my gosh.
We'll let you know in a moment.
Stay tuned. This thing is far from over. We'll return with more of the Brickyard 400 after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Trying to wipe that debris off the tires, because when they accelerate down the front stretch going turn 1 with debris on the tires, they won't stick. The car slides across the racetrack. They got to be sure they get those tires as clean as possible.
Are you excited?
Yes, I am.
We're going to have 10 laps of green flag racing, hopefully 10 laps. They're going to go back to green with 10 to go, and we're going to see who's the best here.
This might be the biggest wreck we've ever seen right here.
Benny was great.
We don't need
he
that.
Really
we don't
was.
need to end the race under caution. We need
he always gave my dad shout-outs. I have to always, like, be grateful for that. Because Dad was never in the limelight or flashy, but, like, I can tell you just by the way the Square D car is running, he probably had a little something to do with it. I know him and Newt hired him to help him with the front-end geometry, specifically. So he wasn't a crew chief or anything, Newt was, but... And he's had good success with Kenny. My dad likes a stiff setup. Kenny doesn't like a stiff setup, but the car's always been fast. Now, one thing I've always noticed, if Dad does help a car, they always do better than, like, than normal. Like, will qualify better or run better. The stats might not show, for example, a blown engine accident or whatever, but stopwatch-wise, they always would do better. A lot to do with luck.
He is a lap down in the 23 car. Mark Martin has been able to get by Ricky Craven. Put Martin up in 4th spot. And I believe one of those 3 cars in front is going to run out of gas. I don't know which one.
5 to go.
Benny, in the ESPN
9 to go.
pregame show, we talked about some of the young guns in racing. Well, 5 of them on that restart were inside the top 10. The one furthest to the front was Johnny Benson in 3rd.
Yeah, if you were curious about any of the banner, outside of the banner, they're all cars that Dad has worked on throughout his career. From, like I said, the early 60s as far as the picture. I haven't found one of his car from 57 at this point. I found similar. Found a maybe. There's things about it Dad thought were different. Still looking for his really, really, really first car. Brookline Speedway and Westboro Speedway, 1957 to 60. That's what I'm looking for.
The 10 and 18 car stopped on lap 114.
When I put this on YouTube, just message. Even if it's years from now, if I'm still around, I'm still trying to gather. And that one little piece of info. I got something from someone. But like I said, Dad's a little skeptical if it was his. It was similar. Oh, crap.
Will we have a caution? That is Rich Bickle, who is facing the wrong direction on the racetrack, and the caution comes out with 6 laps to go. Wow.
It's not attempting to start it. It looks like it blowed up.
Rich, sit there a little bit. Don't take those belts off. Not in a very good position.
Oh, yeah. You guys, a lot of you drive in real life too. Never take your belts off
Once again, or at least reduced in speed,
until you know for absolute sure that everybody is aware.
On lap 155. Back in a moment.
Because that stinks.
Hello, everyone. I'm Robin Roberts in New York. Coming up next
Wow,
on
that's old. Wide World of Sports.
20th and 6th here at the Brickyard 400. As you can see, the work has...
Here we go.
Coming out.
Oops, they already got the green? I thought that was the pace car.
The racetrack is clear and ready for 3 laps to checkered.
You see that Jimmy Spencer has fallen back to where I said he was going to.
You come to say hi?
What do you think? Does anybody have any kind of an advantage
You want to
here when
see
they
the
throw the green
prettiest
flag?
kitty in the wide world? But she's
Every man
fresh.
for himself, huh?
Every man for himself. Ricky Rudd was very, very fast. He's had a fast race car all
she's
day in
my
that
baby.
Mark Martin has been awfully fast. The 18
she's
and
a
the 30. We've
baby.
seen the 18 car run well today.
And again, the drivers are cleaning the tires down the backstretch, so they'll have none of that rubber buildup on the tires when they go green.
Because when Rich
And I'm allergic, so I don't breathe while I roll.
the safety crew was there. All these cars had to go around them up in the loose debris. So all these cars picked up those stones and rubber. They're making sure to get it off these tires. The crowd is on their feet. They know that this is
Her name is Cezanne, like Paul Cezanne, the artist. I know it's a boy, but Cezanne, she's orange and white and black, and she looks like that painter's palette, because he painted everything in golds and blacks and purples and whites. And she looks like she bit a paintball.
they might have been able to make it. It's Kyle Petty down to the
3 to go.
That's her position.
Holy crap. Kyle Petty is like rolling.
Running in 10th position. Benson, Martin, Jarrett, Gordon.
This is for 4th, 5th, and 6th. There's the leader, Ricky Rudd. Second place,
Ricky
Bobby
Rudd.
Labonte, Johnny Benson, Mark Martin, Dale Jarrett.
Two to go yet? Long way around.
But no one can close up on Ricky Rudd, Bob. No,
Gosh, it takes a lap and a half to get up to speed.
Out in front by about a half second. We're on board with Jeff Gordon as he has Dale Jarrett up ahead of him. 2 laps to go.
Fayetteville. That's a town. Fort Bragg, I believe, is that?
Mark Martin trying to get 3rd position from Johnny Benson.
And he will get a run off the
I might be right. Anyway, I had to go to some classes down that way for work. There's a speed track down there on this brand new paved road, and you're going like 65, and all of a sudden it drops to 55, and they wait right there before you enter Fayetteville. I got pinched years back.
Ricky Rudd. 1 more lap to go. Around the 2.5-mile oval, and more contact back here as Kyle Petty and Jeremy Mayfield make contact with each other.
Now spread out.
Race as they head for the corner.
Jesus, I don't like that squeeze stuff.
Bobby Labonte chasing Ricky Rudd.
Fastest car should win. I mean, you don't give it up, but if he earns the outside lane all on his own.
Rudd with about a 5 or 6 car length advantage on Bobby Labonte. They head for turn number 3 for the final time. Rudd is through there safely onto the short chute.
Wow. Somebody was saving
And now onto the straightaway.
Bobby
makes
too.
a final run at him. He closes in. Will he make a move? He cannot do it. Ricky Rudd wins the 4th Brickyard 400
Oh, Ricky
in
already knew.
Indianapolis.
He already knew before he crossed the line. Tell you, that's a race to win.
Going on in the pit area.
My goodness.
Ernie Irvin comes out with
Oh, he's
some
blowing
body
up.
damage after that scramble down
Nope.
to the line. He finished in 10th.
But fender bender from all that
So we will be back here
dicing.
at the Brickyard to talk with the winner of this year's Brickyard 400, Ricky Rudd. We'll be back in just a moment to do that.
You want more?
The Brickyard 400 on ABC Sports. Brought to you by Miller Lite, who reminds you that anything can happen at Miller time. Monsoon, power, attitude, audio for the road. Team Monte Carlo, Chevy, the cars more champions trust. And Pennzoil, formulated for today's stop-and-go driving. Stop, go, Pennzoil.
The Brickyard 400 is over, and Ricky
They
Rudd
monkeyed
has
with
won
her
his
favorite
19th
food.
career victory. He led 15 to the
I'll have to get her
160
her
laps. We
favorite
had
one now
19
that they got it back
lead
in
changes, a very
stock.
competitive
They got
race.
some,
Six
it's her
cautions
favorite,
held
but
the
it's got
average
gravy
speed
on
down
it.
to
She's
just
not
under
wild about it.
131 miles an hour.
Like this one food for her entire life.
Pulling into victory lane right now is the young man from
Ricky
Chesapeake,
Rudd.
Virginia. He gives Ford his 12th win of the year.
Getting the congratulations of his wife, Linda. This is a young man that first made his racing mark in go-karts back in Chesapeake, Virginia. His first Winston Cup ride, he borrowed it from a friend of his from Chesapeake, Virginia. His brother and he argued over who would be the driver, who would be the crew chief, and now Ricky Rudd has come to the Brickyard 400 victory lane. And guess what, guys? He ran out of gas trying to get to victory lane. Ricky Rudd, you told the crew you're the big dog today.
Well, I tell you, these guys done a great job. We were third, fourth place car today, and they kept digging. In practice the other day, we were a last place car, and they didn't give up. They kept working on this Tide Whirlpool Ford, and they got us pretty racing in the pit strategy and fuel mileage with George Gable, and all the guys over there at Pro Motor did a great job today. So it's just unbelievable here. Gary Myers did the tuning on the motor, so I don't know what to say. This is just a shock to me.
Ricky, with about 20 or 30 laps to go, you began to back off the throttle just a little bit. Some people may have counted you out of the race, but you had begun to conserve fuel.
Well, we knew that it was going to be really tight, really tight. We were going to go for it. We were going to roll the dice. We were either going to win it or we were going to finish last. And, you know, these guys kept telling me, back off a little bit. If you don't back off, you're not going to make it. And then the cautions played right into our hand.
Well, this is the time for the big payday, but it's also the time to receive the commemorative PPG brick, and your name will go on the PPG trophy. To make the presentation is the president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Tony George.
Ricky, first of all, congratulations. You guys called a great race. On behalf of PPG, I'd like to present this with you on the 1997 winning of the Brickyard 400.
Thanks very much, Tony. It's just there's a boyhood dream to be able to race here at Indianapolis, and let alone race, but come here and win this thing in the stock cars is unbelievable. I took a tour around here when I was 12 years old. We were racing go-karts down the street. Never thought we'd be racing here. It's unbelievable.
When will it sink in? When will you and your wife get really emotional about this victory?
Man, I don't know. I took my helmet off, took the window net down on the cool-down lap, and just got a chance to think about it. I'd like to say hello to my dad back home. I know he's watching.
Let's go back to the tower.
Ricky Rudd wins the Indy Brickyard 400, and let's take a look at the unofficial results. Bobby Labonte ran a great race. So did Jarrett, Gordon, and Mayfield.
And earlier back at 10 spots in contact on the last lap. Don't know who wins. Schrader 11th spot. Jeff Burt will finish at 15th.
And we had 23
Kenny Wallace finished 2 laps down in 30th. Just one of those races that not too many go down a lap.
Ended up in 29th position.
Usually, unless they break.
Of the rundown, as we had
Sorry, the ads. I tried to snooze them as much as it lets me.
the checkered flag drop. Well, coming up next on ABC's Wide
I
World
don't
of
know
Sport,
what's
the
next
International
on the
Race of
schedule.
Champions
Let me
from
see.
the new California Motor Speedway.
Ah, the Glen. That's good. That's good. But at the Glen,
Thanks for joining us.
you know what's good is because I wanted to watch a 96 Glen too.
Motor Speedway.
This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, recognized around the world as the leader in sports television.
Alrighty, but at the Glen will be next time. Let me pause that. And yeah, I will send you to something different. If you don't follow this person, they're really cool. Follow them anyway. I use them a lot of time as a screensaver because it's really cool. Anyway, we'll see you soon. We will jump over here. When we get there,